whose rap beef diss was better?
Oh, MGK or
Eminem, yeah.
I can't get past Eminem's Just for Men beard.
That's kind of weird.
The guy's been bleached blonde his entire career, and now he's got like this thick chia pet brown beard.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on there. I got a text from Chris Tyler. We were leaving a dinner party at about 1 in the morning, and my phone goes bing. I'm like, who is blowing me up at 1 o'clock? We're like just getting in the car, and he sends me the Donnie photo.
Oh, he sent that to you? Oh my God.
Donnie's new. And now, mind you, and so we're going back and forth about half an hour, and I go, oh, Donnie's been he goes, you should have him on. I go, oh, Donnie's been calling in.
Yeah.
Yeah, our friend Donnie, who, again, I got a lot of mail on Donnie over the break, too, because we used to do, where in the world is Donnie San Diego, right? That's a funny thing. Our old intern, Corey, who we lovingly refer to as Donnie. And it was fun when he'd call because he'd always have some fakakta story about, he ran a truck off the road, he lost another gig, whatever.
Yeah.
It was all relatively harmless. It was kind of a travel journal of a guy who just can't keep it together.
Yeah.
And then he starts letting us know that he's like a porn recruiter. I don't know. Again, I feel a little bit, we talked to him a little bit about it, but he told most of his stories in their entirety on the Rover Show.
Right.
And so I was kind of left to put it together. And so I was hearing from all these listeners who had listened to him on the podcast. And the consensus was that Donnie now just makes them angry. Like before, it was fun because he was just kind of an F-up. But they're like, now I don't want to hear him anymore. It used to be fun because there was kind of an innocence about him. It would just be goofy. But now he gets defensive when you go, well, what does this mean? And this is what you're saying, or whatever.
And he doesn't answer the questions anymore.
Yeah. And so, of course, Tyler sends me that because I don't really follow Donnie. Maybe I do. I don't know, but I didn't see it, right? Mm-hmm. He's intern Donnie on Twitter. And he mentioned that when he finally gets his golden ticket to Los Angeles and becomes a porn recruiter extraordinaire,
yeah,
that the way he's going to rope these gals in is he's just going to walk up and down the beach shirtless with all of his tattoos, and that's what's going to lure these women in. I'm paraphrasing, of course. Nothing I say can do justice to how Donnie puts it. But he did tweet out over the weekend, new tattoo number 26. Now, if you're familiar at all, you literature students, you're Dante's Divine Comedy, right? Dante's Inferno, the sign over hell. Everybody knows what that is?
What is it, Poundcake?
Dante's Inferno! No, not the sign over hell in Dante's Inferno.
Dante's Inferno!
Right. Is abandon hope, all ye who enter here.
Right.
Okay? Great line.
Yep.
That's where it's from. Donnie got a tattoo of this on his right forearm.
Yeah.
Yep, fresh tattoo. Tweeted it out. There's, again, it's, first of all, it's mangled the phrase. You should print it up, type it out, give it to the tattoo artist and go, this is what I want.
Google it, double check it 100 times.
Because this is going on your body.
Anytime you get words, you double check it like a million times.
Of course. Double and triple check.
Yeah,
I got this
a million checks. That's how many. Like it's
That's
not a double
right.
check. It's a million.
You don't want to end up with no regrets.
Mm-hmm.
I got "Let me entertain you," the text written or tattooed on me at a convention, and I can't tell you how many times I Googled how to spell entertain. It's TAIN. I just wanted to make sure 1,000 times before I had him write it on me. That was in the middle of a convention.
But you knew how to
look it up.
You knew how to spell entertain.
Of course I did. But anytime you get a tattoo on your body of any words, you triple check.
And why wouldn't the tattoo artist triple check?
Right. Of course.
Okay, so Donnie's tattoo says, abandon all hope, ye all who enter here. So one too many alls mangles the phrase, and abandon has a final E on it. So it says, abandon all hope, ye all who enter here. Now let's break this down, and I hope he'll call in later on.
If you'd like to see it, I posted it on my Instagram at Bill Squire.
The tattoos he has is, I'm sure they all mean something to him, but it is the weirdest collection of crap you've ever seen in your life.
It's hodgepodge.
It's hodgepodge. So, A, misspelled. Well, no. A, phrase is mangled. B, misspelled. C, one too many. That's part of the mangling.
Right.
But finally, why would you get that on your arm? Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. No, I get that.
Is he saying he's Satan?
No, I'm sure that he feels the allure of something that sounds dangerous. But he clearly doesn't know what it is, where it's from.
Right.
Abandon has an E on it.
I think at a certain point...
Abandon. And now this is on you.
But I think
forever.
But after a certain point, after you have so many tattoos, there's like it's just another tattoo. It's this feeling of, whatever. I already have so many. Like, what's one more?
But I don't want any that are spelled wrong.
But you also don't have 26. Like, I know there's some people that take so much pride in their tattoos and, it's art. But I know some people that have some dumb-ass tattoos.
6.
But not 26.
But his all look like they're script. I don't know that he has any pictures. His are all script. They all look like jailhouse tats.
I don't know.
I mean, you do you.
None
it's your
of them
body.
are like big pieces. They're all like little collections.
Right. So next time he calls, I'd love to know. I don't need a blow-by-blow description, but I would love to know.
You're not going to get one anyway.
At least the ones that are visible in the photo, what those particular ones mean.
And who's the tattooer? Is it a friend?
Probably
Did he pay for
that? Has
that?
to be a friend.
Cheaper.
I'd want my money back.
For what? Like,
For the
well, it looks like,
and he says no.
It's the ultimate responsibility of the tattoo artist to make sure it's spelled right.
Now, if you go to some trash artists,
Poundcake, I'm sure tattoo artists get a non-stop parade of morons who want some dopey thing on their body. They would, I think, anyone worth their salt and their reputation would go, hey, bro, that's not spelled correctly.
No, I'm talking about a friend. I understand an actual tattoo artist, but like that's just like if you get your hair cut by like a friend of yours and not an actual barber, you can't sue the guy that cut your hair if he messed it up. Like, I mean, you didn't go to an actual barber.
There's a tattoo.
And also, hair grows back.
There's a tattoo he has on his chest. I think it says "fear" in the least fearful script there is. It's very flowery.
And what's the
Comic Sans?
It's like an X thing and then a backwards N.
Yeah, it looks like it's Greek. I don't know. Again, I would love to know what these mean to him. He's got something ratty across his stomach. I don't know what the...
But, and a feather.
But the abandon all hope ye who enter here is a mess.
Yeah, that's bad.
And I think that there are teardrops tattooed under it.
Looks like
I didn't know what the actual quote was, so I didn't know that the quote was mangled too.
Yes, it's not
I just saw the E at the end of abandon.
You've already got all in it. Abandon hope, all ye.
Radio's dirty little secret. And it's all legal.
Are you ready for showtime? Come on, are you ready for showtime?
Break down, baby.
Who the hell is this?
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
To examine it would be to demystify it.
Yo, get a ticket with a tasty group, okay?
Wow.
Definitely makes me cringe.
Very, very, very painful.
1, 2, 3, pick it. Pick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Pick it. What the
You're disgusting.
It's showtime!
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7
You ignorant trick bastard.
WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. Greetings. Hi there. Fist bumps and high fives and chest bumps for people who are into that, I suppose. My name is Alan Cox Moonves. Thanks for showing up. All of a sudden, Julie Chen started using her married name. All of a sudden.
That's funny.
I assume it's purely coincidental. But thanks for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's here too.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to this episode of the Alan Cox Show, titled The OsBOURNE Identity. Mm-hmm. And Grandma says hi from San Francisco.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, she's on San
You got
Francisco
the
this
place
week.
to yourself?
That's right.
Wow.
Yeah, I miss her. I'm bored.
What is she doing in San Francisco?
She's on a little vacation with her sister and brother.
Usually the roles would be reversed. Where Grandma would be at home and you'd be out gallivanting around. So, in the first few minutes of the show, what we've learned is that Grandma is the thin line between Bill's boredom and not boredom.
For sure.
Grandma being around.
You need to turn that place into a stabbing cabin.
I don't. She told me to hold down the fort. I'm not going to betray her in any way.
But is that what she meant?
Would that betray her?
No, but I don't know. If someone comes over, that might happen. But I've had people over when she's there, so I don't feel like I have this advantage now that she's gone.
Yeah, well, you get being alone.
Bill, I found a pubic hair in the bathroom. Well, it's one of yours because I date 25-year-olds, so they are not into that, Grandma.
They don't have none of that.
Nope. Hardwood floors, baby. Erica Lauren is here, too.
Pageant wave. I am struggle bussing it today, but
today's tough.
But I'm in a good mood, so hopefully that will carry me through. I had such a good time last night.
It was a blast.
Yeah.
Poundcake's back behind the glass, too.
Afternoon, white people.
We're going to hear Poundcake's speech to the University
cheer me up.
of Akron alums. I haven't listened to it. I just ran it off.
I love it.
But it's
unedited.
I don't unedited raw audio. I don't know if we'll get through the whole thing.
It's long.
He spoke for about half an hour.
Wow.
To
prolific
University of Akron alums who are interested in pursuing. Was this a communications class?
It was strictly for WZIP, which is the student-run station there.
So those are okay. So you were speaking to people who
radio people,
just work at
Yep,
the radio station. Gotcha.
And like when I walked up there,
was the speech at the station? Everyone collected at the station, or it was in like a classroom?
That's what I thought, because we have classes, like there's classrooms in the actual station just so we can have these meetings. But they were like, "Oh no, we put you in a lecture hall." I said, "The lecture hall, darling."
Did you have a podium?
No, not really a podium. They had them, but they were just like off to the side.
But you're doing more like a TED Talk where you pacing back and forth across the room. When I got into radio, things were different.
Did you have a headset mic walking around? Did you wear a tweed jacket?
No.
Developers.
A little Sherlock Holmes curly pipe?
They did have my picture everywhere. They were promoting this like on all the bulletin boards, all the doors around the school communication.
They had the ZIP photo, the old DJ Cobra picture?
My headshot.
Yeah.
And so I was like, a lecture hall? All right. So I'm expecting to walk in and be like, hello, everyone, and be welcomed by claps. You know, it was a 300-person lecture hall.
Why would they welcome you with claps? I'm sure they applauded at some point.
I love his expectations versus the reality of it. Because you get that excitement of going to the lecture hall, and then you walk in and...
Listen up, young children.
Out of a class of like 300, it was probably like maybe 50.
Maybe. Hey, that's a lot of people. 50 people.
50 is a lot of people, but...
You're not going to get 300 people to listen to somebody talking about radio for half an hour, but you might get 50 people.
But
that's good.
Pretty good.
It's like they probably had a room that sat 50 and it would have looked awesome. But putting in the 300-seat lecture hall, you're like, come on! Like,
they wanted me to echo.
Think about this.
People are just coughing and rummaging through their backpacks.
Wheezing.
Any other questions?
I did a casino gig one time, and it was like 300 people. But it was in a 3,000-seat arena.
Oh, sure.
Arena.
Like that. I mean, it was a theater. It was a giant theater, and there were 300 people there, which is a lot of people to come to a comedy show. No, they had them all like down in front, but the entire place was empty. Same thing. I did the Palace of Auburn Hills. 22,000 seats.
You did why did you do the Palace of Auburn Hills?
22,000 seats?
Yes, but we had 3,000 people there. So it was like one of the biggest crowds I've ever performed for, but you're still like, there's a lot more people that didn't come to this.
A lot of echoes at this show.
That was a fun show, though.
You want a small room.
Yeah. That was just the people that run the Palace used to do a comedy show every year.
Well, I was joking. For those of you who joined us last night for the MMS 50th anniversary concert, thank you. We had a blast, met a lot of people. It was a lot of fun. I was joking with Rover before we went out there. I said, boy, you're going to step out there after doing 10 years of Roverfest and go, what a small crowd this is. But it was packed. They sold the place out, I think. Some people said it was,
That was as many people I've ever seen in there.
Yeah.
It was
a lot of fun. So thank you if you went. I'm sure there are a million stories to be told. I was so upset. Our boy Joe Kalinowski made this T-shirt for me from a joke that we had made on the air in the wake of the Les Moonves thing, and I was playing Sharon Osbourne because she's one of the hosts on The Talk, which is on CBS.
Right.
And it kind of went from there, and he made me this T-shirt that said, Les Moonves, more Ozzy. And I was so excited because I was going to wear it to the Ozzy meet and greet. And it wasn't that I thought that Ozzy would that it would register with him. But I wanted a photo
But that's
of
a
me
good
wearing
picture.
that next to
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, our flight being what it was back from Denver and getting to the house and getting out, I missed the meet and greet, which I was so disappointed about. Because they call me in the car. They're like, are you close? Or like they're pushing it up 15 minutes. And I'm like, then I'm not going to make it. I'm like, if it had been on, like, originally on time, and those things float around. You don't know. Last minute they could go, Ozzy don't want to do it. I said, I'd get there by the skin of my teeth if it was on time. But I'm like, if you're moving it up, I'm not going to be there. So
I saw him from a golf cart just a few feet away.
Yeah.
He looked like Ozzy.
Yeah. He's very short.
He is short.
Yeah.
That was the one thing I noticed.
I met him many years ago, but I kind of wanted to do the mental then and now, the before and after, because he's kind of been that guy for the last 20 years.
Yeah.
But an amazing show. I did read in all of the coverage on it. Obviously, Plain Dealer wrote an article. Cleveland Scene wrote an article. Neither of them mentioning the WMMS 50th birthday, but reviewing the show. And they said that local media outlets were not allowed to photograph the show, which I don't understand. I don't know what that was about. So there were no pictures in the various write-ups for the show. But Stone Sour was great.
They sounded awesome. Corey Taylor, man, he is a vocalist.
Yeah.
Through and through.
And I give him props for rocking the 5-head with the long hair.
Yeah.
He's got the like front man from the Scorpions look going on, so that's why he wears a lot of caps.
We were sitting right next to their meet and greet, but Poundcake wasn't interested in looking at them. He was more interested in looking at the hot security guards walking by.
He looks like Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs.
He kind of does.
He's kind of looking like that these days.
But they're real good.
You're about a size
They
14.
were solid.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, they're great.
We got a lot of stuff to get to today. We got to get to the Browns. We got to get to the Indians.
Man. I just hope I don't start yelling about the Browns.
Please don't.
Well,
I need to calm myself. Zen out.
you have time to do that here. We'll hear Poundcake speaking to
Yes.
University of Akron alums. I will have Browns tickets for you later on today, by the way. I'm hosting the next Cox Out watch party on Thursday night. That's when the Jets are in town. That'll be at B-Dubs in Westgate Thursday night. But I will have Browns tickets for you later in the show today. 35192 if you want to text or hit us up at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Tribe game tonight. No, actually, it's going on right now, isn't it? They have tomorrow off. And then they start the weekend series against the Tigers here at home. But I think the Indians are still doing their afternooner. Oh, it's over. 3-1 Tampa. The Rays closed out that series with a win. So Tribe off tomorrow, and then Friday they'll start up.
Aren't playoffs soon?
At the end of the month. Yeah.
Well, October. I mean, when we get into that, yeah. 1 week from this Friday, however, next Friday, we will be doing the show live from Progressive Field. From the Corner Bar, is that what it's called?
Yep.
So we'll be out there. We'll have some guests come by.
Yeah, we need to work that out because there's someone that isn't on the show that I'd like to have come by, and he's not a baseball player either.
Somebody who's not on the show.
Curtis.
That you'd like to... Oh, yeah.
Yeah, how do we get him in? Do we have to
We
get
got to
him
get
the
him a
credentials?
pass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So we got to make that happen.
Yeah.
Got to talk to Ray.
Okay.
So next Friday, that's the 21st, I think, we'll be live from Progressive Field. So those are always fun. It's where we found out about Mike Clevenger's conspiracy theories. That forests don't exist.
Oh, that was awesome. And we found out his spirit animal, our spirit animals.
Yeah, what was his? An otter or something?
His was an owl, I thought.
Owl, okay.
Or a bird of some kind.
What was the winner? Who won the Aussie tickets earlier?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me.
That's
pull that
okay.
up.
I forgot to ask, and I've gotten the habit of giving people shout-outs for winning these tickets. Now, tomorrow, second row pavilion, Friday, front row for the Ozzy and Stone Sour MMS 50th birthday show Sunday night. We'll be out tomorrow and Friday, but you will still have a shot to win those tickets at 3:20.
It's Michael Braz of Parma.
Michael Braz?
B-R-O-Z. So I assume that's
Braz. Michael Braz. Boy, we get a lot of listeners from Parma.
Yeah.
Parma State of Mind.
Are they just out down the street yelling out of their cars before they win? All right.
Probably.
I'm about to call. I don't know why they sound like that.
It's as good as anything. Yeah. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Alan. How you doing?
What's going on?
You're kind of a tech nerd like me. Have you had the opportunity to see the reboot of In Search of?
It's not Leonard Nimoy. I remember the old ones with Leonard Nimoy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the new ones with Zach Quinto that plays Spock in the
Oh, right.
Star Trek.
What a great gig. They're like, hey, we're going to reboot the show that the guy who played your character used to host, so let's just get you to host this. I haven't seen it, but I used to love In Search Of was one of those shows that would be on at to be on PBS at like 1 in the morning.
Oh.
When I was growing up.
Absolutely right. You're
Yeah.
absolutely right. It was PBS about 1 in the morning. It was me and my dad. We used to watch it religiously. And my wife, it doesn't get into that tech stuff, but she loves Star Trek. And I had her watch it, and he comes in narrating it, and it will give you goosebumps, and the hair on the back of your neck will stand up. It's so cool.
And it was kind of, we've talked about Coast to Coast AM before. Art Bell hosted this overnight show.
Yeah.
George Norrie does it now, where it's kind of unexplained stuff. And In Search Of was really less of a science show than it wasn't Cosmos, the Carl Sagan thing. That was another show. But this was like unsolved mysteries and things that defy explanation. And,
I like that.
Why is it that the two men at opposite ends of the state saw the same Bigfoot? That kind of thing,
Can I get something else in real quick?
That's what she said. Go ahead. I was watching an Office supercut before the show.
Like, when you guys first came out and I started listening, you know how sometimes you want to see what the people look like, and I really kind of avoid that because I don't want to know what you look like.
You should. You should avoid that at all costs.
Right? Avoid it at all costs.
Tell me
You'll
it's
never
not
be disappointed.
Tell me it's not too late, Tom.
No, it's about Poundcake. Because in my mind, having never seen him before, I was like, I'm going to kind of picture him as Lamar Luttrell.
From Revenge of the Nerds. From Revenge of the Nerds.
And the minute I lift him up, I'm like, man, I got that dead on.
Yeah, I often think when people talk about, I wonder what Poundcake looks like, I try to think, what would I think he looks like if I had never seen him or if I was a listener to the show? And I feel like he visually represents himself pretty well. Like
I think so.
I think everything except for his clothes are just really basic.
I wouldn't picture
My
him
clothes
if I
are the most basic. What do you mean?
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like your clothes don't, like the way you dress does not match your personality.
Neither
at
does my
all.
voice.
If I were, yes, it does. If I were a listener solely to the program, I would think that I wouldn't picture him as like a 6'4", burly, like a Curtis Cook-looking guy, right? I would picture him. I think
Lamar Luttrell.
He's not that bad.
I just Googled that guy.
Lamar Luttrell was like running around in like hot pink underpants, and that's not Poundcake.
And you don't think that that's not Poundcake? In
Not
the middle
really.
Of the night when you guys aren't around him.
Well, I
Here's the thing, though,
I don't know
like-
what he does when I'm not around him, Tom. But
He's not butch, but he ain't no twink either. He's just a dude. Like, I don't know how to explain it.
He's just a dude. He likes lying around eating large pizzas.
Yep.
Watching TV.
First time I met him, before he opened his mouth to talk, he could have been straight to me. He just looked like any
That's
old
what I'm saying.
dude.
Like his fashion is not anything that gives it away.
But
It's
that's
his
because
personality.
I'm poor. It's because I'm poor. I would dress a lot better if I.
But
if
he
I had
always
money.
goes, I got to get a slutty top for the weekend. And it's just a T-shirt. And I'm like,
slutty top.
how is that slutty?
No.
slutty.
That's what I end up with.
Give me stuff away with the Alan Pack Show. Yes, we give this stuff away.
All right, if you're a David Bowie fan, make yourself known here. You grab tickets to a Bowie celebration, which is going to happen February 24th. Good, wait a bit. At the Cleveland Agora, key alumni, musicians, and collaborators from Bowie's bands through the decades will converge. An unforgettable evening of Bowie songs. There's hits, there's deep cuts, all of it from the people who played with him and knew him best. Tickets are on sale at agoracleveland.com. If you want this pair for the Bowie celebration, caller 15, good luck, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Nothing advances technology faster than sex.
So fast that your head will spin.
And no one is faster at sex than Alan.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
You know, so much of that is so evergreen after week 2. I was worried that it wouldn't have legs, but boy, it sure does.
Oh, man.
We were walking to baggage claim. We had landed from Denver. We were walking to baggage claim through Hopkins, and there's a huge group of people gathered around the monitors outside one of the bars in there, right?
Yeah.
And it's not even registering with me. It's been like 3 days of eating and drinking and heroic drug use, right? And so I don't even know like what day it is. So I see and it doesn't even occur to me that it's Sunday. And as we walk by, the crowd erupts because they got the late touchdown or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like,
that was
that's
insane.
Well, it's cool.
Yeah.
It's fun when there's a huge group of people like that in a relatively confined space like an airport terminal, right?
You're like, I don't know what you're cheering for, but yeah.
And so I'm watching, so we stand there for a second. I'm like, oh, cool, but I couldn't really tell at what point in the game it was, and I was kind of trying to stay peppy because I'm trying to get to Blossom. And we just keep walking, and a couple 100 yards past that, there's a lady behind us and goes, of course they missed the kick. Now, I didn't know how late in the game it was. I was like, oh, cool, maybe they,
Late.
whatever, late. Didn't realize that. And so I was like, oh. So literally, as we're walking, I go, they lost. Although the Green Bay, Minnesota game, I think, was also a tie this week.
Another tie,
Second tie in as many weeks.
Yep.
So weird stuff going on.
It really feels like the Browns are cursed. Like, it really, really, really feels like it now.
Well, yesterday...
Zane Gonzalez is number 2. Maybe that number is cursed. That was
He's gone. He's number nothing now.
That was Manziel's jersey, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I got to tell you, I know I'm not John Sports, but
You're Jim Sports.
I had never heard of Zane Gonzalez before, so
Neither had I.
now he's infamous in Cleveland Browns history. But.
He wasn't featured on the Hard Knocks very much at all, if at all. I don't remember him from that.
Not really.
So I didn't really know who our kicker was, but I just assume your one job is to kick, that you'll at least bat 500.
I thought it was still
I mean?
Phil Dawson. Like, I had no clue.
No,
If
we lost
only.
him years ago.
Is he still even in the league? Probably not,
No,
right?
he went to the 49ers and won a Super Bowl, didn't he?
They didn't win a Super Bowl. He went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They lost to the Ravens.
He played with Kaepernick still, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I miss Phil Dawson.
Everybody does.
Yeah.
So anyway,
He was very
My
consistent.
question is this, though. Maybe Bill can answer this because he's more of a sports guy.
he is John Sports.
Yeah. Why would Hugh Jackson, trust the kicker on that last kick instead of going for the touchdown?
Well, there was, 8 seconds left?
I don't remember what we had left, but it seemed like there was enough for at least another play.
There was not a lot of time, and I think you're just trying to show...
Because they threw the Hail
you're
Mary
trying
to get that last touchdown.
Yeah, but, I mean, those are... They're going to be defending for that in that situation. That one is going to be a much more difficult play to make happen. You don't have timeouts left. You just want to make sure you get your chance to kick the ball.
It just didn't make any sense to me because they're like, here's a kicker that hasn't made a kick today, and now he has to kick
He made one.
a 52-yard field
Or
goal.
two.
No, he didn't make any.
He made 2.
Yesterday?
Yeah, he made 2 earlier in the game. Yeah, because the score
Oh, right. You're
was
right.
63 at one point, and
I'm
then
sorry,
he
yes.
missed an extra point, and I believe... Did he miss 2 or 3?
He missed 2. I remember he missed 2, and then the third one was the final kick
So
that
that's
he missed.
3, yeah.
But my
And an
question
extra
is,
point.
your kicker has gone cold, okay? Why would you go, well, he's
Because
got a
he's still-
52-yard field goal to try to attempt to kick?
Because the odds of that happening are still better than scoring a touchdown in that situation.
Okay.
Scoring a touchdown in that situation is going to be super hard because the defense can be in prevent. They're going to just be standing back there,
Right.
swatting the ball down,
Right.
keeping
Okay.
you from scoring. It's going to be nearly impossible to make that happen. So you got to rely on your kicker because that's the way the game is played. And
So
it
he's-
sucks, but it's just one of those
It was
things
hard
where
to watch.
most of the time the kicker's going to make most of those kicks, and he was out of it yesterday. He just couldn't do it. He lost whatever.
Well, they said he might have a groin injury
Yeah.
or something. I don't know.
I would say
He's
that
going
too.
to have a new groin
Yeah.
injury as well.
Yeah, he's gonna have a new groin injury, right?
Yeah, because Cleveland collectively kicked him in the balls after yesterday.
Hey, listen, the Bears might have sucked for a long time, but we had Robbie Gould for 10 years, and that guy was infallible. So, you know, at least that guy would come in the clinch. But so this Gonzalez guy's gone. Josh Gordon's gone now, too?
Josh Gordon's
Is that
going to
the
get
plan?
traded probably by 4 o'clock today is what I saw.
All right.
So we'll see what kind of deals people throw at us for
every
that.
day.
But
Good for him.
it
I'm not
must
sure.
have been a pretty big deal, like why they let him go.
Well, I actually have some inside sources on
Really?
some of the things that he was doing.
Do you have hot celebrity gossip?
It's not really hot celebrity gossip. I mean, it's sports
He's a
news.
celebrity, and
Yeah.
But he was gone for a while, then he was back.
Yeah.
You know, you said Bill was John Sports.
Yeah.
Well, compared to everybody else on the show, yes.
That's
I am.
right. Why be so surprised that he has all these inside sources?
I guess.
He knows people. He's got his ear to the ground. He discusses the ins and outs of things.
He's got people. He knows people.
Of course.
Friends in low places.
Well,
What other synonyms can I come up
why is
with?
it gotta
High
be low?
places, actually. I mean, I guess the Browns organization could be considered a low place.
I mean, right now it is.
So, because everybody knows the reasons that they got rid of Josh Gordon, that he was
They
just
think
couldn't
they know
keep
the
it together.
reasons, yeah.
Is
But
that what
Bill
it is?
knows
Yeah.
the truth.
Well, I know there's things pile up over the years when you have the problems that he has, and then you have other personality flaws on top of that.
Yeah.
It makes it very difficult for a team to keep you around.
But
Okay.
problems, I'm ignorant to all of this, so what problems does Josh Gordon have?
For example, when he puts a new roll of toilet paper in the bathroom, he just puts it on the back of the toilet seat. Yeah.
He was doing this in Berea. Oh, this is awful.
What?
It's terrible to do
Oh,
that.
it's terrible to do
Of
that. Yeah, for
course.
sure. When someone tries to open a push door by pulling on it, he'll go, you gotta push.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan.
Read the door. It should be clearly
It should be
marked.
right there. Yeah.
It's not a Far Side cartoon.
I mean, then there's
It's real life.
other little ones. Puts gum under tables and chairs. That's just gross.
Ew.
Parks in 2 parking spots. You guys know how I feel about parking. I'm very pro staying within the lines.
Some people have called you a parking Nazi, which I think is maybe a little bit over the line,
That
but I
seems
understand.
a little
if you
much,
pardon the pun. Yeah.
So is he?
I'm not suggesting genocide.
That's good. Never suggest genocide when it comes to parking. That's what my grandpa used to tell me.
Is Josh a flicker or a smear when it comes to bookers?
Oh, I don't have that info, but from everything else he does, I'm guessing he is a smearer.
Inside sources.
He knows.
When he's at the movies, he texts during the movies and he leaves his clicks on the keys.
Oh,
right? Isn't that terrible?
Oh, you're the worst type of person.
Inside sources.
This one just grosses me out. He clips his finger and toenails in public places.
Ugh.
So, like, he'll be in the locker room, which I know the locker room is a locker room, but it doesn't seem like a place you need to be clipping your toenails.
I'm surprised you clip
No,
him.
of course
Seems
not.
like a guy like him, if he's gonna leave the clicker on in the movie theater, he probably like bites them off. I hate people who like bite their nails, and that's how they, cut their fingernails.
Just ratty.
Here's one that I think is going to hit close to home for Erica and Poundcake. When he picks up Chipotle for his friends, he only gets enough silverware and napkins for himself.
What a selfish.
I bet he brings a list in the line, too.
Inside sources.
Actually, that can be confirmed. He does
Oh,
bring a list in the
wow.
line.
He's the
Yeah.
worst type of person.
Yeah.
Does he at least let the people that are in line go ahead of him? Like, hey, I have a big order. You guys should
Oh,
probably go
no,
ahead."
no.
Oh, he makes the whole line
He
wait.
makes everybody wait.
What an a-hole.
Yeah.
No wonder they got rid of him.
Yeah, seriously, right? And here's the last one. He eats all but like 2 bites of the last piece of pizza, but leaves it in the box in the fridge. So you'll go in there and be like, oh, there's pizza left. I'm going to get some. And then it's basically just a nub.
It's crust with bite marks in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Inside sources.
That alone
That's
is
awful.
grounds for dismissal.
Listen,
Right?
it could not have been.
I wouldn't have kept him around if I knew these things before. They should have cut him years ago.
All of his infractions aside, right? It cannot be easy to be a black guy named Josh,
That's true.
It can't.
That's true.
Joshua.
right?
Yeah, that's not the easiest thing, but these things make it really hard to justify keeping them in the league.
It brings it into clearer focus.
Yeah, for sure.
My hero is the guy on the Buffalo Bills who quit mid-game.
That's amazing.
Just retires mid-game. That's how bad. You think Cleveland's bad? That's how badly people don't want to be in Buffalo. Vontae Davis retired at halftime when they were losing badly to the Chargers.
You know as much as I know. I found out going in the second half of the game. Coming out, they said he's not coming out, he retired. What?
He retired.
Yep, that's it. They didn't say nothing to nobody.
You've seen anything like that in your NFL
Never
career?
have seen it ever. Pop Warner, high school, college, pros, never heard of it, never seen it.
Boy, he goes all the way back to Pop Warner. We had one kid in Pop Warner who retired from the game at halftime. He later said that after 10 seasons of playing through injuries and surgeries and all that kind of stuff that he was done.
I guess that makes sense though. If like you're hurt after the first half of a game and you're like, I'm about to retire anyway. I'm not going back out there.
Yeah, but do you want to go out like that?
Right, but then people dug up all of his tweets where he'd brag about how he'd never quit and he's not a quitter. And I mean, people will dig through all your tweets.
Yeah.
And
wake up and strive, that kind of dumb crap.
If you stay on the team for the entire game, you get your check.
Oh, okay.
They don't have to pay him for that game now.
Gotcha.
So I think that was, it was an emotional move, and I get that. But get your bag, man.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, Bill.
Gotta stack that
Hey,
Swiss.
Al. Hate the show.
How are you, Bill?
I'm good. I got hot breaking news on
Hot breaking news.
He's got hot breaking news. Right.
Steaming pile of news.
Pile of news from Bill. I have no doubt.
All right, here you go.
Yeah.
Josh Gordon's been traded to the Canadian Football League for Ray Finkel, who's retired. He was in the SuperWl a few years ago.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, Finkel is Einhorn.
Einhorn is Finkel.
Einhorn is Finkel. Right. All right. Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, he wasn't in the Canadian Football League. He played
This
for.
way, Josh Gordon can smoke weed because it's legal up there, and he'll be a superstar in the Canadian Football League.
It's actually not a bad plan.
It's pronounced Gordon.
That being said, I guess the Ray Finkel joke didn't go over well.
What made you think that?
I don't know. Have you looked at the Browns? They're such a joke. I can't even talk about
It's hard to make something more absurd, Bill.
All right, make one more joke, Bill. Maybe this will be the one.
Inside sources.
The Browns are pretty absurd. Also missing. You can't keep Gonzalez.
Yeah, they already got rid of him. He's already gone.
It's over. I mean,
all right, bye.
Right. Thank you, Bill.
Didn't go as planned.
Appreciate the call. Thank you, buddy. Ray Finkel.
I will say though, the Browns are looking good though.
Yeah, they have
The defense, I'll say, is looking good.
We have the same record as the Steelers right now, so that's
true.
That's something. And they have been in both these games, have been very close games that were lost by a kicker. So if they right that, they could win some games. And
I just hope this isn't a season of almost.
Yeah,
I really do.
That's the thing. Yesterday when we were all hanging out before we went on stage, Erica and Mary were talking about the game, and they're just freaking out over it. And me and Ian are sitting there, and we're just like, well, they're newer Browns fans. We're this is what we expect as Browns fans.
Yeah.
So it happens, you're mad about it, but you get over it way quicker when you're so used to it. But
is Mary a new Browns fan? She's born and bred.
But she never really paid attention. So she's
when did she start?
Started paying attention in the past probably 5 or 6 years. Whereas, since '99, this has been my Sundays.
Right, but their story has been the same for so long that the learning curve is not real long.
Yeah.
So even if you got into them last week, you go, oh, I get it. They stink all the time.
Yeah.
Got it.
But it's not just that they stink. It's that they get your hopes up and then dash them
They
to
throw
pieces.
a Hail Mary touchdown.
Yes.
It lands. We don't get the extra point. Then they allow the other team to score. It's you can't write this stuff. That's why. But it was so funny because we were sitting on the couch, and at one point I just look over at Mary and I realize we're both screaming. We are screaming at the top of our lungs. And I see George Allen, our sales boss's wife, turn around because she hears us screaming Mary, we're screaming right now. We need to chill.
And this is hours after the game. This is after we already went on stage and did the announcement. And you guys,
I needed to talk to someone about it.
We had already called, you had already talked to her about it earlier too. You guys were just really fired up, and I'm just
yeah.
That's just
what the
Browns do.
Reliving a shared experience.
Yeah,
yes,
is what they were
exactly.
doing. Yes,
just very loudly.
Very loudly and in the most unsexy tone you've ever heard in your life.
That was a really cool room, though. The green room that they let us
cool.
go to. That was a very serene.
I liked the decor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was cool. It was nice.
And I saw Poundcake was sitting on Rover's lap.
No, Rover was sitting on his lap.
No, I saw Poundcake sitting on Rover's lap.
Oh.
Rover was sitting on your lap, Poundcake?
He did first, yeah.
And then you sat on his lap?
Yeah.
And how did that go? I'm sorry, I missed that. When did this happen?
Well, I was talking to his wife, Brittany, for a little bit, and just talking about their new house and stuff like that, and just congratulating them on the wedding.
Oh, I must have walked out by that time.
Yeah.
You were
watching the bands.
Act.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, I think this is just as Ozzy went on.
I don't know.
Because I went back there to try and find you and let you know that, hey, this is my plan to get out of here.
I know. I feel so bad that you were like searching.
No,
for
it was fine. Like it wasn't that big of a deal. But it was just weird because like I was talking to Brittany and then I'm walking out and then I turn around and Poundcake's just sitting on Rover's lap and I'm just like, have a good night. I'll see you later. If you need a ride home, let me know. If you don't, if you find another way home, you go
a
and do
bigger,
it.
better
Yeah,
deal.
Yeah.
So you drove him home?
I drove
him. You had to peel him off of Rover's lap and then.
No. By that point, I had.
He's like, what are you wearing, Velcro? This is much harder than I thought it would be.
We were walking around the venue for a little bit, Bill and I.
Yeah, because we had I was dealing with Mary and Poundcake.
I'm impressed with you.
They were
so impressed
both
with you.
Pretty lit.
Well, she was next to me for a while. I kind of ended up in the pavilion with some salespeople.
Right.
And then she was right next to me, and then she walked.
Well, and then I found her over on the other side in the
Face
VIP.
deep in a burger.
Yeah, just like
You know you're drunk when your friend
Housing.
is referring to hanging out with you as finding you.
Yeah.
Somewhere. I found her.
well, because she was just texting me and she's like, I'm eating a burger by the burger stand, and I'm like, okay. It's like it's kind of by the VIP, and
she was
just
by herself
in the dark at a picnic table. Ozzy just finished playing War Pigs. It's like the height of the concert, and then Mary's just sitting there just housing this burger, and then I'm like, we gotta go. Can you eat and walk? And she's like, do you even know me? So she's just eating this burger while we're walking through the parking lot, and we leave at the same time as Jason and Rachel, Jason the new assistant program director, and they're just watching her. They got to know her throughout the night, and they're just like, she could be a Florida girl.
That's a hard partying gal.
Yeah.
Well, she just got back from Florida. She probably fit right in.
She did. Yeah, and she ended up in the pavilion. I was like, hey, how come what? She got to go to the salespeople. But where we were standing, that was awesome.
Yeah, that was
that
awesome.
was a very good view.
Until they kicked us out of there.
Yeah.
Until they kicked you out of the VIP?
We got kicked out of the side area where everyone was watching initially.
Behind that banner? The gate there?
Yeah.
Why?
Because, I don't know. Headliner, you're not allowed to stand there. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. I
Some
didn't know
people
that.
ended up staying.
Once that happened, I was like, okay, I'll leave now because I'm not going to try to find my way to the pavilion or whatever.
I see.
And
Yeah.
Ozzy had already played 2 or 3 songs, so I was like, this is perfect timing. We'll get out before the traffic. It'll be good.
Yeah, I stayed later than that, but it was great, man. Zach Wilde is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it took no time for us to get out.
Well, because we left.
Well, because you left 4 songs in.
I know, but
Well, we not 4 songs in. We stayed till about the halfway point of
What
Ozzy's
time did he
set.
play till? Do you know?
I didn't even pay attention.
Oh, okay.
I got out right when the getting was good, I think.
Yeah, but I just know as we were walking to the car, there was a bunch of people walking to their cars. But
I didn't even get to the whole ride home because these two are the loudest people in the world.
Like I said, I respect you. And I support.
Who, Poundcake and Mary?
And Poundcake.
Well, no doy.
Talking 6 inches away from each other, just screaming.
For a 40-minute drive.
Screaming. Well, luckily, Mary fell asleep after about 15 minutes.
No, she did. She was waking up periodically.
Just to chime in.
To co-sign.
She would chime in on a story but not know what the story was, and she thought we were talking about Poundcake's speech that he gave, and she's like, oh, they always do that at college gigs. They'll put you in one room and then it's in another room. I'm like, Mary, that's not what we're talking about. And she's like, oh, okay. She goes back to sleep.
Went back to sleep.
Mouth wide open.
But Poundcake and her, for that first 15 minutes, I was thinking, maybe I should just not take them home.
You could have just told us to shut up.
You guys were so... Well, that was the whole argument, right? Not even the argument, but the discussion was, sometimes I just want a guy that'll tell me to shut the hell up.
Oh,
and
I remember that.
I'm like, guys, that
Shut
moment
the
is
hell
right
up.
now.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, shut the hell up.
Be assertive.
And then you guys were just... Because I'm not the alpha male that you two are looking for.
Yeah.
You're just... I just want a guy that just tells me how it is and just is like, shut up and doesn't think I'm anything.
Oh, God. You're a better man than
I'm glad
I
we
am.
drove separately.
Yeah. And Erica was all butthurt earlier in the day. She's like, oh, you're going to just leave me alone? I guess I'll drive by myself.
But I didn't mean...
Well, at the time, my husband wasn't going to come, so I'm like, why am I driving by myself?
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that. But
yeah, but you were coming in from the airport. You had a whole thing going. The text Poundcake sent to us was, let's carpool.
Oh,
and then
I
they're
see.
like, I'll ride with Bill. So I'm like, what the hell, man?
No, I didn't, because I thought Ian was coming with you, so I didn't think you would have to ride alone. And I was
Next time he can ride with you. It's fine.
And I was thinking,
No, next time it's fine. He can ride with you. It's totally fine.
I was like, Bill's closer to me.
You can ride in my trunk anytime.
No complaints.
I appreciate both of you.
But it was a good time.
It was a great time.
And it was the end of the Blossom season, and it was a great night.
Perfect night for it.
And
really
thank you
was.
for coming if you came.
The only thing I'm bummed about is I didn't get to like say hi to people because I was golf carted in to where we needed to be, and I was golf carted out, and I wasn't able to walk around a lot, so I wasn't able to hang out with anyone. And
yeah,
I bumped into a few people. I saw Mike from Parma that tweets us all the time, and then when I got there, when we got down to that VIP section, I was handed a drink that I was told from Wilhelmina. So if she's listening, thank you for the drink.
And what was in that drink?
Her tears.
Tequila, I believe.
And other bodily fluids.
It was beer and clam juice.
The
Delicious.
shots were flowing there. Oh, we took mini shots.
Yeah.
I bet that was a fun bar tab.
Shots,
Yeah.
At the end of that.
I paid.
Oh, you didn't pay?
Poundcake was just hanging by people he thought would buy him drinks.
And it worked.
And
It
it
worked for him.
out.
It worked
it
for
did
him
work.
and Mary because they both got messed up.
Yeah.
And that was he already heard about the car ride home. They were just loud and
Boisterous.
very boisterous.
Yeah.
And repetitive.
Appreciate you.
All right. I'm going to break. I'm going to have passes for you later on for the Collision Bend Oktoberfest, which is going to happen on the 29th of this month. Don't let the name fool you. See if you want to get to that. And yes, Browns tickets later on. Thursday night game. Jets are going to be in town. If you want to go, why not? You could be there for the first win of the season. I'll have this for you closer to 5:20. 35192. Want to give me a text or get to us at AlanCockShow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Zach Wilde, who has been Ozzy's longest guitar player by far, and of course Black Label Society. And,
But how's his girth?
Huh?
You said he's his longest, but is his girth? Because without the girth, it's not.
He is a pretty sturdy guy. I don't know. But I love Zach Wilde, love Black Label, love him with Ozzy. So it would still be fun if it were somebody else, like one of Ozzy's other guitarists, if like it was Gus G or something like that. It would still be fun, but I love me some Zach Wilde, boy.
I want Zach Wilde.
Yeah.
I don't know Gus G.
So tomorrow, 3:20, second row tickets for you to join us on Sunday night. And then Friday at 3:20, front row tickets. My absence the next 2 days will not keep me from giving you those tickets. You'll get to talk to Erica.
Yeah, I'll be here to
directly.
congratulate you.
To congratulate you. So 3:20, second row tomorrow, front row on Friday, 3:20, and then the big show Sunday night. We're going to have the Rockin' Buzzard Brew for you to drink out at Blossom.
Nice.
I spotted a couple cases, not cases, but a couple 6-packs at Whole Foods today.
So if you haven't picked your own up or haven't even, God forbid, tried it yet, perish the thought. It'll be at the show for you on Sunday night. So it'll be a lot of fun. Next chance for you to get to Vegas in about 5 minutes here. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival is going down the 21st and 22nd. That would be weekend after this next, out in Las Vegas. So last few days for you to win one of these trips. Nick, our tech correspondent. Hello, Nick.
Hi, Alan.
What's going on?
Well, since you guys were talking about the caller ID, the number thing with the apps, you should know the actual term for it is caller ID spoofing.
Yeah?
I do it.
That's the technical term?
Yeah, that's a technical term. If you Google that, you'll come up with about 5 or 6 different websites where for like the first 3 or 4 calls are free, and it'll let you try the service. Like you can actually do it to people for free.
I guess I always think of spoofing as the domain of hackers or people that really know what they're doing. I didn't realize it was legal.
Gray area.
Yeah.
I mean, but not so gray that there isn't an app. I mean, there's an app.
Well, yeah, because there's just like when people would get old fake IDs, they'd call them recreational or like for prop use only.
Yeah.
Their whole website mantra is call your friends and have fun with them.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Prank your mom.
For entertainment purposes only.
And that's why I say
that's the term I couldn't think of.
I'm a different person now. I would not do that. Back then, I was messy and loved drama, and I was helping out a friend.
Unlike now.
I wouldn't do it now.
Where he's just sitting by the fireside in his robe, smoking
Hates
a pipe.
drama. Doesn't spill any tea ever.
Taking a good book in.
And Nick,
anyone listening,
Nick, on these
public service announcement: do not try to use 911 as your number.
Right.
Track that.
Right.
Yeah. So you can use, like, I could use Erica's number and call Poundcake.
Yes.
And it would show up as Erica's number. That seems crazy.
At my work, it's as simple as going to a web page on the individual user's handset or telephone and putting in whatever number I want for them to be calling outbound.
Mm-hmm.
It works great for sales because if you have a regional company, you can set the outbound caller ID
to the zip code,
whatever that area is.
Yeah, I'm used to that, but usually it's not a number that I actually recognize. It's the idea that you can use someone's actual registered number, and it'll show up. Will it show up, like, the caller ID will say, like, Erica Lauren is calling Poundcake?
Yeah, so there's two levels to it. There's you can put the name, so you can actually make a name show up on, like, an old landline and with some cell phone carriers. And, yeah, you can make the number show up as whatever. Like, I've messed with people and put 555-555-5555.
Oh, yeah, that's everybody's phone number.
Like
for
the movies.
TV shows in the 70s.
Yeah.
Can you write,
Well, I
like,
mean,
what was it, 40045?
No, eight.
Oh, was it 8? Sorry,
yeah.
8000 or whatever. You get it.
I just, back in the old days, I would just get girls' numbers off the AIDS walk list. All right, thank you, Nick.
Wow.
Make some skinny.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Yes, it's a weird circle up in the sky. It's a round full circle, and it's dark in the middle. This has never happened in Tampa, Florida. Please go outside, look up in the sky, and look at this weird object. And I need to get the news people on this. Is it a cloud, or is it a... It's not a cloud. It's a big black circle in the middle, and it's all the way around. And it's never been in the United States of America. Never, ever. It's not a tornado, is it? No, ma'am.
A tornado?
So it's a circle. Looks like it's getting a little bigger and bigger. I wish I had a camera. Big old black circle? It's a big circle, and around it looks like a little light yellow-looking color around it, but it's filtered right over in that. So it's a black circle with a yellow circle around it. You can just walk outside of your office right now and look in the sky, and you can see that from anywhere. I'll tell the deputies, okay, in that area. Thank you.
Oh, my God! Tornado! Tornado!
I think you're describing an eclipse, ma'am.
No, I'll tell the deputies in that area.
In Tampa. By the way, that woman's home team beat the Indians last night. I know they're not from Tampa, but...
And today.
Sorry, and today. Yeah, I was thinking of today. They had
last night they won.
Yeah,
the Indians won last night.
They had an afternooner today, ended that series, lost to the Tampa Rays.
And everybody has to be reminded, don't shoot your guns at the hurricane.
Don't do that either.
Every year they have to say, hey, it's hurricane season. Don't shoot your guns at the hurricane.
That's right.
The hurricane's pissing some people off.
Yeah, but they are
it's
impervious
intruding
to
on
bullets.
on their property.
Hurricanes are bulletproof.
Oh.
You can't stop a hurricane with the...
And
the only way to stop a bad hurricane is with a good hurricane.
That's right. And do not call my phone, because this is not Jermaine's phone.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever you do.
Do not call my phone. This is not Jermaine's phone. Jermaine dirty ass took my phone, my $20, and everything else with his thieving and ass like he always do.
His dirty, dusty ass.
What's that lady that works with the NRA? Dana Loesch?
Dana Loesch. Oh, man. I used to be on opposite her in St. Louis, and when she was still just local, every time I see her pop up in the news, I'm like, you're so hot.
This is the 50th anniversary of WMMS. Buzzard Radio. An iHeart radio station. Ask Alexa to play WMMS on iHeart Radio.
Now back to the Alan Cox Show.
(216) 578-1007. You want to join us? Or 800-348-1007. 35192. Now you want to text me? Live stream if you want to watch, want to listen, all that at AlanCoxShow.com, and you can listen from anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Big week. I got the Cox Out watch party for you for the Browns game Thursday night. That'll go down at the BW3. Buffalo Wild Wings out at Westgate starting 8 o'clock with yours truly. Friday, we'll be doing the show live from Progressive Field. Our friend comedian Curtis Cook is going to be back in town, so he's going to join us. He and Bill doing the Great Lakes Brewing Company Comedy Night.
Yes, and it's
this Friday night.
It's going to be in the tasting room, which have you ever been in there?
Yes.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Some tasty comedy.
It's a nice setup in there.
So
They
I'll
have good pizzas.
I'll have tickets for you for that all this week. Also, some Browns tickets later on. Tickets for Martin Lawrence.
Oh.
Who is playing the Wolstein Center on his Lataf tour.
Lataf.
Lit AF tour is Martin Lawrence. Ministry. Get you hooked up for that later on. Oh, it's a big week. A lot going on. And I'm waiting for the T's to be crossed and the I's to be dotted so I can tell you all you need to know about the next Red, White, and Bill bar crawl. People asked if we were going to do it again. I said, if you'd like me to. They said yes. I said, fine. And so we're going to do that soon. I just need to have everything nailed down before I can tell you when and where that will be. Congratulations to a 73-year-old man in Lakewood who called 911 because Burger King wouldn't honor his coupons.
Oh, no. That is an emergency.
911 emergency.
Yeah, can I have the Lakewood Police Department, please?
This is. How can I help you?
I had 2 coupons for a free Whopper. No, I'm not moving anywhere until you give me back my coupons. Anyway, the manager is taken. I'm calling the police. Anyway, the guy took my coupons, and he won't give them back to me, and he won't give me the free Whopper that they called for either.
Okay.
I got to tell you, we are living in an amazing time. We are living charmed lives collectively. If you think your Burger King coupons is an emergency, if that's the greatest thing.
He is not talking on 911. He called the Lakewood Police Department.
He called 911.
He called the 911 line.
He called 911. They said, what's your emergency?
You're supposed to have it your way, Alan.
Burke, fine, take it up with the manager. Hey, all these people, again, this is not a new phenomenon, but people seem to be calling 911 for dumber and dumber things.
Yeah. But why
that constitutes an emergency to you, you are living a charmed life.
Why weren't they honoring the coupon? That's what I need to know.
Might have been expired.
Was there cause?
The manager would not comment on the situation. He was trying to buy lunch at the Burger King right there on Madison Avenue.
So it always goes down over there, like by 117th or like on
that street is cursed.
It all goes down over there.
That's right by that Taco Bell.
Right by the Taco
Yeah.
Bell, right by the Giant Eagle, and then the Lido Lounge. All goes down, all over, right by.
Well, and
there.
that expressway, like the end of the expressway shooting that happened, the hit and run.
The police report said that he got the coupons in Texas and was advised that they are not good in Ohio. Oh. He was also advised he's not allowed to return to that Burger King. He eventually got his coupons back, and no one was charged. See, so many people now call 911 for dumb crap.
No.
They used to charge you if you did that.
If it wasn't an emergency,
and now they're like, it's just some other guy who didn't get his large fries, or they put ketchup when they didn't. I ordered I hadn't had much to eat. And so before we left the Denver airport, there was a hot dog thing, and they'd make whatever you want. And I said, give me a Chicago dog. And so I'm housing that at 9 a.m. But you Chicago hot dog aficionados will know.
You have to have ketchup on it.
Shut up, Bill.
If you don't have ketchup on the hot dog, then it is not Chicago style.
Listen, you don't use spicy mustard. You use yellow mustard on a Chicago dog. Now, did I call 911? I had the 9 and the 1 dialed. I will admit that.
At least you admit to that.
I had the 9 and the 1 dialed, and I thought, no, they got the sport peppers, they got the celery salt, they got the neon green relish.
And they had the ketchup.
Shut up, Bill. But they, some of these places, they feel like they got to put their own twist on something. Don't put your own twist on something. Menu says Chicago dog. It's a very specific thing. You want to come up with a Denver dog? I don't know what the hell that is, but you put spicy mustard on there all you want.
I love that changing a mustard changes the sandwich entirely.
It does. Try a sandwich with yellow mustard. Why do people choose yellow over spicy? They want the taste to be different.
I guess.
Right?
I don't know. I think mustard's mustard.
I thought you were a mustard aficionado.
Yeah, you have all the different mustards.
I have assorted flavors of mustard.
So right there, you just admitted mustard is not mustard. Because if it were, you'd need one flavor.
But I don't really get picky with the flavors. I'll go, all right, whatever mustard is opened is fine.
Well, then why do you have more than one?
That's my husband's thing.
Oh, now it's on him.
It's him.
I see. You're throwing him under the mustard bus.
That's right.
Under the sweet pickles van he goes. All right. Well, I'm just saying, you know what? I left something in the other room and I got to get it.
You left.
Can Poundcake get it?
No. I'll be right back.
All right, Alan will be right back.
Amuse yourselves.
We
Really?
will do our best.
I'm scared.
What if he just doesn't come back?
I'm
Why are you
scared.
scared?
Is he quitting in the middle of the show?
Are you Bonte Davis?
He's Bonte Davising us. Or he's Laniganing us right now. We're being Laniganed.
How happy? Oh, yeah, he did that
That's
too.
totally a
Yeah.
verb.
If Alan just went in there and slapped Poundcake and then just came back, he's like, I forgot this one thing that I need to do and just
Maybe
ran
I had
into
to fart
it.
in the
I
office.
was so confused. I'm like, did I miss something? Did we
Yeah,
get a walk
apparently.
off?
He had to
I
get
think he
something
had
out
to
of his
poop.
office. You think he had to poop? And
Well, it depends on how long he's gone.
Alan has a very sturdy beehole. He doesn't have to run and poop.
Sturdy beehole.
He doesn't have to run and poop in the middle of a show.
All right. Well, I can't think of any other reason why I'd have to leave.
He said he had to get something.
What is he grabbing?
I don't know. He's got something he needs to grab, so he's going to grab it. And if he...
Hopefully it's not someone else.
Why would he grab someone else? Like
I don't
another
know.
member? Like a new
Maybe.
person for the show?
Maybe
That's how
it's
he's
a
gonna...
dog.
Why would it be a dog? Why? These are your guesses?
They're not any better than anything else.
I'm guessing he's got something
It
that...
could be anything, Bill.
What if it is...
He hasn't returned. What if he's not coming back?
What if it's...
What if he's gone?
Here's my guess is he's got something from his trip that he wants to show to us.
Ooh, a souvenir?
What do you think that is?
I don't know. I think it's something that he wants to put
Did he bring
in
us
here.
back a nug?
That would be very nice. Just edibles for all. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Free stuff. I'm down for that.
Of course, free stuff. But I think there's
it's
something...
Not something. Of course, Poundcake thinks it's something free for
something
him.
to do with his trip. That's what I think it is.
Could be the audio that I sent him on the Zoom mic.
Is it a new brand of oatmeal in a pouch?
No, he wouldn't need the audio right now. He probably already loaded that into the computer. The new pouch? Like a food
new oatmeal
pouch?
pouch. I don't know. He
You
might have
think
found a new brand
You
in
think
Denver.
Alan would leave the show in the middle of a segment to get
Oh, thank God he's back.
a new kind of oatmeal pouch?
We had some theories.
What did I miss?
What did you need?
I need to do something in my studio that I forgot to do.
He had to poop. Or fart.
It wasn't a poop. That's
No,
not
I
enough
didn't have
time
to
to
poop.
poop.
We thought maybe you found a new oatmeal pack.
I said you have a sturdy
That's
enough...
what you came up with?
No, that was what she came
Well,
up with.
it could have been a dog.
dog?
You could have been leaving the show for good. You could have been grabbing a new member of the show.
Yeah, we thought maybe you were Vontae Davising us.
Yeah, right.
Or Laniganing us.
Lanigan. Both of those are viable verbs, sure. You've been Laniganed. No, nothing like that. I just had something that I needed to take care of, and I forgot to take care of, and it needed to be taken care of.
All right.
That's right. I want to get into Poundcake's audio.
That was stressful.
Okay, so it is Poundcake's audio related.
Okay.
Poundcake's
So
audio
that was
related.
one of our predictions. Erica thought you had to poop, and
I would never. No, I'm really like clockwork. I never have
Well,
to
I
poop.
said it depends on how long it takes for him to get back.
I never have to poop during the show.
Well,
Could have been a long fart.
I said even if you did, you have a sturdy enough beehole that you don't have to go right away. Like you wouldn't be
You
in a
said you
situation.
had a sturdy beehole while you were gone.
I am known for my sturdy beehole.
Yeah, you don't know.
Nice clean butthole. He's a good friend. He calls your beehole sturdy while you're not around.
You could have eaten
She's a
prunes.
good sturdy woman with a good sturdy beehole.
All right, so we got Poundcake's audio.
Yes, it's still rendering, and I know that takes a minute because there's a lot of it. So I had forgotten to do that. In the meantime, let me talk to Rubestar.
Oh, God. That'll
Hello.
take up some time.
Hello, Rubestar.
Hey, Alan, thanks for having me on the air. Boy, let me tell you, it's impossible to get past that phone screener of yours.
Okay. Well, apparently not because I'm
You're
talking
on.
to you, Rubestar.
Well, he turned me down like 10 times. I had to beg him to put me on hold. He kept saying, just send him an email.
Well, he is a call screener. That is his job. And the fact that why did you not take his advice? That's good advice.
You say that
He's
yet
doing
I'm
what
on
I
the air
asked.
immediately.
He's doing what I asked him to do. Well, I needed to stall. That's the only reason that you're on the air. I need to stall until
Full disclosure.
That's right. Oh, look, the audio's up. Okay. So, Poundcake.
See you, Rube.
Later, Rube Star. So, Poundcake spoke to alumni of his radio station at University of Akron.
Alumni? Not alumni. Students, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. He's an alumnus. He was speaking to
that's
current students there, right?
Yes.
By the way, University of Akron beat my alma mater. They beat Northwestern football. Again, not hard to do, but still congrats.
AK Rowdy.
Who is the... Now, we're not going to get to all this before the break, but I'll start to dig into it here because I haven't heard this.
Sure.
He spoke to this class for about 30 minutes. I don't know that we'll get to all of it, but we'll get to some of it. Who was the moderator? Was there a moderator, or did they...
No, not really. Mr. Kepler.
And you were the only person. You weren't on a panel?
No.
Okay.
I was the only
Now,
person.
did you write a speech, or did you just wing it?
I just talked.
Okay.
I didn't write a speech. And I said I mainly...
Any note cards, nothing?
No, I just talked about... It's easy to talk about my experience. That he just... Actually, beforehand, he asked me to talk about what it is to... like be a brand or like to branding.
Pardon me.
I know.
Someone kill me.
I know. And he was just like, talk to the kids about branding and like how you brand yourself. And I just said, I kind of like laughed. I'm like, oh really? that's what you want me to highlight? I was like, well, I am a brand. So.
Must be great being a college professor in communications. Hey, just talk about your brand. Okay.
And what did you say your brand was?
What did you say your brand was?
American.
I didn't say necessarily what my brand was. I said
American.
how you brand yourself, and I said now your likeness and your opinions are now marketable, so make sure you highlight that in your Instagram or whatever. Like, promote yourself on air, be a brand. So, like I said, I don't
helpful.
Okay, well,
it's in my speech. I don't.
It could.
Talk to them about branding. Be a brand.
do brand.
Promote yourself on Instagram.
A brand.
That's why
be
it's so
brand.
dumb, because nobody knows how to. Hey, could you talk about being a brand? No.
He said he just wanted to highlight
People
it.
pay you to do this? All right, here we go.
Programming, primarily DJ, and was a DJ director. Ended up with an internship at WMMS. Ended up getting hired full time. So Cody's here to share his professional story and also focus a little bit on how he is using his nickname, his show role,
his nickname,
his personality to develop the Cody Brown brand. So we're going to hear a little bit about that. All right.
The Cody Brown band. I like that.
I'm American.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Watch out, Zach Brown band.
The
Cody's
Cody
in
Brown
town.
band. That's right. Do you get a nice round of applause when he? Oh, you do. All right. Introduces
At least
you.
10 people
I
clapped.
was in the lecture hall, darling.
Those are 100 hands
That's
right
right.
there,
That's
moving
right.
back and forth. That's right.
Well, first off, hi everyone. So yeah, I was in your spot not too long ago, like Mr. Kepler said 2 years ago.
Did you have this guy as an instructor?
No, actually I didn't.
Okay, so you didn't know him.
I knew of him right as I was leaving. He was coming in.
Okay.
So
By the way, it would be 20 hands. Just.
I thought there were 50 people in there.
I know. I said there was at least 10 people clapping, and you said that's 100 hands.
No, 50 people is 100
Oh,
hands.
He was
okay.
giving credit for all 50 clapping.
Okay.
Oh, I see what you
It
mean.
was just weird because you said
I
it
see
right
what
after
you
what I
mean.
said. I'm like, well, unless people have 10 hands apiece,
You
and
meant
10 people clapping.
You meant only 10 people were clapping.
Yes.
I gotcha. Okay.
and so
Yes, 20 hands.
Just to clarify.
Few or several, you be the judge.
and so he asked me to come back and speak, and I jumped at it because I wish I had something like this when I was in your spot. Pretty much, I'm not.
You had to have had people from the radio come and speak to you when you were at ZIP.
I had Yvette Nicole Brown. That was it.
There was no one in the Cleveland or Akron radio markets who would come to speak at a college radio
There's
station?
people in this building that went to Akron.
Okay, well, I don't control who comes back and speaks.
No, I understand. I'm just surprised.
It's just shocking.
And I'm just saying some people...
That means that they didn't ask anybody, because radio people love talking about themselves.
Yeah, I mean, some of them worked out of the market, so
All right.
they're successful people. They
All
just
right.
didn't come back
Has
during my
this
time.
guy been on air at all? He's just a teacher.
I don't know. I'm not
Okay.
sure. Much. I'm not going to talk the entire time just because I do want to give you guys a chance to ask questions, anything you're curious about. Because even though I graduated 2 years ago, I got this job before I graduated. My senior year, I was technically working both. So I'm just going to share my experience, and hopefully, it can help you on your journey. You can take something away from it. So I started here. Well, first off, I came to University of Akron just to come to WZIP. I used to listen to the station all the time when I was at home. I'm from Oberlin, Ohio. I used to listen to it. The frequency does reach out there, so that's pretty cool. So I toured a couple
different campuses, and Kent's radio station is like a closet. So I was like, no, this is
Ooh,
not
diss
gonna
the
go
other
there.
colleges. Take that, Kent.
F you, brown squirrel radio.
Black
or
squirrel
whatever.
radio.
Whatever.
Brown squirrel.
Close enough.
Yeah, right.
So I came here, and it was everything I thought it would be and more. So my sophomore year, I got...
And more.
Yeah.
It was everything I thought it would be, and more. All right.
So my sophomore
wait,
year,
can you
I
pause
got,
it for
my
one
DJ
second?
package.
Do you notice how like calm and like normal he sounds?
That's good. He's getting more comfortable talking to people.
But why?
Why can't you replicate that here
That's
on
what,
the air?
That's what I'm asking.
Because here, no one else is talking.
Okay.
He's a monologist right now.
Yeah, okay.
Here, he's trying to get his every thought in between when the rest of us are expressing
Gotcha.
our thoughts.
Okay.
Here, he can be calm, cool, collected.
Yeah.
Right? Am
you
I close?
sound so like professional.
He's giving a monologue. He's a mentor.
Uh-huh.
Right? He's trying to mold the minds of tomorrow.
That's the whole point of me having my other side gig too, was to get comfortable in front of the mic and talking in front of people.
There
so.
you go. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. All right.
My DJ package, just like all of you did. At the time, it was Mr. Beck. And I just sat in awe of the DJs that were there. I mean, I would sit in the on-air studio and just be like, wow, I can't wait to do that. It's so much fun. I instantly was drawn to radio. And then, so I got my first on-air shift. I was practicing. I was terrible. I was not a natural. So if anyone is, doubts their abilities there, don't, because I was not good. I'm still not good. I'm working my way up,
There you go. I'm a mentor here to talk to you, but I'm not good.
No, but that's nice. He says if you doubt your abilities, don't. Which is very diplomatic, because some people always are going to stink. Like, I'd be like, a lot of you are never going to make it doing this. But follow your bliss.
If I went off of the first time I was on air and said, all right, well, because I was terrible. I froze up on air just like I did on my first live
I assume you're
read.
talking to them about more than one time on the air.
But I'm just saying, if I went off of that first time me being on air, I would be terrible. Like,
Everybody
why would I want to
stinks,
do that?
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's a very common thing.
I'm working my way up, So I got a lot of practice. I was doing morning shifts, afternoon shifts, night shifts.
Alan, I like it because he sounds not gay.
Oh, there you go.
There
Fantastic.
you go.
That's a nice comment.
Shifts, night shifts. I was not late to any of my shifts. I didn't mind doing a 7 to 9 shift. I would get up at 6, and I would be there before, do all the logs, make sure all my songs were in order.
This is
all
a
that,
great.
So,
I was not late. I'd get there before. Oh, that's how you're not late. If you get there before.
You got there on time.
Yeah,
you got there before, not on
Yeah,
time.
not
You
on
got
time,
there
but
before.
yeah.
You know what they say? If you're on time, you're late.
You're late.
That's right.
So people who come late or, just don't show up at all, I mean, if you want a job in radio, it's not really going to fly. I mean, radio, you
That's
can't
true.
be late. It's not TV where it's recorded.
What's true?
Yeah, you can't be late. I mean, Alan just walked out of the studio not
That's right.
10 minutes ago.
Uh-huh. But I played music to cover for
okay.
it. That's right. Who could see through that veneer?
Be late. It's not TV where it's recorded. Some TV's recorded, but you have to be on time. So after about a year and a half, 2 years, I found out that our DJ director was graduating and he was looking for a replacement. And at first I was reluctant because there was people there that were there longer than I.
Was that a word?
What?
I think he said reluctant, right?
Did he? Okay.
At first I was reluctant because there was people there.
It sounded
that
like
were there.
reluctant, but
Reluctant. That's what it sounded like.
we'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
All right.
At first I was reluctant because there was people there that.
People just
First I was
commenting.
reluctant because there was people. First I was reluctant because there was people.
It's definitely
It's reluctant. You said, first I was reluctant. Excuse me, Mr. Brown, what the hell is reluctant? I'm trying to be a professional communicator. Could you tell me what that is?
Do you agree
It's
you
not
said
coming up on
reluctant?
my Google machine.
Yes, I did say that, but not on purpose.
I'll tell you what, though.
Yeah.
We're barely into this, but I'll give you credit. You went off the cuff for 27 minutes. Or was there a lot of Q&A, though, at the end of this?
No, they're like
Okay.
2 questions. See, I thought I was going to be popping. I thought they were going to be like,
He's like, I'm not going to talk that long because you guys are going to ask a bunch of questions.
well, it's a 15-minute class.
That's
Yeah.
usually the way to do it.
Oh, I know, yeah.
At first I was reluctant because there was people there.
It's definitely reluctant. I was going to let it slide.
I hate you guys.
At first, I was reluctant. I hate you guys for trying to tell me to use
Noticing
English
the obvious.
proper language.
They knew what
That's literally something you said last night in the car. You said, when I say something wrong, when I use wrong grammar, I want someone to yell at me and tell me to say it right. I'm like, that's what we do.
I don't think
every goddamn day.
I don't remember saying
and
that.
he hates us for it.
You said it last night.
I don't remember saying
You said that exactly.
Just because I was drunk, you're not about to blame that on me. I don't remember saying that. I remember most of the things.
No,
that I
you
said.
said that. You said that like you weren't even paying attention to the fact that I was listening because it was you and Mary going back and
I
forth.
believe Bill.
And then
Bill was sober.
I popped in and said, "This is what we do every day. This is what Alan does to you every day. You love Alan. You want like gay Alan to be your guy.
I would totally
He wants a gallon.
A gay Alan? Oh, yeah, definitely.
It's kind of redundant. Okay, listen, I've got to go to a break, and I must tell you, even though there's a lot more to this, I'm a little reluctant to play it.
Why,
Just
Alan?
kidding.
Why, Gallon?
If my plan works, we will spend the rest of this show today going through this. All right. More of Poundcake speaking to prospective broadcasters, despite his reluctance to do so. I'm going to have those passes for you for the Collision Bend Brewery's Oktoberfest, which is going down Saturday the 29th on the east bank of the Flats. If you can go to that, we'll hook it up. 35192 to give me a text.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Having trouble following the thread, like I would be if I didn't write it down and look at it. So Tony Barrett of Parma, he and a pal are going to be in the 5th row. Tomorrow we'll do 4th row, 320 all this week until we get to front row tickets for you on Friday to join all of us on Sunday night for the last show of the Blossom season, the 50th anniversary show of WMMS with Ozzy Osbourne.
And Blossom celebrating 50 years.
That's right. Stone Sour. I was really thinking about it over the weekend about what I'm going to wear to this. Because I was like, well, I'll just wear an Ozzy shirt. But I was like,
You be that guy?
But then I'll be that guy.
You gonna wear a Sabbath shirt?
Then I thought about wearing a Sabbath shirt. But do I want to be that guy? Then
Just
I
wear
thought,
an MMS shirt.
I don't want to be that guy.
Oh.
So I'm
Who
like,
do you want to be?
I don't know. This is where my consternation is. I think I'd
Wear a Lady Gaga shirt.
I think in that element,
That's a good
I'd
guy.
probably be perfectly fine wearing an Ozzy shirt. But I'm like, but if I end up talking to Ozzy, then do I want to be wearing an Ozzy shirt? I don't know why I've really put this much thought into it, but I have.
I don't think he's going to judge you.
Wear a Sharon shirt.
A Sharon Osbourne shirt.
Yes, get a Sharon Osbourne shirt made and then wear that.
Wear a shirt from The View.
A View?
Or, I'm
The
sorry,
Talk.
The Talk. I
The
keep
Talk?
confusing
Yeah,
them.
wear a shirt that says The Talk.
I wonder if they have any merch.
I'm sure they do.
I'll wear a T-shirt that says "Less Moonves" is a dick
More
or
Ozzy.
something.
Or Osbourne. Yeah.
Less Moonves, more Osbourne, more Ozzy. I'm gonna write these down. Less Moonves, more Ozzy. But who's the photo? Just
Ozzy.
both of them?
Yeah,
Ozzy.
you do less with an X, like the circle with the red line through them.
Yep.
And then Ozzy just, rocking out.
Less
Maybe
Moonves.
with the bat,
more
that famous
Ozzy.
picture
All right.
where he just bit the head off the bat.
These are all good ideas.
Please have that shirt made for Sunday.
Except I'm going to be gone. I got to get it done like today or tomorrow.
Well,
I don't know how you do
I'm
that.
sure there's a one-day
There's
service.
actually a place, because remember we did the bar crawl, the Bill crawl.
Uh-huh. Red, White, and Bill.
Red, White, and Bill. A listener came out and wore a shirt that he had made, and he got it made at a place called, like, Frog Hop Shirts or something like that. It's in Avon, over in, like, the Avon Commons. And they'll just, you go in there with a picture, they'll put it on a shirt for you, $20.
Okay.
Out the door.
Because I know there's an app where you can do that, but I don't know if you can get real fast shipping or, you know.
Yeah, that one you can
And I'm
walk
gonna
in there and get it that day.
Okay.
Like you can do it tonight or tomorrow morning or
Because I'm
whatever.
going to be coming from the airport. So anything I'm going to have on at that show Sunday, I have to have with me.
What time do you leave Wednesday?
Like 8 a.m.
Oh.
No, Thursday morning. We're on the air Wednesday.
I was going to say.
Thursday morning.
Because you said you only have today or tomorrow. I was like, that's still Wednesday.
But I got to do best stuff. I can't be running around putting shirts together.
I mean, you could probably email them the file. I'll try and find the name of the place, and then you can. The guy Ed hangs out in the
First,
chat.
I'm going to see. There is official The Talk merchandise.
Perfect. Can they overnight it?
I could wear a The Talk hoodie.
You can get a Sharon Osbourne Charm School shirt.
But they're all like chick shirts.
What's the weather supposed to be?
That's sexist.
Huh?
That's very sexist.
No, it says on the site, women's T-shirt.
I know, like that's
Oh,
sexist
I see what you
for
mean.
them to think that only women want merchandise from them.
Well, but they're slim cut, and you know.
You're a slim feller.
Ain't that slim?
Get a very deep,
Hourglass
deep, deep,
T-shirts.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be like 80 degrees, so I don't know if the hoodie is going to be the go-to.
Yeah,
article of
sunny and
clothing.
81. That's beautiful.
What about at night though?
Well, it might get a little chillier than that.
Yeah, I don't want
Right, but that'll be okay.
I don't want to be nipplies, believe it or not.
I mean, we were giving
You're
away.
always nipplies, believe it or not.
Not
He's
now,
always
you can't
cutting
see.
glass, but I am too, so I can't bag on him for that. I was giving away.
both of you are.
I was giving at the Sprint spot on Saturday. We were giving away tickets for Breaking Benjamin and Five Finger Death Punch last night, and people were like, "It's supposed to be like a hurricane out there." I don't know how it ended up, but it was raining all weekend because it was the overflow from that Hurricane Gordon that came blew through the South.
How is it pronounced?
All that rain. What?
What hurricane?
Oh, Hurricane Gordon.
It's pronounced Gordon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's where all that rain
Hurricane
was
Gordon
coming.
was on the Browns field last night
It's pronounced Gordon.
with a touchdown.
All right, this place in Avon is called Big Frog Custom T-shirts
Yes,
and more.
it's right in that shopping plaza
Yeah,
next
Avon
to
Commons,
Marshall's
yeah.
or one of those.
Okay. Well, there's a free plug for you guys.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll come in there.
Well, they better have a quick turnaround then. We're telling people you can go and get a shirt in one day.
Less Moonves, more Sharon,
more Ozzy,
more Ozzy.
or more Sharon, if that makes more sense to you.
I'd say more Osborne.
Yeah, more
Less
Osborne.
Moonves, more Osborne.
And then maybe like a picture of Sharon and Ozzy together. Because that's a shirt. If they see that, they're gonna be like, "Can I get a picture of that?" Even if they don't share it,
Okay.
they probably want it.
That's a good idea.
You're welcome.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Because I'm like, I have a couple Ozzy shirts, but they're old.
Yeah.
And you
Well,
know,
that's the best kind of
I
concert
know,
shirt.
but
Like,
I don't, because I don't know what's going on Sunday.
Erica, do you know what you're gonna wear?
What are you gonna wear?
It's a good question. I was probably just gonna wear.
A spiky coat?
No.
Oh, I don't know.
It's probably just gonna wear like a sundress or something. I don't know.
A sundress.
Sundress to
All
Ozzy.
right. Well, there's going to be a lot of sun out there.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like I need to like
You don't have to wear a black T-shirt. and
Oz
jeans.
it up,
right?
you know.
Yeah, I'm going
Oz
black
it
shirt,
up.
black jeans. That's
like black lipstick. I go goth for the night.
Why
I don't
not?
know. I was thinking about getting my septum pierced just for the concert.
Hey,
Just taking it out. No, I don't know. I'll figure out something. I'll probably wear an MMS T-shirt, honestly. Although I don't have the 50th one, and that's the one I want, so I might have to stop by the old CLE clothing.
What's the code word this month?
tailgate.
That's
is
it.
the
And
code
I will
word.
use that coupon. No shame in my game.
Huh?
Even if it's our own show's discount.
I use it all the time.
Yeah.
Like whenever I buy stuff from there, I'm not gonna pay full price just because I don't want to say that. Like I want that. I want that 20% off. I'm using it.
Yeah, we can use it. Anybody can use it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, weather for the show this Sunday should be amazing. I think that we're still going to get some rain before then from Gordon and Hurricane Florence. Essentially, the Atlantic Ocean is a mess because
mess.
that's hitting the one is hitting the eastern seaboard, and then there are multiple hurricanes in like the tropics, so they're all kind of coming together.
It's like a Sharknado out there.
Man. If you're an older listener, you know you were never supposed to mess with Florence.
Florence, how dare you talk to me like that?
I'll talk to you any way I want.
But Florence, you know
And I'll wear anything I want. I used to think of you as my angel. Some angel. The moment you called this sweet woman a sinner, you lost your wings and sprouted a tail.
Now, Florence, you...
This woman is a saint. Look who she married. This woman has more Christian charity in her little finger than you got in your whole Bible-thumping body.
I guess I was wrong about you, Florence. I thought you were a decent Christian. In the scriptures, you'll find the words...
That's your problem, Buzz. You know all the words, you just don't know what they mean.
Yeah, applause break.
What was that from?
The Jeffersons,
Oh.
Florence the Maid Bill,
Oh, I never watched
Marla
it.
Gibbs, the great Marla Gibbs.
Who was she talking to?
Her prospective fiance, who she found out was not who he purported to be.
Oh.
Why were like black TV shows, they had the best freaking theme songs.
Giving stuff away.
A couple tickets for you for Oktoberfest at Collision Bend Brewing Company. It's going to go down Saturday, September 29th on the East Bank of the Flats. Food and drinks, get a commemorative glass stein, and music all day on the river. It'll be a good time. CollisionBendBrewery.com if you want further info. A couple of tickets here for you. Be at least 21 and be caller number 12. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
It feels.
It's like an enema for your soul.
I feel kind of good.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. You can give me a text there. Friday, we're going to be doing the show live from Progressive Field. Who are they playing this coming weekend?
I believe they are playing the Red Sox.
The Red Sox, okay. They go from white to red. They start up against the White Sox. The Chicago White Sox. Tomorrow night at 7:10. Tribe is off tonight. They lost to Detroit yesterday. The Saturday game...
Who cares?
Clinched the division.
Yep.
But the Saturday game was 15-0.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Against Detroit. I believe they call that hot bats.
I have quite the Friday. We're doing the broadcast from the Indians game.
That's right.
Then I got the show at Great Lakes.
That's right.
And then after that, I'm going to Christie's for their back-to-school party. So
Back to school.
So I'm going to turn that into the post-party of the Great Lakes show.
Oh,
so
all
I'm going to
right.
take Curtis with me, and we'll have a good time there.
All right. I've got a big day, too. Haircut Friday morning,
Yep.
ladies' lunch, and then the live show at Progressive Field.
What time are we meeting for the ladies' lunch?
You are not a lady, Bill. You are not a proper
that's true.
lady.
That's fine.
I'm sorry. Maybe someday. When last we left him, Poundcake was reluctant to speak to a class of alumni. Let me find out where we left off here.
Current students.
That's right, current student. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
I
keep calling them alumni. I'm sorry. He is an alum of University of Akron. These are current broadcasting students. That's right. And he was asked to come and speak to them, and so they could avail themselves of his wisdom. So far, we've learned if you want to make it in radio, be on time.
It's a big one.
It is a big one.
That's good for life in general.
What do they say? 90% of life and success is showing up.
Did you take one of the posters and put it up in the side studio?
Yeah, that's one of the things that they put on the door.
Wait, what?
He took the
Hold it in front of the
promotional
camera.
sign that they had posted up at the station and put it up in our studio.
Keep that in your house. Don't desecrate the radio station with that.
Why?
Put it in your own home.
No, I like it.
Nah, it could be there. We have like a little gallery wall
It's a
over
little
there.
shrine
like,
of us in here.
We have hate mail. We have good mail. We have...
I thought it would be funny.
You know why my things are on my office wall and not in here? Because this is a communal studio. It's not my studio.
Yeah, but that's the spot they have.
That's a communal studio.
We could put it in the office,
take
but
it
there's
all
not
down.
really a place for us in the office.
Sorry, get your own office. Take it all down. All right, here he is talking to broadcasting students at the University of Akron.
After about a year and a half, 2 years, I found out that our DJ director was graduating and he was looking for a replacement. And at first I was reluctant because there was people there that were there longer than I was. And I felt like, I didn't want to step on any toes. But he came to me and said, hey, I want you to, be a DJ director. I think you can bring something to the table. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll see what I can do.
I'll see what I can do.
By the way, I hope you lose your reluctance to step on toes. Sometimes toes have to be stepped on if you want something.
Yep, I learned that.
All right. Whose toes have you stepped on since then?
No, I'm just saying.
Tell us someone here that you've thrown under the bus.
No one.
Nope. All right.
He's got to smile like he did.
I didn't throw anyone under the bus.
See what I can do. I interviewed for the position. I got the position. And then it was just pretty much making sure that I was doing my job and really trying to give something to the students that I was, not necessarily in charge of, but there to help. So that's pretty much my job there. But I knew at that point you know, college does not last forever. It may seem like it does, but it doesn't. And I was focused and I was on it because we have an entire station at our disposal. I mean, there's really, think about it. I mean, there's not anything like this. WZIP.
What?
I mean, there are other college radio stations.
I'm just pausing. All right.
Our frequency travels the furthest. We have the most listeners. We're competing.
Furthest of what?
What do you mean?
Just the furthest.
Our frequency travels the furthest.
Of any other college radio station.
Is that true?
Yes. We're the top student-run station in the country.
It is?
Yes. It is.
Top meaning what?
Meaning
you don't sell the ratings.
We have underwriting, but we have we play commercial, like top 40 music. We have like hundreds of thousands of listeners per week.
But they don't rate college stations.
We get ratings. We have ratings.
Why do you pay for ratings when you don't sell the radio station? Why do I care? It's not even the point. Okay.
Inside baseball, I don't know.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Competing with WKDD, KISS FM. You guys are our competition. WMMS, you guys are our competition. Okay? There's not a lot of stations that compete with commercial radio stations. And we do. So,
but you don't.
You actually
WZIP is not. You guys get ratings books.
Yes,
we have. At the bottom, it's WZIP. Like
yes, we have books. Like, I don't know. You know the ins and outs of it, but I remember I was there and we would see the ratings. Yeah, we have ratings. I don't know how that works. I know we're under a different license, but I don't know.
Are they Yelp ratings?
WZIP remained among the top 10 stations for the Akron metropolitan area.
In the latest book?
88.1 FM on the dial averaged 59,000 listeners a week. That's not bad.
That is good.
That's not bad for college radio.
We were just online at my college radio station.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Take advantage of it.
Nobody listened to us except for drunk people at parties.
The numbers indicate the WZIP is the hippest, youngest, most with it station. From 12 to 34. Who wrote this?
I don't know.
This
Someone that's with it, obviously.
It's on the University of Akron's website. I love it.
Hippest and most with it.
They got to change that.
They're hip and with it. Plays a rhythm radio format that includes a high-energy top 40 mix. All right. Anyway, all right.
Stations, and we do. So I didn't take that lightly, and every morning I would wake up, and I was so excited to look at local venues to see who was coming.
So you actually took a step backward by coming here to be my call screener. You could have been running the roost over there. They must let people be management after they graduate.
No, it's completely student run, except for if you're
a grad student. Any grad students? All undergrad?
Just the directors there. Like it's ran by
faculty and Okay.
Look at local venues to see who was coming. See what artists were coming to town.
Boy, he really knows how to spin a yarn. What? I'm looking for something that's.
We give you a free commercial. We have a radio station that reaches hundreds of.
Okay.
What artists were coming to town to see.
Right.
We can give you a free commercial. We have a radio station that reaches hundreds of thousands of people per week. So come in, get an interview from
59,000.
us. Let us give away your tickets. Let us sell.
Hundreds of thousands of people a week, he says.
Yeah.
If that were the case, we're all out of work. It's funny. And how did you arrive at that number when there is an actual number on the Google machine? When any one of the people in that class can Google WZIP ratings.
This is where note cards would have helped. Yes. Just the bullet points.
Anyway, okay.
An interview from
He's
us,
winging it.
Let us give away your tickets.
Extemporaneous.
Because that's what it is. Just like MTV, an interview from us. Let us give away.
Let's see here. Hold on.
Trying to interview Elton John because he was coming to Youngstown.
And
you guys can laugh, but I actually heard back from his management, and they were actually impressed that I reached out to Elton John.
Why were you anticipating a laugh? Were there people chuckling?
Yeah, because I was so
excited about Elton John.
I was full of myself, thinking that Elton John, one of the biggest artists on the planet, is going to come to our students' radio station for a concert that was going to sell out anyways. But
all right.
I messaged pretty much every artist that I heard
these
of.
Kids you're talking to are probably laughing because they're the hippest, youngest, most with it station in Akron.
They're like, who's Elton John?
Of course. I thought he was dead.
Yeah. I mean, if you're looking for like the Q&A, I mainly got the questions I expected to get.
They're like, you mean Lil Elton?
Like, how'd you get the nickname Poundcake, and who was the biggest star that you've met? And those are, obviously, that's at the end. but because I don't.
I reached out to Elton John and tried to bring.
Should I just skip to the end?
No, I just didn't know if you wanted to search.
I'm fine with you skipping to the end. To be honest, I don't.
Because it's one of the perks of the job. You get to go to the after parties and stuff like that.
Wait, what is he talking about?
You know what he's talking
about. What after parties?
I knew after I was booking artists and doing all that, I was like, okay, I need an internship because it's hard enough to break into radio.
Oh, here you go.
An internship, but it's like with an internship, at least you get a foot in the door. You rub elbows with the people that matter, and your chances of getting a job is so much better. Okay, so is this juniors and seniors here?
It's dependent on the credit.
No one's talking.
Okay.
Yeah, primarily juniors.
So who has an internship right now?
There's one person.
Okay, one. How many people want an internship? Who wants a job in radio?
Why didn't you ask them where they interned?
I don't know.
That would have been a good follow-up question.
Would have been a good follow-up.
Very interesting.
Where do you intern?
Also like
how has you bring the audience into the conversation?
I also like how he's stringing them along like there's a chance to get an internship at iHeart when we don't have interns anymore. It's like, I got an internship, but now those don't exist anymore, so you just got to get a job.
Yeah. Whatever. I did my. I reached out just like anyone else can.
I know, but it's funny.
Have them do it.
Who wants a job in radio?
Did they all raise their hands?
So everyone whose hand is up, who wants a job in radio, should want an internship or should be focused on trying to get an internship. Because, I mean, good internships are hard to find, but they're not impossible to find. I got my internship. I didn't even, if I'm being honest, I didn't listen to the show before I got on it. The Alan Cox show that I work on. Never heard of it.
It's not for everybody. It's okay.
WMS. It sounds crazy. Legendary rock radio station, The Buzzard. I hadn't listened to it. I wasn't a rock guy. I usually like Top 40, Kiss FM. I listened to that stuff.
But he has since changed. He knows his rock now.
That's right.
I do know. So well-rounded.
I went to a John Osborne show last night.
I listened to that stuff, but my roommate at the time would blast the show every day when I would get out of class, and he was like, hey, he knows, like, I do the radio thing. He's like, this guy, Alan Cox, he lets his internships get airtime. I'm like, oh, okay, so they're not just coffee getters, they're not the interview.
All right,
nervous, super nervous, because I had never done a commercial radio station before, so I had to act like I knew what I was talking about.
Even though you knew
but I was
didn't.
comfortable. They taught me every you got it. So Sunday, I got an email saying, hey, we want to bring you on. You'll be our intern for an
skip
internship
ahead
now.
here. Yeah.
I'm
You know what he
cool,
should have
so-
done? You know what he should have done? Is he should have just played the shot caller supercut for all 30 minutes and been like,
here's what it is.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Or just play that entire day's episode.
Yep.
Just let people watch.
You want to know what my job
Yeah.
is? YouTube.com/The Alan Cox Show.
He did ask me, the director there did ask me, he was like, do you want to, have the smart board up behind you and you could bring up anything that you want? I was like, nope. I don't want anybody
No, I don't want to
Here's
tell them
me
about
trying to poop at work.
I don't want to tell them about anything interesting or provocative I've done on the radio.
I don't want to make this entertaining for
Pooping at work?
people watching.
Yes! That's funny. You don't think that class would have rather heard about us trying to get you to poop at work than you going, I was reluctant to be the DJ director. Whatever. They want to hear the pooping stories. That's why they're there. We thought this guy... We've heard about these students. We've heard about Poundcake. He's supposed to be this crazy, nutty, grammar-murdering air personality.
Yeah, you sat there and just gave him a boring speech. Like, what?
You told them about what your college radio experience was like, and they're all working at the college radio station.
I got into a commercial.
But you're talking to them about what they're already doing. You spent the first 10 minutes talking about what you did there, and they're like, yeah, that's what we do now.
So, I mean,
you could have showed them at the end of your
I feel like I'm in school right now being
you could
lectured.
have showed them all the funny punishments that you've done, segments that are just featured on you going
Funny
back
segments,
and forth.
yeah.
Like you could have had
If there was
all that
ever
going.
a time to focus solely on yourself, it was this.
I blew it.
Well, it's a moot point now, but I mean,
Well, he's focusing on himself. He's just focusing on the boring parts.
You should have been like,
I sent an email. I got a response back.
And then they shot mashed potatoes at my face. Yeah. And here's video of that.
Should have shown that clip. The big thunk hitting your chest multiple times.
You would have been a legend.
Put that on a loop.
But that wasn't going to help them get a job in broadcasting.
Yeah, but you're going to entertain them?
Okay, do you want to be entertained or do you want to get a job?
Are you going to help them get a job, really? Do you think...
Yeah, you're not helping them get... You're not going to help them get a job.
I could give them the insight on what to expect.
Yeah, and that's some of the stuff they're going to have to expect.
But all you can tell them is what's happened to you.
Yeah.
You can't...
And that's what I was doing.
But you can't... No, you weren't.
You left out all the good parts.
You can't tell them what to expect.
Yeah, because it's not going to be the same for everyone.
We're just splitting hairs here. He said what he said.
Yeah.
So I was focused.
But you'll never be asked back.
So I was focused and I was on it. So I start, everything was great.
Let me skip ahead here. Wait, you get a laugh?
You on the show.
I don't remember.
But I just need time. So that was May of 2015, and he said, just give me the summer to try and figure this out. I have to go to iHeart Corporate or whatever. So for those 4 months,
I think people are laughing at iHeart Corporate.
All
right.
I was willing to work to get there. So I was still doing my on-air shift at WZIP. I came back. So I was doing my on-air shift at WZIP. I worked at Z's.
I was making smoothies.
I was making smoothies.
That job.
And
I was
crepes.
working promotions part-time too. So, you know how weird that is to just walk to class and people recognize your voice? Because I don't know if I would recognize someone just by their voice. So, yeah,
you don't know if you'd recognize someone by their voice?
I thought I made it. It was awesome. It was cool. I got a job on a commercial.
You love Wendy Williams.
Yes.
If you heard her voice, you would know it was her.
I don't know if I...
Yes, you would.
Okay.
Just...
A job on a commercial radio station. A huge... Well, you represent this brand, right? I know you have your brand, but there's a bigger brand, the iHeart brand, and we can't talk that way on here, all right? So...
Wait, what was that about?
I was saying that...
The type of show that we do, it's a comedy show, essentially.
Instagram and stuff.
So I can get away with talking a little saucy sometimes. That's my show. If you were in NPR or sports, you probably can't do the same stuff I do. So don't...
Talking a little saucy.
He's a little saucy.
He's a little saucy.
For that. But they didn't even really care. Like, they probably cared a little bit, but it wasn't... I didn't work 5 years to have one 30-second live read throw me off. But I got paid $150 in 30 seconds.
Oh, he's talking about when he flubbed his
live read. Because they wanted me to talk
what
about...
was it, Boston Market?
You got $150 for that flubbed live read?
I did.
Think of all the money you lost because you effed that up. Think about that.
It still sticks in my craw.
Did you lose the endorsement because of that?
No, it was one off. It was only one.
Oh,
it was
so
one.
You didn't lose money
It
then.
was just one.
No. He lost money because no one else ever asked him to do an endorsement because he flubbed the one he had.
But you know what?
They're
Everyone
like, you
has
can't
their first flub. I fainted during one, so at this point, I mean...
All right, maybe let's not use you as his litmus test is what I'm saying.
No, that's why I was kicking myself because I was afraid
your
that was
very
gonna
first
happen.
one. All you got to do is read it.
You were just
have to
there.
read it.
He was so close. He was like the last
You're
line.
the last
Believe me, I know.
He
I
knows.
still think about it. It haunts my dreams.
Keeps
all
him
right?
awake at
Where's
night.
that audio?
Why didn't we save that audio?
Reading off of it, and I got to the last line, and I froze. Like, I was so embarrassed. I just could not let myself off the hook for that. But they didn't.
Yeah, remember that day?
Yes, I remember the day.
The whole show, he was so upset. He was like, he wasn't talking.
Should have been.
He was so bummed out.
Of course.
I felt bad.
And when I was at Z's, when I worked at Z's, I would probably work 2 weeks and make $150. I was like, this is a joke. Like, what? This is a joke. So imagine that. Imagine you doing like
2 weeks of smoothies.
Every commercial, every day. Okay, that's how people make their living. That's where the money is. But in the meantime, like, I have a couple different jobs.
Alan, there are 100 kids right now changing their major.
Or promotion or bar crawl that we do. I'm there, and that's a part of my job. On top of that, I also do like weddings. I MC weddings. I mean, I'm a personality. People know
You're
who I am.
MC weddings?
I said I MC weddings.
Yo, I'm MC weddings, and I'm here to say it's gonna be a beautiful day in a major way.
Oh,
I'm
man.
Lil Weddings.
I'm MC Weddings. That's my handle, everybody. Oh, man.
MC Weddings is in the house.
I'm DJ
DJ Matt Ramoni.
No, I just got that. I'm late.
I just got it. Okay.
I hate myself.
Come to their wedding, their bar mitzvah, their prom, their homecoming. So that's another job that I have. I also work for a staffing firm that's literally right across the street from the radio
He's
station.
telling them all
And
the
they
jobs
know-
you have to hold
they
down
know
just
the
to be able to
deal,
work in
their
radio.
family.
Giving it to him real.
That's the best knowledge you've given them.
I was giving it to him real.
That's
the radio
right.
station. And they know the deal. They're fans of the show. They pretty much work with us.
He's like, I flubbed my first live read. Can you believe I don't have a contract? It's crazy.
All right.
Show. They pretty much them. All of a sudden, the Java Joel, the DJ at the time, was like, "Hey, you want to meet Charlie Puth?" I'm like, "Yeah, Charlie Puth."
Oh,
And then he comes walking out of the
Q&A.
studio. I'm like, "Hey, this is Charlie Puth."
Oh, that's the Q&A?
You guys know
Yeah.
you can't just say everything that comes to your mind. So I use
Except you do.
Poundcake
Yeah, since
as-
when?
I don't always know because
And-
I curse like a sailor.
Alan kind of looked at me like, "What the hell are you talking about? What does that mean?" And he was like, "I don't know what you just said, but I love it."
Oh, that's where
And
they
so
talk about
that was
Poundcake.
like my
Oh,
first
God.
thing.
Did you explain
Absolutely.
it?
I could not have gotten
Yeah.
that
No.
internship without WZIP. I mean, I didn't know the board. I didn't know anything. I wouldn't have. You get to meet people. We promote their show. I met Lou Ferrigno, the original Hulk. Sinbad came in.
Lou Ferrigno. They're like, who's
So-
that?
They knew who he was.
Tech Nine came into the studio. Yeah, so there's a bunch of different people.
You didn't tell him about your Machine Gun Kelly VIP party?
Yes, I did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Oh, boy. Well.
You talked about the Machine Gun Kelly VIP party?
Yes. Yeah, I talked about it.
All right. There's Poundcake talking to University of Akron.
Sorry, I told you. Yeah, I guess it was.
No, I know.
boring.
I just want to hear. I want to hear how you were coming at him.
I guess I probably should have gave you like timestamps on
It's
stuff.
just interesting that you don't bring that voice to this show.
I mean, you guys already said it was boring, so why would I talk?
I don't want him talking like that here all the time.
I'm not saying talking like that. I'm just
Hello,
meaning,
everyone.
More the cadence and the
more the calmness, I guess.
or just slowing down to a point where you can understand what he's actually saying.
Yeah, that's true.
I had a monster that morning, so maybe that's what it was.
No, you were
Monster
slow.
slows you down.
You were slow in that speech.
Yeah, but maybe.
Why would the monster help
maybe
slow
it
you
had
down?
an opposite effect on me or something.
The opposite effect, yes.
In normal cases, it would.
Day is night,
break me.
black is white, up is down.
I'm already crazy
Dogs
enough.
and cats living together. Alan, thank God that's over.
What was the question? What were the questions they asked you?
One, did your internship actually help you? Or no, did WZIP actually help you with, being a broadcaster? I said yes. How'd you get the name Poundcake? Who was the biggest star that you met? So there was three questions. So I left time for Q&A, but they were like, okay, it's a 15-minute class. We get out early.
When it comes right down to it, that's why it would be, if they ever ask you back, here's a montage of all the crazy shrimp I've done.
Yeah.
Because all they want to know is, who's famous that you met?
And I said
Some dumb, Yeah.
I was like, I don't even remember all the
You
people
met
that I
Charlie Puth.
Charlie Puth. Some
Rob
guy's
Zombie.
not going to be around in 5 years.
He's got a good voice.
I met Charlie Puth.
No, but he always says poof. P-O-O-F.
I don't.
He knows
If you're
it's
just
poof.
saying it fast, you always just say poof. I just like it's funny.
I can't believe you didn't even tell them that you were the inventor of Throwback Thursdays.
Yeah.
At WZIP. You lead with that. Hi, guys. You may know me. I'm the guy that is memorialized in brass when you first walk into WZIP.
They still have my picture up.
My Throwback Thursday. Yeah, they're
Or
going to
the
take
fan
that down.
favorite.
They're going to take your picture down after this speech.
No.
Also, Charlie Puth is a really good street magician.
Yep.
He used to
Watch
tour.
out, David Blaine.
Yeah, he used to tour with Alcabradabra. I don't know. Sorry, I should have let it.
You
lie.
said
It was there.
You were
I'm sorry.
so good with Matt Tramoni.
I'm sorry. All right, I got a break. I got to towel myself off. All right, and
Well, good job, Poundcake.
Good job, Poundcake. You were asked to speak to your alma mater, and you comported yourself very well. I'll have ministry tickets for you later on. Mart Lawrence coming. He's doing the Wolstein Center. Browns tickets later on. Jets are in town on Thursday night, so I'll put you there. 35192 on a text or AlanCoxShow.com for everything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
It's finally here. Our 2018 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Don't miss
Speaking of which, anybody watch Alex Jones? He has basically been banned from every platform. I literally think
I don't know where to find him.
I think Google Play is literally the only platform that has banned him. Apple has removed the app from the App Store. He was finally banned from Twitter, Facebook, everything else. And I think he's taking it well. He's sitting there with like a donkey mask on. Anybody watch this?
No, I haven't seen this.
Talking about how
Where do you find this?
Operation 666 is underway. I'll play you the video here.
Where is this video posted at?
I found it on Twitter. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He sounds muffled because obviously he's wearing the donkey mask. Not sure what that represents.
Alex Jones did today because it's been deleted. And you see, you've learned very, very well that only the internet matters, not UHF, not VHF, nothing. Only our control matters. And so now you're being taught to submit. So let me tell you about Operation 666.
What the hell?
Operation 666.
Oh,
Yeah, you can
this
see it
guy's
over
great.
here.
Yeah. If you're watching the live stream at
Because
AlanCockshow.com,
it's a reveal. Like, he's not just doing that. Like, he's going through all the websites that he's banned from.
Sure.
Like, scrolling through it and all the different news stories, and then it cuts to him, and he's got this donkey head
mask on. Listen,
but it's not like a donkey mask. It's like something
A
for
stuffed
like
animal.
Yeah, like a stuffed animal, like you
It's
would wear for like a mascot. It's hilarious.
It's Eeyore's head.
Eeyore, sure, or like from a furry convention. But hey, listen,
and creepy.
I give this guy credit for trying to keep a stiff upper lip, but he's got to be pissing his pants. Because it's only a matter of time before he violates Google Play's terms of service.
Yeah, and then it's just going to be all on InfoWars. But even for him, isn't that a good thing? Because then everybody's just coming to him.
You'd think so, but they said like 60% of his audience went away after he got banned from all these.
Well, because a lot of his audience.
Freedom to destroy you forever.
He's losing it.
I'm just a donkey. On the 6th of August, we banned InfoWars from 27 platforms.
Oh, this is where he explains Operation 666.
Oh, okay.
If it's too cryptic for you, he gives you a nice primer on what he's talking about. It's helpful.
And now, on September 6th, we banned you from Twitter. And on October 6th, we will destroy your president and set fire to every major U.S. city and have our communist forces launch their attack while Silicon Valley sits in their bunkers.
What's with the voice?
Why is he British?
Yeah, what's with
all
the
of a
voice?
sudden?
I don't know.
Is he trying to do like a what's that movie? The V for Vendetta kind of thing?
Guy Fawkes mask?
The
Yeah.
5th of November.
So October 6th is when they're going to allegedly start fires in all these cities? All right.
In the middle of the Pacific Ocean in New Zealand. Operation 666. The number of the beast. Hell and fire. Reigning free.
Oh, is he the Beast? Is that what the donkey head is?
I guess.
I thought he was going to do an Iron Maiden bit for a second.
Soon the West will fall. 1.8 billion Islamicists trained in Satanism are ready to invade.
Yeah.
He's going like this, like he's a monster.
Right. Yeah. You know how Muslims are into Satan?
Well, it's Satan's religion, I believe.
Yeah,
is what
okay. Anywho, so he's handling the whole thing pretty well, I think.
He seems to be level-headed about the
He
whole
is
thing.
doing just fine.
A bunch of weak pansies jumping around like fairies telling me how I'm their slave. No, you little piece of trash. I'm not your slave. I'm red-blooded.
It's always a gay thing with him. Pansies and fairies and sea suckers and all this stuff.
I think it would be fun to work there, though. It would never be boring. You could just type anything you find on the internet. You're like, hey, you want to talk about this today? Sure, give it to me.
I just can't imagine being his kids. Like, he's got young kids.
I
They're
would
like 12.
pretend I didn't know him.
Oh, my God. I mean, it's your dad. Like, you want your dad to be okay. Jesus. And he's, you know.
He's like doing the, I'm the beast. what would you like for lunch, honey? Would you like a peanut butter
well,
and banana
the wife's got them. I don't know how often he sees them, but I mean, again, that money pays for them and the ex-wife.
Yeah.
So they can't be happy that he's getting deplatformed. These kids out of that cave in Thailand.
Yeah.
And now they got to be monks? I'm confused as to what's going on with this.
I think they're doing it in solidarity with the guy who died, the Navy SEAL guy.
Was he a Buddhist monk?
No, but I think they're doing it to show respect to him. I don't know.
Cave rescue boys to be ordained in Buddhist ceremony.
And they said meditation helped them when they were trapped in the cave.
Yeah, meditation helps in a lot of different ways. But they get out of this cave, and now they got to be monks? They'd be like, bro.
Do they have to stay monks?
I mean,
once a monk, always a monk.
But they're not monks. Hey, I see what you mean after. Don't they get some kind of Rumspringa?
I don't know enough about monks.
Yeah, I don't either.
I feel like
they're going to be...
Is that like their, like, what's the Jewish thing? When you turn 13? It's like their bar mitzvah?
Your bar mitzvah?
Yeah, now you're a man. You got trapped in a cave, now you're a man. You're
All right.
A monk man.
The 12th team member who was trapped in the cave will not take part because he's not Buddhist. Yeah, so that's the kid who gets out. He's like, whew, look at this. It'd be like you get pulled. I fell out of a well.
Easy to beat them in soccer next year.
I fell in a well. Could you get me out? Do you want to be a priest when I pull you out? No. Leave me down here.
Stay down there. Yeah.
I guess males are predominantly, traditionally expected to become monks some point in their lives. But that can't be true if every guy in Thailand is supposed to become a monk.
No, you just do it for like a stint.
A stint?
Temporary monk.
A monk stint?
Monk for a day.
How long is a stint?
I don't know. Maybe you do it for like 3 or 4 years, and then you're done monking.
So you're a temporary monk?
Yeah, it's just like a chunk of monk.
Oh, chunky monkey?
Don't say that. That's
okay.
very disrespectful to the monks.
That's true. Yeah, okay. I saw that. I was like, what? Pull him out of cave. Congratulations. You're a monk. I mean, that's probably a big deal to them, but...
I'm sure it is.
Jesus. Hey, Alan, earlier in the show, when you guys were talking about selling used panties, I was curious how much a pair sells for. I thought maybe it would be a quick cash idea that I could talk my wife into. There you go. What a charmer this guy is.
It depends on the woman. There's some women that get hundreds of dollars from it, but I think someone of Erica's status could do a one-time...
But I can't say who I am.
No, that's how you get the big money. That's the way you get the big payday.
That's what she doesn't want to do.
I understand that.
He said, I went to a site and clicked on a $30 pair.
From the Final Touch Construction Studios, this is the 50th anniversary of WMMS
Buzzard Radio,
an iHeart radio station. Ask Alexa to play WMMS on iHeart Radio.
Now back to the Alan Cox Show.
(216-578-1007) if you want to join us, or 800-348-1007. 35192 to text me. You can watch live streams at AlanCoxShow.com. You can listen from anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Friday afternoon, we will be live from Progressive Field, kicking off the weekend series. Tribe going to be playing the Red Sox. They're off tonight. Tomorrow, they'll start a couple of game series against the White Sox. It'll be 7-10 tomorrow night in MMS. If you're looking to get some gear from CLE Clothing Co., I saw a sea of WMMS 50th anniversary T-shirts at our show at Blossom last night. It was great to see.
I got a lot of compliments on the World Series of Rock shirt that I was wearing.
Yep.
That's a good one.
They've got that. They got the MMS throwback tees and so much more at CLE Clothing Company. And you use the word tailgate for your promo code.
That was one thing I was talking with Mike from Parma about. The Ozzy shirts that they had for sale there, and how cool it would have been if he would have done a collaboration with us. I knew that was not going to happen,
right?
But if it had, that would have been real cool.
It would have been really cool.
Yeah.
It is amazing, though, and it's true of any concert. It is amazing the money that people are willing to drop on concert merch.
Oh, yeah.
When a T-shirt is $50.
I spent some money.
It really puts it into perspective when people complain about ticket prices and things like that.
Yeah.
It's like, holy cow.
I bought a Katy Perry jersey from her Roar tour. That was the one that I hated.
Her Roar tour?
Her Roar tour. And I got the jersey like before the concert started. Then I was like so mad I bought it because I hated the tour.
But there were people in line at the merch table who look like
they don't have the money.
They couldn't afford gas to get to Blossom.
Yeah, well.
And they're like,
that's
give
how
me
important
that
it is.
in an XL. You know?
Yeah.
That's why I was glad.
People saved for that to be at that concert.
Well, thank you if you did that.
That's why when Doogie, she came up, she was like, "You want a drink, honey?" I'm like,
He at first offered to buy her a drink.
I was like, I'll get you a drink. Like, what do you want? And she's like, no, I got it. I'm like, okay, sure. And then I saw what the total was for 2 drinks.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, I'm glad you.
You got to know that when you go out there.
Yeah.
I had never been out there before, so I was like, oh yeah.
You never
Drinks
been
on
to
you.
Blossom before?
No.
Really?
Never for a concert. Nope.
Huh.
Nope.
You know what I learned right before we walked out? I was leaning against those wood walls that they have to kind of frame the stage.
Uh-huh.
Oh, those move.
Yeah.
And that scared the crap out of me.
They're not nailed down.
I know, but I didn't know that.
It's all set stuff that moves.
That moves around, and that's what Hardig told me. But I was like, whoa! And I was afraid it was going to like start swinging and bumping into
or a domino
things.
effect.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been great if we were waiting for a stage announcement
and then all of a
Bill,
sudden...
the dominoes of the Ozzy set get knocked over. Everybody turning and pointing at Bill Squire. The record scratches, and then just Bad to the Bone starts playing.
It was real trippy when you guys were talking because I was really trying to understand what you guys were saying, but it was just
the sound goes.
The monitors were in front of us.
So, but like for
we were just waiting for Alan to look at us to know that you were calling our name.
Yeah. So when like Ozzy performs or like any artist that performs, they have the earpiece and that's how they hear themselves, right?
Oh,
well,
yeah.
a lot of bands they'll have wedges or monitors on stage, but we were just in the house mic, so it wasn't like it was coming back to us.
You got to have in-ears to play Blossom, certainly.
Okay.
So Friday we'll be at Progressive Field doing the show. 2 to 6:30 is where we'll be there. Curtis Cook will return. He was here a couple of weeks ago for a part of the Accidental Comedy Festival. You know him from Comedy Central and Jim Jeffries show, and he is going to be doing a show Friday night with Bill, the Great Lakes Brewing Company comedy show. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Great Lakes Brewing Company Comedy Night.
Yeah.
On Friday night.
And we haven't nailed it down yet, but there's some more events happening there. So I used to run a show called Hilario at Barrio that was on Mondays. Looks like it's going to be happening there on Mondays now.
Oh, look at that.
So, yeah. It's almost if I had a plan.
Fancy.
Alan, I stayed home. I love Ozzy, but pavilion tickets were $120. Is that true?
I don't know.
Christ.
Yeah.
I don't know what lawn seats were either. But
they're
I'm
like
sure,
40.
Sure people saved money to be able to go to that concert.
Oh, good for you.
Man, I wonder how much he made. He probably made like over like $600 last night.
I bet he made about that.
Definitely over $600.
You know, once the band members get paid out, they pool their tips.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. So at the end of the night, they have to share
does
it.
Zach Wilde have a tip jar out there while he's doing
He
solos?
does, yes. He's like,
What an experience.
Tips are appreciated. I love Zach Wilde. I've said it before. I'll repeat it. This guy is just, he has been with Ozzy on and off. He auditioned for GNR actually in the mid-'90s. But he joined Ozzy when he was 19 years old.
How old?
No, 19 years old. And it was the late 80s, so he still had the blown-out hair, and he was clean-shaven, and there's a lot of leather and stuff. And now he's just a tower of hair and beard and leather and this thick Jersey accent when he talks. And he'll go out and do Black Label Society, but anytime Ozzy calls, he answers because he's like, I wouldn't have a career if it weren't for Ozzy Osbourne.
I will
so he
say
always goes out.
When Ozzy walked out in that purple sequin cardigan,
butterfly shirt. Oh yeah, his little robe.
I was like, I got the chills. I was like, that's freaking Ozzy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. We were pretty close to the stage on that side.
You get
there,
a good shot of him, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, wow. And people went ape crap crazy. It was just like a really cool moment.
Mm-hmm.
Legend.
I always think of the security guards up front when he turns that hose on.
Yeah.
When they divvy up everyone's assignments for the night, all right, you guys in front, you are going to get drenched, by the way. It's going to be like a Gallagher show up there.
I didn't stay for that part. He sprayed people down.
That's pretty early.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, what song was it in? I thought we stayed for 3 or 4
I think Suicide
songs.
Solution.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We
You might
have
have split.
We
Right.
might have already been walking during that, or not walking, riding in a golf cart.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a golf cart out. That's
Got
nice.
a golf cart out of there, yes.
See, you would have to. I
Thank
didn't
you to
realize
Live
that.
Nation. They were very helpful yesterday.
I don't know how anybody walks that. That's
And I will
crazy.
say it was really cool. Like when we strolled up yesterday, I was trying to figure out how I was going to get down there and whatever. Someone from Live Nation recognized Poundcake and I and were like, we got a golf cart coming for you. And I was like, that's so nice.
That is very nice.
So, to that lady, I didn't catch her name, but I appreciate you.
And then we rode through the crowd, and they were like, "Oh, hey, Poundcake Erica!" And then we go all the way over to the Ozzy meet and greet, and then we get denied, and we're like, we have to
Oh
go
yeah,
right
we had
back
to.
through.
That backing up sound was us backing up the hill away from the Ozzy meet and greet.
Yeah,
We were in the
back
wrong
away.
spot. We didn't know. We didn't know where we were going. The lady just took us there.
Yeah.
So, like I know it said on the sheet, but it said on the left side of the stage, but I couldn't remember if it was stage left or facing the stage. So I was just like, well, take us wherever we need to go.
Well, and you also run the risk of you never know who you're going to get as far as staff goes. So
Yeah.
some people want to be Johnny Big Balls and go, yeah, come this way. I'll show you where.
Yeah.
And then you get up there and they go, no. They go, oh. And then
Yeah,
they're
there's-
just staring at you like, I thought this was it.
It is slightly embarrassing to reverse up a hill in a golf cart when you're not in the right area.
Here's Poundcake Erica
I
again.
won't lie. However, we did get to see Ozzy for a second.
Why did you have to
so-
reverse?
Because we went down a hill and there were golf carts in the way that were parked with no one near
Oh,
them.
you couldn't do like a 3-point turn and go back up? Or
No, it was
Oh.
one narrow passageway
Yeah.
and it was one way. So we had to reverse up this hill and I'm like, this is so and people I can see people I know down there at the meet and greet and I'm just like my head's
You're
down
like,
like
"Rrrr."
I know, I'm like, we're in the wrong
Back
spot.
it up. Back it up. You gotta back it
Yeah.
up. Yep.
Just maintain your composure.
My daddy taught me good.
Maria back on MMS tomorrow, by the way.
Tomorrow.
It was a
Yes.
bummer that she wasn't there last night.
I
She
know.
was
And good save because
very missed. I almost,
yeah.
I was so in the moment.
The best part of the entire night, to be perfectly honest, was Corey Roddick
Yes.
Having his moment on stage.
having a great moment on stage, and then I had to go after. Like he probably had the best
intro
intro
Yeah.
where he just jumped up through like devil horns. It was great, and then Alan's like, and Bill Squire, and I couldn't even hear what you said. I just heard Squire, and I'm like, that's
Yeah.
me, and I'm just like, hey, like thumbs up. I don't know what to
Right.
do.
Well, that was Corey's like Christmas.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean,
It was great.
that was the peak of his life probably.
I loved it. I loved watching him just be in that moment.
Well,
Yeah.
I thought maybe Rover was going to intro him because I kind of think of him as like the sixth Beatle over there,
Yeah,
because he
yeah.
runs their board. And then when he didn't, I was like, all right. I'm like, sleaziest man in rock and roll right here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Love Corey.
He's
he was
all
so in
about
his
it.
element.
Of course.
It was nice to see him, have his moment.
And then this morning I was driving my kids to school and I hear him doing traffic. He's like, "Hi, this is Corey Roddick.
Oh,
Had a
really?
very good night last night."
Yeah, I really
Yeah,
don't know.
no voice at all.
I don't know how the morning show did it. Like, cause I was like, "Are you guys on Best of tomorrow?" They're like, "Nope." I'm like,
Well, I kept thinking they were going to leave way before us.
They stayed pretty late.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I got separated from everybody at the end. I was in the row with some salespeople and Mary Santorup.
Yeah,
The
that's
way that she was
right.
just eating that burger though was like how like that's my mood. That's what I want to be, because she was just in her bliss at a picnic table in the dark, face
We need
deep
to post.
in a burger.
There needs to be a video of that posted on Chicks in the Wild.
She was enjoying. She was living her best life.
That's what we ended up doing the first night we were in Denver. That first day we were there was our anniversary. And our plans had fallen through because the restaurant had canceled our reservation because they decided
right,
to rent
yeah.
the joint out for a private event. So we were like, okay, undeterred. We kind of have a little bit of a ritual when we go to Denver, as we'll obviously drop our bags, get to a dispensary. So that's what we did. So drop
That's
our
such
bags.
an
sometime.
unusual routine to have for Denver.
It really is.
Nobody
I know.
does that.
There was no one in there.
Yeah.
Well, mind you, this is 9:30 in the morning too. So we get in there and
Wake and bake, bro.
Yeah, get some Chiba Chews, and then
What's a Chiba Chew?
edibles. They taste like
okay.
Starburst, but they,
wow, look at that.
and they come in a variety of flavors.
Oh.
And so anyway, so you pop one of those, and then we go to brunch.
You can do that after you take an edible. Like
eat.
Well,
Yeah,
Yes.
definitely can.
Well, I'm just saying,
Because
like,
it takes a while to kick in, so I didn't even
Okay.
really feel it until like I stood up from brunch,
You're like, "Ooh."
and then I was floating through downtown.
and that's
yeah.
what I'm saying. Like, it's hard to be. You can't really be productive like that.
Yeah, it depends. But
I mean, if you're on vacation, you don't have anything to worry about. It's not that hard to do.
yeah, but we got pedicures when we were like out of our gourds. So I'm like,
So you
how
got a
long have I
pedicure?
been sitting there? What's that?
You got a pedicure on weed.
Yeah. But I'm like, I don't know how long I've been sitting here. So the woman, we both got pedicures over the weekend. We both got massages. The pedicure.
Living your best life.
Oh, man. The pedicure, we're sitting there. It's just this place downtown, a few blocks from the hotel. And so we get in there, and all these, obviously, Asian women, you know, none of them speak a lick of English, which is fine with me. As long they just point and you know what to do. You know, it's a limited scope of what you need to do at these places. So I get this young girl who's like doing my feet or whatever. And at one point, she was hammering the outside of my calves with her hands.
Oh yeah, love that.
I like that.
Yeah.
But
when you're stoned?
Well, not that. What happened was, since she was leaning forward to do this, when she would hammer my calves, my feet would tap into her boobies.
Awkward.
So I'm like, what? It's not motorboating. What do you call it? I don't know.
Feeder boating.
I don't know. You know, when you're tapping somebody's tiggle bitties, and so I'm like
hacky second. I don't know.
Hacky second. So I'm sitting there like, oh, and then I go, okay, well, it just happened one time, and then she goes back and does it again. I'm like, did I say anything?
She must not care.
She did not care.
Because you'd feel it.
Nope.
Wow.
So I'm like, should I like stiffen up or? But I didn't.
Stiffen up.
And then we got
Cox, boob kicker.
And then we got Chinese massages where you lay there and this old woman gets on my back.
Walks around.
Oh, she's kneeling on my back and she's kicking my calves with her feet. Oh, it's unbelievable.
You kicked that woman's boobs with more accuracy than Gonzalez did on Sunday.
I guess so.
Good for you.
This lady, and she had a
considerable
rack.
boobs.
She had a rack.
Considerable boobs is opening up the Agora this weekend.
They are. Yeah. So it was good. But I didn't even mention what I was trying to get at. Was at the end of the night when we got back to the hotel, we ended up sloppily eating a room service hamburger that was amazing and watching hurricane porn on TV.
Was it amazing or were you just drunk?
It was a little of both. It was a real good. If you're going to pay $30 for a hamburger,
it better be good.
It was pretty good.
All right.
Had some truffle fries.
$30 for one hamburger?
Yes.
Man.
Yeah.
That's hotel pricing for you.
Yeah. It's about a quarter to one.
That better be a good damn hamburger.
Yeah. So our time, it's like 3 a.m, you know? And we're just watching, watching Weather Channel, hurricane porn on and off, and, you know. Hey, Alex. But to the woman who gave me the pedicure, thank you for not getting upset when I was.
She's about to Me Too you in 3 years.
When I was
good luck, dude.
Tagging your sweater meat with my big toes.
I think they just figure it's part of it.
Well, they
You know what I
must,
mean?
but still, I had never had that happen before.
They got a job to do. They're not worried about that.
I'd never had that happen before. That's just fine. It was funny last night when I was walking around out at Blossom. I heard a couple guys behind me. He goes, "It's amazing. Ozzy's 77 and he still kicks ass." And I'm like, he's 69, but I take your point. He's easy to mistake for a much older man.
He's doing better than me.
Yeah. Hey, Alex.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
Good. Hey, I had a quick question. You were talking about a show on PBS last week, and I'm almost positive it was you, and you said that it was like a science discovery show, and it was like a show that made the hair on the back of your neck stand up. Do you remember what that was called?
Well, it was an old show called In Search Of, but with Leonard Nimoy. Yeah, they rebooted it with the guy who plays Spock now. I guess that's the one criterion for that show is get me whoever currently plays Spock. And Zachary Quinto hosts it now, but it's a cool show. Yeah.
In Search Of, yeah, because I was looking for something to watch this weekend because I was not going to the Ozzy show, unfortunately, and I was looking for something to think or watch, and I was like, I cannot remember for the life of me. So I was going through their page looking at like former shows, and I couldn't find it. But thank you.
In Search Of. Yeah, you got it. Thank you, Alex. Enjoy. Yeah, by the way, too, and we would post photos, obviously, from time to time when we were in Denver. And I always like when people leave comments. We went to this place called Jake's Roadhouse, which is a biker bar. Literally on the side of the road. We're like, let's go in here and have a beer. Middle of the day, 95 degrees, full of bikers. But we were waiting for a friend of ours to get home, and then we were going to go over and see them. And this guy writes on my Instagram, he goes, hey, if you really want wings, go to this place in Boulder. And I'm like, well, thank you, A. B, not really a wing guy. C, why would I drive 45 minutes away for wings?
To Boulder.
Yeah.
Because sometimes wings
I mean,
are
I
worth
would drive
that.
for a chicken wing, but I like wings.
I have a feeling the biker bar probably had wings on their menu. I could have just walked inside and gotten some, but
were they as good as those
different.
wings?
They vary.
There's some really good
I've
wings
had
and
some
really
bad
bad wings.
and good wings.
It's moot because I'm not a wing person.
That's so
per se.
Now that I'm keto, like low carbing, wings are like my go-to.
Uh-huh.
So do I.
I'm not averse to them under certain circumstances. Like I'm at B-Dubs on Thursday night, I'll eat some wings.
I like a buffalo garlic parm. That's my wing flavor.
That sounds very specific and esoteric,
Delicious.
and I will take your word
dipped
for
in
it.
ranch.
So you really like the flavor, and then you cover it all up?
No,
I add to it.
All the flavors work together.
Mhm.
It's I like a regular like hot buffalo wing, like Frank Red's hot, like that kind. That's buttery and hot and spicy.
But you probably scoop ranch onto it.
Yeah.
So you're drowning the flavor. You're not adding to it.
They all come together.
They mesh.
Because they all work together. Because you get the
spicy with the
spiciness,
cool.
and then you get the ranch on top of it. It's a whole
Cools
thing.
down
man.
the heat.
All right.
Chef recommends.
I believe you. I'm still calling nonsense on it, though.
Okay.
Because the skin, all the flavors on the skin, right? So you've got a
I
thin
don't like
layer.
you describing all the skin.
But
it's on the skin.
That's when it's on.
But
So you have a thin layer of that. The rest is chicken.
But it's a very
and then you
strong-
douse it in ranch.
It's a
Strong
very
flavor.
flong.
It's a flong straver. You might recall flong
And
straver was
ranch
the
is kind of a neutral.
Secretary of the Interior under Eisenhower.
And you don't cover it. You don't smother
No,
it.
just dip it.
You put a little dab
That's
on, and you
that's
get it.
what
yeah.
I just said. I said, but you scoop that ranch on, and she said, yes, I do.
I mean,
You do.
I like ranch.
If you dabbed it, I get that. That's what the point I was trying to make is you probably scoop
Sometimes
it on
I
there.
dab and sometimes I scoop, Alan.
All right.
It's my food.
I know you like the ranch. That's all I'm saying.
I do. I could drink it. Easy. Especially Buffalo Wild Wings ranch. I could drink their ranch.
All right. Well, I'll bring you back a glass of it.
Please do.
Ranch is served in a mug.
Whatever. Mug, whatever. Hey, guys, Alan, you want anything else? Can I get a mug of ranch? Just put some saran wrap over it for
Sounds
me.
awesome.
Thank you.
Real quick before we go to break, can I just ask a question?
No. Yes, what?
Do you ever watch, people watch when you're inside of a dispensary in like Denver? Like
people watch?
Yeah, like the people that come in. There's all the people that are hardcore. They're like they come here every day to re-up or whatever. And then there's just a moderate,
casual
weed users.
No, I don't know who's who. I mean, well,
I'm sure you can distinguish.
You walk in, you have to show them ID. The back door to the actual, because the front's like a lobby. It's got merch and
like
shirts,
medical stuff.
Right? So you have to show them your ID. Then they let you in the back room, which is locked.
Oh.
And then it's cash only. So there's an ATM if you need it.
So scandalous.
And it's like jewelry cases full of whatever you want. There's people picking out whatever they want, and so you do that, and then you get out. You can't have it in the store. You can't eat it in the store. You got to take it out, and then whatever. So they have their own rules. But I don't know who's who. I don't know who the wake and bakers are.
Well, that's why I figured there was somebody walking in with like a pot leaf shirt with like a pot leaf hat.
I gotta say, people in Denver, for
chill.
it being legal, recreationally legal, everybody really seems to hold it together.
Yeah.
There's a lot of. That city's taken on like 10,000 new people a month.
Damn.
So there's a lot of young homeless people because there's, you know what I mean?
That's hard.
So it's really weird. It's getting expensive, and it's still a cool town. I mean, the mountains are fun and all that, but it is going through a lot of very specific changes. But people seem to hold it together. I always think about customer service people who are dealing with someone who might be high. From now on, somebody might be high
Well, at
when
least
you
they're
talk to
probably
them.
polite.
But
Nice.
Giggly, yeah.
A lot of my pleasures. All right, I'll break. I'm going to have those ministry tickets for you. Al Jurgensen and the boys are going to be doing that show November the 30th. It's a Friday night at the Agora. Love a ministry show. So if you want to go, hook that up coming back. 35192 if you want to text.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio.
Alan, speaking of trying anything once, it's me and my husband's 5th anniversary. I've been telling him we could do backdoor stuff every holiday, anniversary, special event since we met, and never have. Should I give him this gift or keep holding it hostage?
What'd you have for dinner last night?
Oh, she made that sound like he never asked for it. Oh, she's just dangling that in front of him? See,
That's pretty cruel.
Gwen and I will be celebrating 5 years in Denver for our friends getting married next weekend, but we'll happen to be there on our anniversary. And I've never asked her for butt stuff.
Really?
Because I'm not a huge fan of it. It's certainly not. It's fine if somebody
There's a lot of guys that aren't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
my husband's not one of them, unfortunately.
Like if it never happened again, I'd be totally fine. Because it's like one of those things. It's like once you do it a couple times, you're like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
But I just like to know what's on the table.
I don't even need that. I'm like, it's cool. It's certainly not comfortable for her. So I'm like,
That's my thing too. Is like sex should be like enjoyable for both parties, and if
some girls love it, some girls do like it.
But having never done it before, I wouldn't enjoy it. So my point is, there would definitely be at least one occasion where I'm uncomfortable and in pain, and that's kind of defeats the purpose.
But that's also true of the very first time you have sex in general. So if you stopped after that, you'd never have you'd re-virginize yourself.
I mean, not necessarily.
Most-
I don't think
most
the
girls
first
do
time I
not
ever
have
had
a-
sex was like that painful.
Most girls do not have a great time the first time.
I don't really remember, but I don't remember it being like. I think I would remember if it was that traumatic of an experience. You know what I mean?
Well,
I don't really remember.
I don't mean
but,
traumatic. I mean it's just.
But I mean, if it hurt really bad the first time, I think I would remember it, and I
if
don't.
if you do backdoor properly, it's not going to be that painful. You just got to.
Yeah, we know.
No, listen, it's never comfortable.
Yeah, it's not
Doesn't
going to
matter.
be a thing.
It's
that
never
Alec-
comfortable. Because you also don't want her to be too into it. You're like, oh,
Why
you
not?
do this a lot. I don't want that either. You know, when I was dating, be like, it's okay if I go. It's. You're not supposed to
You
tell
push against
me.
it, it just goes, and you're like, what?
It's like when you drop your deposit in the pneumatic tube at the bank.
Oh God.
That's people's everyday life,
Lord.
Bill, while you're trying to, be shame or something.
I'm not trying to be shame. I'm just trying
Be
to.
shame.
Alan, isn't it worse to avoid a small amount of pain to make your life partner happy? I don't know. I don't know. I know that if the tables were turned and that was being asked of me, I would be like, I'd really like to avoid that.
That's what I'm saying.
I get it.
I'm like, let me do it to you first, and you see how it is.
But if you ask him, he'll probably be like, okay.
I know. That's the horrible part. Is
all right.
Like, guys are freaks. They'll try anything.
Well, you said you try anything once, and you are.
Yeah, you're
I'm a
Gotta make
liar.
good on
Okay,
that.
I'm a liar, Bill.
That's all I wanted
I'm
to
a
hear.
straight up liar.
That's
I'm not saying it's,
605. We should save that one. I'm a liar.
I'm just saying it's not completely off the table, but it's certainly not on the current seasonal menu.
I'm teaching classes. You could come on the weekends.
Alan, if that ever became an ultimatum, it's bye-bye time.
Teaching classes.
Bye-bye time.
Yeah,
He
let's
said-
don't indulge
He
him.
said he's teaching classes on the weekend.
Poundcake is?
Apparently.
Please, let's start with simple stuff for you to teach. Move our way up. Teaching classes.
That's a realm I know quite well.
Hey, Sam.
We're aware.
Hey, how we doing, guys?
How are you?
Good. I just want to bring back some memories of like the late '80s, early '90s babies. I found, VHS tapes underneath my parents' bed, and I remember watching them. But then you always had to rewind it back to the right spot.
Yep.
And then you end up getting caught because it's like
a minute
too
over.
far into it.
Oh, yeah, that's how you know what your dad was into, is you just rewind it 30 seconds, and that's what your dad's into.
You have to go to the
Put it
timestamp.
right back on the right spot. Yeah.
Timestamp.
Yeah, DVDs were great.
Thanks for the call, guys. You guys have a good rest of the day.
All right, you too. Thank you, Sam. Or you forget to take the tape out of the VHS player.
That's how I got caught how I got into trafficking porn because my brother caught me.
Trafficking
I was
porn.
trafficking porn because my brother counted his DVDs. I didn't know he counted them, and he was like, "Where is my porn?" I'm like,
"Whoops!
What are you talking about?" And then, I got into the game.
Into the game. The game chooses you. You don't choose it. Where is my porn? Is that what he said?
I want your sperm.
Yeah, I got into the game after that.
Never found any porn in my parents' bedroom or anything, but we found the box of condoms. There's a box of 12, and there were 3 left. And boy, did that traumatize me. I'm like, 3 left? The box looked new.
They just got that yesterday. Yeah.
My sister and I were putting socks away, and I'm like, oh no. My sister thought it was hilarious, and I was fully scarred.
That is hilarious.
Alan, my girl gave it up to me, and I did not come out clean, so I haven't ventured back there since.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. It's like, you gotta prepare for that.
And if you don't, oopsies.
Even if you don't prepare for that, we're all adults. We know where things go and where they traditionally don't.
I know, but I don't
think
want that.
I think I'll be okay if
There's already enough smells going on.
Have you ever? I don't even know how to put this.
Clean it up?
Well, yeah.
Best
like
you can?
No, like licked his.
A salad?
Give him that. Yeah. That's
Short answer is no.
Oh well.
Long answer.
Maybe you could start there.
No,
that'll save you some time.
Worse! Are you kidding me?
I did that on the second date.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? No.
All right.
And I wouldn't want him to do that to me either.
He doesn't do that to you?
No.
You guys are boring.
What does this guy do? He doesn't mow the lawn. And that's not a euphemism. He literally doesn't mow the lawn. No, he does. You've made it clear he does not mow the lawn.
We mean literally.
Wow. Yes, I mean literally. Right. He lets listeners paw you.
Oh, man.
Wow. And he's such a nice guy when I talk to him.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because I can't figure out where he fits.
Trust me, if I would allow more, he would make it happen.
Well, you should allow more. Let him at least do it to you. And those guys have opportunities to go and celebrate Poundcake's birthday all weekend. Saturday,
at Sprint.
Yeah, at Strongsville at Sprint, and at the Funny Stop as well. 330-923-4700 for tickets.
And
to
my
celebrate.
family wedding in Chicago.
Yeah.
Come on out, celebrate Poundcake's birthday.
You have another wedding?
So two of my cousins got married within
getting
3
married
weeks
to
of
each
each
other?
other.
You're going back to Chicago this weekend for another wedding, and he's not driving you?
Ian can go, so he's driving me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your 2 cousins are marrying each other?
No, there's
He finally got what he wanted. He'll leave you alone.
2 separate cousins, one from one uncle, one from the other, that are getting married.
I see.
Yeah, but it's going to be a big family scandal, and I'm not ready for it.
Why?
Because the person who's getting married, her parents have sold their house without telling anyone and are moving to Arizona and leaving my dad.
Wait. But you're saying this now. What if they listen to the show?
They're not listening.
You don't know that.
Guarantee they're not listening.
You can guarantee that they're not listening.
100%.
We talked about her creepy cousin hitting on her and everything.
And there was no blowback from that. No.
Let's call them and find out if they're listening.
No.
Hey, did you guys know that your parents sold their house? Okay, so
they have sold their house and they're moving to Arizona, which has been their lifelong dream. But they're leaving my dad with the responsibility of taking care of his.
Why haven't they told anyone?
Because they don't want it to overshadow their daughter's wedding this weekend. They don't want it to be about the scandal of them leaving everyone.
No, but why wouldn't they have told people before?
They haven't even told my grandmother yet, and he.
About giving stuff away.
All right, Ministry is back, and none too soon, with Carpenter Brute. They're French. And Igor. I think they're from Hungary. I don't know. It's going to be a good night. The show goes down Friday, November 30th at the Agora. Tickets are on sale, agoracleveland.com. A pair here for you. Caller 13, 2 from Ministry. I'll see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Studies show that listening to classical music can temporarily raise your IQ.
I feel pretty smart.
If you're looking for the opposite effect, just stay tuned.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I'll just make this my new Kids Corner intro. Hey, listen to Ministry all day. The pride of Chicago, Illinois. You talk about people in rock and roll who you think would be dead. Al Jurgensen's one of them, boy, but he's still kicking around. Hey, if you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from out of state, let me know where you are. I'll put you on the map. You can rep as one of our bureau chiefs. Ashley is a new listener in Minot, North Dakota. Richard's in Jacksonville. Graham listens in D.C. Adam is in Beaver Dam, Kentucky. And I have to say, I have not heard from our bureau chiefs in Wilmington, North Carolina, which is now an island.
Yeah.
Because of the flooding down there.
Yeah, they probably have more pressing matters at this moment.
More pressing than checking in with the show, Bill.
I'm just guessing. I'm guessing.
Bite your tongue.
All right. That'll hurt.
Well, you must do it. Yeah, so.
Well, hopefully they're safe and they're okay.
Thoughts and prayers. I did see one woman on one of the channels say that, well, we're going to hunker down and hope for the best. My advice to people is prayer. I saw Pat Robertson going, praying with his flock. Forgot about that. I was going to find that to play. Pat Robertson and the Hurricane Florence. It's like, back!
Sounds like a band. Pat Robertson and the Hurricane Florence.
Florence and the Machine. Yeah, praise away Hurricane Florence.
Where did I hear someone was like getting out of North Carolina, but they just stayed. They left their grandma and their dogs all there. I'm like, well, what? You're evacuated, but you're leaving your grandma with all your pets? That's a weird thing to do. And they're like,
property damage will be averted, and I just believe.
Oh, right, because I think he's down there. So all of a sudden he's got stuff to lose.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't know if he thinks it's a gay hurricane or what, but
yeah, is this one of the?
Well, the gays do cause the weather storms.
This isn't a judgment hurricane, right? This is just a regular one.
Yeah,
this is a tester one.
I don't
Testing
know.
your faith situation.
And I haven't seen him out of that chair. He's really hunched over. He's standing at a podium. He's addressing a congregation. This isn't on that show of his.
You and I together, the Bible says, where two of you agree on earth as touching anything that they will ask, it'll be done for them by my Father which is in heaven. Now, this is the same Jesus who commanded the wind and the waves when he was out on the Sea of Galilee. He said, peace, be still. And they said, what manner of man is this? The wind and the waves obey him. They will obey our voice if we are together with one accord. Now, together, I'm asking...
So he's saying that they're just like Jesus? Is that what he's saying?
That's why the hurricane hit, because people didn't pray hard enough.
That's not the information that I got, but I'll take your word for it.
That's what I took from it.
Oh.
All of us to believe God. I don't want that thing to come in. I don't want it to hurt Region. I don't want it to hurt CBN. I don't want it to tear up these beautiful campus. I don't want to tear these trees down. I don't want to see any damage. I don't
want to see any damage because I'm going to be hitting all you suckers up for 3 times the money I've already hit you up for. You help me rebuild!
A bunch of glass flowing, and I don't want all over this.
I don't want glass flowing.
It is sharp.
Flowing? Does he know how glass works? I mean,
if it's hot, it flows.
Earlier in the process, it flows, but that's not what he's talking about.
This area that's counting on us to pray for them. So I'm going to ask you right now, put your hand out toward the Atlantic, wherever it is, and let's
this is where it gets good. I don't know geography, but I know that if we put our hand toward the ocean, it will stop the wind and the waves.
Atlantic is this way, right? So that's why I'll put our hands toward that.
From where he is, it's due east. Yes.
What are you doing?
Putting my hands toward the Atlantic.
You trying to stop it?
It couldn't hurt. What do we have to lose?
Right.
Pretty much been downgraded right now. Like
We're supposed to get West Virginia and Ohio are supposed to get some smack from this.
Well, I'm putting my hands toward Atlantic Records to see if that does anything.
Okay.
Which would be,
California.
I think, this way to the
Where
west.
are you putting it towards the past?
Yeah, that's right. I'm trying to revive Atlantic Records.
Isn't that still a label?
I think it's still
I
okay.
don't. Speak a word right now. In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus. You Hurricane Florence, we speak to you in the name of Jesus.
You Hurricane
And we command
Florence.
the storm to cease its forward motion and go harmlessly into the Atlantic. Go up.
This is great.
Yeah.
Is everyone doing it? Is
Well,
everyone
what else are you going to
participating?
do? Your power's out.
I'll tell you what else you're going to do. Help your neighbor who's going to need
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Get right. God helps those who help themselves.
Yeah.
Don't they believe that?
Yeah. Pull out your dinghy and start rescuing people.
You're going to have a lot of friends and family that are going to need you to be clear-eyed and calm, and they're going to need your help. There's a full room of, you're never going to believe this, grown adults with their arms in the air praying the hurricane back to the Atlantic. Men and women alike.
Did it work?
Who all seem to be over the age of 5, looking across this congregation. It did not work, as I understand it.
North away from land and veer off in the name of Jesus. We declare in the name of the Lord that you shall go no farther, you shall do no damage in this area.
If he thinks all the hurricanes are because of the gays, why haven't they done this every single time? He's only doing it now because he thinks it's bearing down on his stuff.
It's a very funny situation where every other time it's a hurricane, you're being punished because of your propensity towards gay marriage and things like that. But it happens to him. He's like, nah. This one is not about gay marriage. This one is just about God testing me, but I also don't want it here, so get it out of here, God. Get out of here, Jesus.
Couldn't they form a break wall with all those doomsday buckets? Couldn't they do like a giant, give more buckets?
Yeah, they could.
Declare a shield of protection all over Tidewater, and we declare a shield of protection over those innocent people in the path of this hurricane.
See, now it sounds like Harry Potter, a shield of protection over us. I guess it's all various forms of wizardry, but
expelling hurricane.
Jesus' holy name, be out.
I'll tell you what, though, one thing I'll give him credit for, if I guess the credit can be attributed to him, he's got a very diverse congregation.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, stupid comes in all forms.
But usually I would think that
I don't even think these people are stupid necessarily.
I just figured he appealed. It was old white people watching the TV show, or you know what I mean. That seems to be the primary target of these kinds of shows.
See, in Jesus' name. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Let's praise God.
That's it? Put your arm out. Thank you. You didn't do anything.
Well,
there's the stained glass triptych behind him has a raging river in it. Why don't you take that out before anybody gets any bright ideas around here? Now he's trying, right? You gotta
all
play.
you can do is pray, Alan.
You got to play to your crowd. You got to do your best material.
Yep.
But I do like that.
Yes.
It's all about his property being damaged. I don't want my property damaged, so let's get Jesus on this ASAP.
It's the Lord's property, Bill.
Put it in.
It's the house of
everything is the
Amen.
Lord's property.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. And we will live to mark this day and say, I remember I was there, and when we saw that Hurricane Florence averted, we're going to believe God. And Jesus said, if you...
So, and then what happens when it doesn't happen?
Here's the thing, though. I do not believe that he or any of these people think that they're going to avert the hurricane. but I wonder what they want done.
What's
Peace of
considered a
mind.
success?
Right. Like, my house is still standing. I don't think any of these people think that they're repelling a hurricane. But, you know, still interesting because I've never seen him this animated. And he's got a cane and he's standing there, but he's standing there.
What if he just croaked? He's like yelling about protecting the hurricane. He just dies in the middle of sermon.
That would be something dramatic.
Yeah.
In church. That would be something to be the power overcame him and he was so...
God took him before the hurricane could get him. He
Right?
protected him.
Give him a Viking funeral down Main Street in
Oh,
New Bern,
man.
North Carolina.
Speak to the mountain and you don't doubt in your heart, it will do the thing that you command it to do. And I believe it.
Is this kind of stuff your mom's into or no? She's pretty
No,
sharp.
no,
Yeah,
no, no,
okay.
no, no, no.
All right.
with all my heart that if we don't doubt in our faith, this hurricane will be dispelled. We saw it happen in 1960. I've seen it in year after year after year.
No, you haven't. So that's my question, is he's saying if we only
That he
believe
had a
this will
success
happen.
rate with this.
Right, but I don't think he
They just gotta get
believes
that.
this. And
The only thing.
Well, they got to get that hurricane conversion therapy going. You are not a hurricane. You are a tropical storm at best.
you know what? You are
Yeah.
just a tropical depression, and you need therapy is what you need.
Yeah, you need to
I
go.
like that name for the storm, tropical
You
depression.
need to just get
Yeah.
your butt out back into the Atlantic and think about who you are and stop being tempted by all these houses over here that you can destroy.
You want to be a Category 4, but you're just a Category 1. That should tell you something.
Yeah, the only thing my mom does is like if we're going on like a long road trip or if she knows I'm going somewhere, she'll surround me in the armor. That's what she does.
And what does that consist of?
She'll say a little prayer saying, pretty much blessing my trip, making sure I get
Did she
there
do it
and back
before
safely.
Chicago?
Chicago.
Wait, does your mom
Toronto.
know the salacious things you want to do at your destination?
No, why would I
she
tell her that?
So she does believe in this crap. If she's
No.
like surrounds you with the
No,
armor.
she's talking about, well, yeah, it's making sure I'm safe while I'm there, but mainly my mom is terrified of the highway. Like, she does not like to drive on the highway, so she gets...
Terrified of the highway?
She gets anxiety from me driving
highway to hell,
on
Alan.
a road.
So it takes her extra time to get anywhere? Your
Well,
mom just takes back roads?
She lives really close to work, so she really doesn't go anywhere. She doesn't
Terrified of the highway.
As long as
Interesting.
that's probably the reason why she didn't visit me in college was because she had to take the
That's
highway to
her.
get there.
That's his armor when he's when he's out there.
And if she has a long journey, she'll have someone drive her.
If she has a long journey,
She definitely doesn't take unnecessary journeys.
Yeah.
She stays
does
away
she take
from
any
treacherous
roads, treacherous highways,
No.
and byways?
We got into a big fight
Is
because
she averse to both highways and byways? America's byway, the signs will tell you which way to go. Or is it just highways?
Is she one to be spotted in the water both today and yesterday?
that would be very idiotic.
So if your mom has a long journey, she does what? Someone has to drive her.
Someone will have to drive her. Like, I could say, Mom, I got a flat tire. I need you to come pick me up. I'm on the side of the highway. She'd be like, okay, I'm going to call your uncle. And, either he'll come get me or she'll ride with him to come get me.
Yeah, but that's just because your mom, if it's just you and your mom, who's going to change the tire?
Well, say if I needed it towed or if I got into an accident or something like
Right,
that.
okay.
She just does
Would
not.
she then have to admit that the armor didn't work?
She would say probably God works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, that's always a good answer.
That's always the cop-out.
It's always
That's always how you get out of it.
Always
You go,
a great
lesson. What did we
protect us,
learn?
protect us, protect us. Then you don't get protected. You go, God's teaching me a lesson now.
What did we learn?
Is it that God doesn't like us or care about us? No.
This is a test.
It's a lesson.
It's a test.
Had to get in here and they couldn't do it. It's almost hilarious to see them try. They try to get in and they can't, and then they go north and they turn around and try to come back in. They can't do it. God has put a shield around it, and that shield is.
Is he talking about hurricanes? Like people? Is that who he's talking about? Can't come in? Get out of here, hurricane. Your kind aren't wanted.
Reactivated today. We are not
because
going
the
to let
hurricane was black and
fire
gay.
Look at the sign. No blacks, no Irish, no hurricanes.
hurt us. In Jesus' name. Hallelujah!
Well, that guy's really animated.
Yeah. For his age, yeah.
He was up there squinting, doing the hand
He could
thing.
throw his back out.
Wow, look at that.
Break a hip.
I love the people that think they get healed by, getting the hands laid on them. And they're like, you can walk. And they're like, but no, I really can't. Yes, you can. Get him off those crutches. He can walk.
And they just carry him for a little bit and then put him back in the
like,
chair.
He's walking.
But healing is very much in the mind. The mind-body connection. So healing is very much in your brain. Now, not necessarily that nonsense.
Yes,
if you're
cancer is also very much in your brain sometimes, and it's going to beat the healing that's
brain
in your
cancer.
mind. Yeah,
I understand.
Yeah.
All right.
This Week in Jesus.
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, based on what I've seen in the aftermath of Florence, which is still obviously going on, and there's a lot of rainfall in the Carolinas, and Wilmington is having an awful time. The death toll has risen to 23, including 2 people who died when a tree fell on their house when they decided not to evacuate, and they were inside.
It was a mom and her infant.
Yeah, the infant got pulled away from the mom.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I don't know how you come back from that.
I just don't understand why you don't evacuate.
I think she might have been.
Oh, well.
I mean, we were watching,
they were in their house.
Oh, they were.
Yeah.
When we were watching it end of last week, they'd get these local law enforcement guys on the air, and they'd go, look, if you don't evacuate, we can't
get to you.
Help you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to put my people, we're out there doing rescue or whatever, but if you ignore an evacuation order, because he's like, then we get all these calls, I'm on my roof. Yeah. Now we got to go grab your ass because you didn't get out of town.
If they can get to you.
But I get that it's expensive, too. A lot of people simply cannot afford
to evacuate.
It's cheaper
than your life.
But it costs money to get out of town. You got to stay somewhere. I mean, it's expensive. I get it.
Where could someone visit where there's not a hurricane? Maybe someplace with a hashtag.
Visit me in CLE. Hurricane free.
Since 93.
That's right.
Wow. That's a good idea.
Yep.
Visit me in CLE. No hurricanes.
So what do you think Trump will say, like the death toll is, after the hurricane's over?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think he's got bigger fish to fry right now.
Does he really? I mean, because he tweets the things that come to his mind, and there's nothing
haven't
important
seen. Yeah,
about it.
I kind of unplugged myself from that whole thing while we were gone.
3,000 people didn't die.
I didn't want him harshing my mellow.
That's true.
But yeah, pretty crazy out there. So it's still blowing into West Virginia and up into Virginia. I think it's gone from the Carolinas, but they're just dealing with all that. Because at the height of it, they were like, this thing is traveling at 3 miles an hour. So it was just sitting there.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were joking about, on the subject of Visit Me in CLE, we were joking about how difficult it is to get people to visit us in Cleveland because Gwen's aunt and uncle live in Asheville. And that was on the outer bands, but it was still coming for them. And we were like, just FYI, you can totally come and stay with us. They're like, no, we'll be okay. I'm like, really? There's a hurricane coming. No, we'll be good.
Fine.
Oh, we'll be good.
No big deal.
We'd rather try to survive a hurricane than be safe in Cleveland.
Yeah, we'll be good. Okay, I'm going to break. I'm going to have something for you coming back. Martin Lawrence is back on the road again. He's doing a big tour, the Lit AF Tour. He's down with the kids. With some friends are going to join him, too. Friday, November 9th at the Wolstein Center over at CSU. So Martin Lawrence, been gone for a while, going to be back on stage. So if you want to go to that show, I'll hook you up. Coming back, 35192 if you want to text.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
It's finally here. Our 2018 iHeartRadio.
A cancer patient lost all but 1.5 inches of his penis to a flesh-eating infection.
Oh, no.
He's gotten a 6-figure payout.
Why? Because it happened because of the hospital's negligence or something?
Yeah, they punctured his bowel to remove his prostate gland, and it wasn't detected for 6 days, and he got necrotizing fasciitis.
Oh, no.
Man.
It left him with 1.5 inches of a penis. He said the little that's left just doesn't function anymore. Oh. This really is any man's worst nightmare.
Castrating him, basically.
There is no reason, and I don't care what people say. You can throw me all the supportive, uplifting posters you want. There's no reason to go on if that's the case. And this is a 63-year-old man. It's not like he's plowing his way through the English countryside with the ladies,
this
right?
This is all he has left, you know?
But just even if you want to.
How much is he getting?
6 figures.
6 figures?
That's not enough.
6 figures? This is the guy that deserves $95 million.
Yes, I would say a man's penis is worth $95 million.
After the procedure,
503.
After the procedure, but before the complications, he wed his long-term partner. They've been together.
He's a gay man.
No, his wife.
Oh.
They've been together for 18 years, and he finally married her. And
when you say partner, I think gay.
Perhaps you shouldn't.
Right. Oh.
Perhaps you shouldn't assume, Erica.
How is that judgy? How is that judgmental?
You tell me, Judgy McJudgerson.
Yeah, you're the one that's calling this straight man a gay man.
Right.
Because
homophobe over here.
No, I'm not saying. No, it sounds more like you're a straightophobe. Sounds like
you're a heterophobe.
Yeah. Oh,
you're straight shaming, Erica.
I am afraid of straight people.
But only 6 figures for.
I know. Way
losing
underpaid.
your penis through negligence. That's not fair.
And they punctured his bowel.
Yeah, he says he just wants other people to know how dangerous the flesh-eating bug is. Yeah, I think they know. I don't think that's an area in which there's a lot of conflict.
I don't even have flesh. Why would I worry about that? What? It's gonna eat my flesh?
Like nobody's ever heard of the flesh-eating bug. But boy, it really is a coin toss as to where you get it. Too.
I know.
People go, oh, I got my foot cut in a river when I was kayaking and I lost my foot. You go, okay, that sucks. Life is still doable.
Right.
All right? This guy, they perforate his bowel trying to get to his prostate and it eats off his dong. Sounds like a game of Clue.
It sounds like a jigsaw. What's that? Saw.
Yeah.
It's like, make your choice. You can either have your prostate or your penis.
Yeah. Do I have that? I don't even know if I have that.
Make your choice.
I like when you say, Jigsaw. What's the movie with Jigsaw?
Saw, yeah.
Like her and Stretch Armstrong.
Make your choice.
What's this
penis or bowel?
Stretchy Armstrong
What was
guy?
the choice?
Prostate or penis?
Prostate or penis.
Stop laughing at me, Jigsaw. This is serious.
Make your choice.
These are high stakes, and I don't appreciate you laughing at me. You've decided to either take my penis or my prostate.
Penis or prostate.
I'm gonna go with prostate.
You have chosen wisely.
Thank you.
Now that's the or game that we never played at the 6 o'clock game.
Oh, I'm already having him cutting an intro for it. Penis or prostate. Yeah.
Penis or prostate. Penis or prostate.
I just like that the guy goes, oh, I just have 1.5 inches left because you had to specifically measure that. At the
he was checking.
At the end of everything, he's like, oh, just give me 2. Please give me 2. Just
Two,
only
give me
2.
two.
2. Give me 2. Please give me 2. 1.5 inches. Oh, God.
Wait, is he British?
Yes.
Why is he using inches? Are
Don't
they
know.
imperial?
Don't know. Well, Bill, as you know.
My penis is 0.5 centimeters.
As you know, inches are the universal penis measurement.
Yeah, I guess you don't really hear.
No. My penis is 0.5 meter long.
I guess that's true, right?
Half a meter is a lot of penis. That's a lot.
It really is. I'm not good with that math conversion.
That's like 1.5 feet, I think.
I got like 16 centimeters in my pants.
Right. What would the conversion be? I've got 0.15 meters in there.
Why are you using you use centimeters?
That's a lot of sausage because it's funnier.
You don't need to use meters.
I've got 0.0001 kilometers in my pants.
Kilometers.
Yeah, I've got 1/1000th of a kilometer in my shorts. 15 centimeters down there, if you look.
How many inches?
It's pretty good. 6 inches are 15 centimeters.
Well, a meter is like 3 feet.
No, that's a yard.
Well,
a meter is close to 3 feet.
Close to a yard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what a yard is, but I think a meter is close to 3. Or no, is it 3 yards?
No. A meter is about 3 feet.
A meter is 39 inches.
Yeah.
Right, which is about 3 feet. 36 inches would be 3 feet.
I was gonna say,
so I was right.
A yard is 3 feet.
Right.
Okay.
But I was talking in meters.
Okay. Well, a bitch was confused because they're both 3 feet. All right.
So on average, are you done arguing on the feet over there?
I was confused. I'm trying to figure out. Like,
I understand.
Stop confusing me, damn it!
He wants to be ready for when he goes overseas and he's getting deep pics.
Yeah.
He needs the proper
He
measurement.
needs to know how big they are. In the
my
proper...
God! In your awful accent, asking for deep pics. Do you have at least 13 centimeters?
So then
I love your dung.
Stop confusing me, damn it.
So then a centimeter, there's 100 centimeters in a meter, right?
Oh my God.
No, there's 100 centimeters.
100 centimeters in a meter.
Us talking about math makes people super happy.
I think 100 centimeters in a meter, which would mean like if you had, I don't know, you'd probably be close to like 10 or 12 centimeters would be like an average size penis.
Alan just said that 15 centimeters is 6 inches. So
Okay.
Right. Yeah, 100 centimeters in a meter.
Well, I was trying to calculate. Yeah, never mind. I think there's 100
This
centimeters.
math talk's making me all dusty.
I'm pretty sure there's 100 centimeters in a meter.
I
that's
just
correct.
said the 100 centimeters in a meter. Yes.
Okay.
What does that do for you? We're talking about penises.
Well, I was trying to measure in centimeters.
Do you have more than 100 centimeters in your pants?
Well, that's a lot. That's
Drop
3
those
feet.
Oh, I got a meter in my knickers. Drop them.
That's that penis too damn big guy, that Jonah whatever. his
Jonah
name is.
Falcon.
Yeah.
Oh, Meter Peter. They call me Meter Peter because I'm that long.
MEAT is how we spell. And, of course, our little Poundcake had his show anniversary over the weekend,
That's right.
too. Yeah. On Saturday.
3 years.
Crazy.
By the way, you got to tell me if this is true.
What?
I heard through the grapevine. Did you email the sales department and ask them if any of the advertisers wanted to throw a birthday party for you?
What?
Did you email the sales department and ask them
The whole
if there
sales
were any
department?
if there were any clients who wanted to throw a 26th birthday party for you?
No.
You didn't do that?
Who did you email?
I did one email.
To whom?
I think it was to Neil. That was it.
So you emailed the sales department and said, what did you ask?
I asked it, would we want to do a 26th birthday party?
This guy.
What?
Why is that out of
Why
line?
would anyone do a 20? You asked, hey, what did you ask him?
I asked, would we have a venue to do like a 26th birthday party? Like what Erica did for her 30th. I don't understand.
See, you set a dopey precedent.
Well,
You email the sales department and go, hey,
I never emailed anyone.
Anybody want to do a 26? Because 26 milestone. Anybody want to do a 26th birthday party for me?
My situation was different. I already had a partnership with that particular nightclub. They said we're looking for an event to do in October. I said.
From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, Elk and Elk Serious Lawyers. For serious injuries, call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Accident cleared, Interbelt South near Superior Avenue. Your stop and go from Aviation High School. 480 eastbound to stop and go between Granger and Lee, and 271 southbound off the pace from Richmond to 480. I'm John Crawford in the Traffic Center.
This report is brought to you by Bill Doherty Kia and Kia of Streetsboro.
Hey, it's Shay with Bill Doherty Kia and Kia Streetsboro. This month, any new Kia. No payments until next year. That's right, no payments till 2019. We have the deals. Go to BillDohertyKia.com or KiaStreetsboro.com.
With approved credit, tax, title, license, fees extra.
Now it is time to give stuff away. Cox is giving stuff away.
All right, the mighty Martin Lawrence is back on tour, the Lit AF Tour. We'll bring him to CSU. Special guest D. Ray Davis, Michael Blackson, Adele Givens, and Clayton Thomas. It's going to go down Friday, November 9th at the Wolstein Center. You can get tickets at the box office there or wolsteincenter.com. Pair of tickets for you. Martin Lawrence in November. Good luck. Caller 14. Those tickets are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
From the Final Touch Construction Studios, this is the 50th anniversary of WMMS Buzzard Radio, an iHeart radio station. Ask Alexa to play WMMS on iHeart Radio.
Now back to the Alan Cox Show.
Hey, Jesse.
What's up, Alan? Hit the show.
What's going on, Jesse?
Nothing much. I was just calling about Florence, how you were talking about how people should have evacuated and stuff. But my cousin, they're from down there in New York area, and they called and said that they were going to come up to Ohio to and then when they were looking at, they couldn't actually get fuel. It was all the way until Raleigh before there was actually a gas station with fuel.
That's what I mean. I kind of had to flip my brain around because you would think just get out of there, but then you go, yeah, it's really expensive, and not everybody can afford to do that.
Like they really wanted to and stuff, so all I could really do was say a prayer of armor for them, you know?
When we were leaving...
say a prayer of fuel.
Yeah, really.
When we were leaving either leaving Denver or getting into Cleveland, the gates for Charlotte, it was just people lying around, not knowing when they were going to leave or get anywhere, or
That's miserable.
Yeah.
At that place, at least they're safer there than they are their houses, you know?
That's right.
They're like a little safer.
Yeah.
But, all right, you have a good one.
All right, thank you, Jesse. There's Jesse out in Ravenna. Thank you, buddy.
That's some breaking news.
I was expecting a female because Poundcake spelled it Jessie, and so I thought I was going to be talking to a woman. Traditionally, Jesse, a man, would be Jesse. So I was a little...
Who made up that rule?
Jesse!
Now, Jerome. Yes. Check it out.
Have you ever seen a guy named Jesse and it's spelled Jessie?
Yes.
Nope. No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
You have not. Who?
One of my neighbors.
You have not.
My neighbors.
My childhood neighbor, yeah.
A guy, Jessie?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know that was
Is that the one guy named Jesse that you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you think that was the traditional way of spelling Jesse? You've never ever... Jesse Owens.
People spell names differently.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know there was a gender on, name.
It's just
traditionally,
tradition,
I think there is, yes.
There's guys named Jamie.
Yes, and that's spelled the same way.
Guys named
Jamie. Right, and that's not spelled Terrie if it's a guy, or Teri if it's a guy. It's usually Terry. It's short for Terrence.
What about Sue?
A boy named Sue.
Life
Listen,
ain't easy for a boy named Sue.
I love Johnny Cash. Rip Johnny. 15 years dead last week. You've got breaking news, Bill? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Alan Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
The Cleveland Browns have traded Josh Gordon to the New England Patriots for a conditional 5th-round pick. He's out of here.
To the Patriots.
To the Patriots.
It's pronounced Gordon.
So he'll be at the Super Bowl
He'll
this
be at
year.
the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Nice knowing you.
In order for that to happen, the Patriots, who had just signed former Cleveland Brown first-round draft pick Corey Coleman,
had to be released.
Really?
Which is funny.
Yeah.
Why would they take on Josh Gordon?
Because
he could be amazing.
Yeah.
Or he could just be an F-up.
Yeah, but they don't.
They have the money to.
They're gonna do what they do no matter what. So if it's a
they don't need him. You mean
low risk, high reward.
Like we needed him, they don't need him.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And they need him. If he goes in there and he's productive, and
they'll use him,
then that's gonna be great. He's got one of the best quarterbacks of all time throwing him the ball. They need that deep threat. It just, can he stay on the field? That's always the question.
Do the Patriots still have Janine Garofalo? I thought that was a really weird. Isn't Janine Garofalo with the Patriots?
That's a comedian, not a. You mean Jimmy Garoppolo?
That doesn't sound right. No, short comedian was in the Larry Sanders show.
Why would she be on that show?
That was my question.
Well, why would she be?
That was my question.
Well,
they
don't.
I thought it was a very strange. From what I saw, they were paying her an exorbitant amount of money.
Well, that was Jimmy Garoppolo's. Probably who you're talking about.
Don't know that name.
And they traded him.
Don't know that name.
To the San Francisco 49ers.
Huh. All right, well.
This is the DJ Alan Cox exclusive.
By the way, I was very surprised in the break how many people were texting me that either they or someone they know is the same as Poundcake's mom. They're terrified of highways.
Well, I am now.
When did this happen?
It made driving very miserable for me.
Alan, I won't drive further than an hour away. My father is terrified of the highway. He has never once driven himself on the highway in the 50 years he's been driving.
Wow.
Tia on the blacklist says that's pretty common. My mom and sister are scared to death of driving on the freeway. Is it a black thing? Like mac and cheese?
I don't think so.
I mean, I don't know the races of these people other than Tia, so that's probably unfair of me.
It's just been
What is this mac and cheese? Is that a black thing?
It's been like that for as long as I can remember. Like, just since I was a kid, when she would drive me around, I could never remember her taking a highway. And then when I was learning to drive, I pretty much had to take it upon myself to learn how to drive the highway because my mom doesn't. I've never seen her merge. I've never seen her go over.
Highways are actually easier to drive
60
on.
miles per hour. That's
a lot more accidents there, though, or more fatal accidents, I should say. Probably,
I think
right?
I don't know.
I think she just.
Yeah, I'm not basing that on any evidence. I'm just making
just
assumptions.
those signs that we drive under.
No, but I would imagine that that's the case because there are just more cars on the highway. So statistically, you're going to have more fatalities.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I think she just sees high speeds, big trucks, and
so the maximum
me.
speed your mom wants to go in a car is what? She's happiest in a school zone.
Like a 45.
I think the fastest I've ever seen her drive was maybe 60.
Wow.
No wonder you drive the way you do.
Yeah, it came from my mom.
He's slow.
But like
But he's also a black man too. I get that.
When I was learning how to drive, I drove around Oberlin, which Oberlin is 3 miles in every direction. Like that's the extent of the city.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not a really good way to learn how to drive because I need to know the highways. I need to know all the one-way streets and stuff like that. I mean, whatever. But
yeah, you need the experience to actually. You're not going to limit yourself to being someone that's not going to drive on the highway.
So I had friends in other cities.
I don't drive on the highway anymore, really.
Yeah, but that's for a very specific reason.
Right.
Yeah.
But now I'm kind of scared too. Like, it's turned into a fear,
Well, I drove at night, so that's how I learned. I would just go at maybe 8 o'clock when no one was really on there, and I could just kind of get used to it, and then I can start to merge But honestly, during rush hour, it's really not going to be that big of a deal because you're not really moving that fast anyway.
Not that hard to drive.
Alan, my sister's 39 and is terrified of highways. All right. Also, that Jesse guy that just called, he said that you should know because you lived in the same dorm as he did. Yeah, but do you know everybody in your dorm and how they spell their names?
How am I supposed? I don't know a Jesse.
I know.
A Jesse in my dorm? There's like 300 people in the dorm.
Alan, the song Jesse's Girl, it's spelled Jessie, the Rick Springfield song. That's true. I wish that I had Jesse's Girl.
Is it?
Jessi. I believe so. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Well, then that's moot.
Try and come for me.
All right. Just in the future, indulge me.
Okay.
When it's a
Female or
guy,
male?
here's my mantra. When it's a guy, drop the I.
But if it's a girl calling and you know that it's Jesse's girl, spell it that way.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Alan, my mom is, in her 73 years, has never driven on a highway. I mean, listen, I guess if you don't go anywhere, just in your town, I could see that. But being actively afraid of highways, to me, is a very different thing. There's a lot of real things to be afraid of.
Well,
rather than driving on a 6-lane highway.
But the thing
people are afraid of driving at all.
Yeah, especially nowadays because people are reckless. And, just being cut off and all that stuff that could happen. I don't want to have my mom drive the highway and then the first experience she has, there's an accident on the side of the road
honestly,
or something.
The people that don't want to drive on the highway, I don't want them on there anyway because
they're
going to be dangerous. They're going to go slow. They're going to freak out, and that just makes everything more dangerous for everybody else.
It's too late now for her to learn. So it's just too late. And then,
it's not too late. She just doesn't want to. So if she doesn't want to,
she could
then she's
still learn.
Yeah, she could absolutely learn. It's so easy.
What I hate is when I'm driving the highway and she's riding with me because she, like I said, she doesn't drive anywhere and we do have to go on the highway. Someone drives her. She critiques me. I'm like, you don't drive the highway. I'm like,
yeah, but the coach doesn't play either, Poundcake.
That's right.
Okay,
so mom's doing for you. This is when Poundcake's mom used to drive the big rigs. She's behind the wheel of an 18-wheeler. This is why she doesn't like the highways. She has a bad recollection.
Would you want your personal trainer to be out of shape?
I'm sorry?
I said, would you want your personal trainer to be out of shape?
Good point, buddy.
Just saying.
Good point. You got me.
Well,
I have no
those who can't
rejoinder
teach.
for that.
No, if you're telling me how to drive on the highway, I expect you to know how to drive on the highway. You don't merge. You don't yield. Let me know. Let me know what you want me to do.
Right, but you would have to merge, is my point. Otherwise, you'd be driving in the grass on the shoulder. Yeah. I don't merge. You're going to have to. Mom, merge, Mom.
I don't believe in merging.
Go to a complete
It's
stop.
one lane all the time.
I haven't merged since it was me and your father.
Oh.
Alan, I'm not sure you've heard of it. Yeah, I have heard of this. They said that FEMA says Wilmington's okay because of the Waffle House Index. We've talked about that before, where FEMA and the Weather Service will judge the severity of the fallout of weather in an area is based on how many Waffle Houses are open, because they're always open. So if they're closed, you know it's bad.
It's a problem, yeah.
So Wilmington has got Waffle Houses open.
Okay, so they didn't have to shut any down?
That's what this is.
Can you imagine being a Waffle House worker and you're like, ooh, maybe a day off? No, we're still open, hurricane or not.
People need waffles, Erica.
Well.
And times good and times bad.
Yeah.
Maybe your faith is waffling, but the waffles aren't waffling.
I like a waffle knit. I like a Belgian waffle. It's all good. Alan, I'm texting and driving as we speak. I love driving. Good.
Seems safe.
Thank you.
Talk about on the highway, though.
Hey, listen, I'm not working for any don't text and drive organization. You're a grown-ass person. You do. I wouldn't recommend it. You do what you want to do.
I'm going to say don't do that.
You think every one of these people who texts me during this show pulls over and stops their car and puts it in park? Send me a text?
Or maybe voice to text if you have to.
That's even worse. I get people's texts, I can't tell what the hell they're trying to say because it's voice to text. Hey, I like your fern. What?
Well, self-driving cars, we need that.
We don't need that.
Oh, yes, we do.
I look at self-driving cars. Self-driving cars to me is just another form of mass transit. Yeah. And a lot of people don't like mass transit.
Yeah, but it's mass transit without having to be with other people. It's the best kind of mass transit.
But people aren't going to be able
weird smells.
You're not going to be able to afford your own car. It'll probably be more Uber and stuff like that, car services. So, but that's fine because you still have your own.
They have to be readily available though, and I wouldn't trust an Uber. I would trust my car, because it's my car. I'm not going to have somebody else.
Are you going to be able to pay $150,000 for a self-driving car?
You take out a loan like everything else, and you pay it little by little. But I'm for,
forever.
I'm for anything.
You want to take out a loan to buy a $150,000 car?
I'm for anything that will let me nap on the way to work. Like I can get dressed, I can get ready, and I can have.
You could hire a driver for less than $150,000 a year.
It wouldn't be that much because if they want people to use their product, they're going to make it at least affordable, and then jack the prices
it's
up.
just not going to be affordable for 50
not for
years
a while.
until it's the standard. And it's not going to be the standard for a long time.
There are a lot of Teslas on the road, and those are not cheap cars. There's a lot of them out there.
That's true.
So a lot of people are
making the investment.
Yeah, taking a chance on those.
But those still aren't completely self-driving cars.
Right.
I mean, they're close,
right.
But they're not.
But I'm saying even electric cars, it's going to be a while before those are really affordable.
I think they park and they can go on the highway, but I don't think they make turns and stuff.
They don't do like street traffic or anything?
Right.
Okay.
I heard Tom Papa talking about how he would, when he would drive to San Francisco, he would just turn on the autopilot and just sit there, and you could like answer emails and stuff like that, but you could still never feel comfortable getting out of the front seat.
Yeah.
Imagine that when you want to take your kid to school.
It would take people a while to get used to not being in the driver's seat.
Well, I think that we'll get to the point where
It'd make me nervous.
Make the kids go to school you want to, instead of dropping your kid off, you can go to work, and then you can have the car drop your kid off for you, and then you can track it on your phone. That's
so then you can never see your kids again. That'd be fun.
Alan, I broke up with my fiance because she wouldn't drive on the highway. Half our plans would get canceled because it took her twice as long to get there. It's a legit problem.
It's anxiety. It gives you anxiety.
Again, this is a mere example of one thing, but to me it's a broader question. How did you get to the proposal phase of a relationship and not know that your girlfriend doesn't like to drive on the highway?
That is a very good question.
All these people, they're like, I found out that my fiance hates my family. Like, how did you just now find that out?
Unless you did the Ariana Grande type engagement, you should know how your fiance feels about your family.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, speaking of Ariana Grande, that's probably one of my favorite headlines of today, was that they've Pete Davidson and Ariana Grande hit relationship milestone with pet pig.
How is that a relationship milestone?
I know exactly. Oh, I remember that. The old let's get a pet pig together phase of the relationship. Are you there yet? Honey, I'm just not to the adopting a pig. I don't feel that way about you.
Maybe a ferret, but not a pig.
I'm hoping to get there, but
I know you're ready, but I'm not quite yet.
I'm not quite ready. Pete Davidson and Ariana Grande have apparently, this is some kind of support animal, perhaps, for her in the wake of Mac Miller's death. She's taking that particularly hard. She's been spending some time alone while she grieves, and Pete Davidson, because he's a goddamn genius, is letting her do it instead of getting all worked up.
What do you mean? What is he?
There's all these articles being read. Ariana Grande, you know, like, first there were people blaming her for Mac Miller killing himself. It's like, it's always, some people think it's always a chick's fault. Like, it's not the guy who's effed in the head or whatever.
She's not responsible to save you.
Right. But then they were like, you're with Pete Davidson now. Why are you going on about my... It's your ex-boyfriend.
For
you're
years.
You're going to be upset. Right.
Years.
No, a couple. But it's you know, it's long enough.
And they talked about it. I mean, I think that's why they broke up, was because he had a substance problem. Like,
well, that's what she said is the reason why they broke up. Is
sure.
He was in his demons and she couldn't deal with it any longer.
But then she went right to Pete Davidson.
Right to? I don't know.
He's not a guy who's actively using, to the best of anyone's knowledge, but he's a guy...
Well, she's clearly a fixer, you know? Many women are.
Well...
Yeah, but how come they never accomplish their goal?
These guys never get fixed.
Yeah.
Man, hitting a blunt and
I'm sure it's fun.
A needle is a different thing.
Huh?
Hitting a blunt and doing a needle or doing a line is totally different.
Yeah, but I think Pete Davidson's completely sober now. He's not even doing.
And Mac Miller wasn't a heroin
addict.
addict, was he?
Yeah.
Was Mac Miller a heroin guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But heroin
But and Pete Davidson was an addict. That's why he's sober now.
Right, I get that.
I think he still smokes weed.
Right.
I thought that Mac Miller OD'd on like prescriptions or something.
I don't know what he OD'd on.
Probably. What was your drug of choice? Everything. He probably did everything, whatever, to make him not sober.
That's your assessment of the Mac Miller situation. He probably did everything.
Probably.
And how did you arrive at that?
I just want your fix. Get high, no matter like what it is. If people are sniffing poop to get high, I don't put anything past anyone anymore.
Sniffing poop.
Always bringing up the jankum.
Because I can't get over that.
Damn near killed him.
I hope I never have to get to that point where I'm so desperate to get high, I'm sniffing poop fumes.
Right,
Like,
but you were just talking about not listening to your mom critique your driving because she didn't know anything about it. You don't know anything about drugs.
I heard there's a bar in Cleveland that I'm not trying to name what bar. I actually don't know what bar it is. But at halftime of Browns games, they like huff things. They'll huff different like paint thinner or something like that. Oh, it's a VHS cassette cleaner. They'll huff that at halftime. It's
poppers.
And then
like
party the
acetone
rest of the time. Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I just heard that that's what they do. It gets you high, and then makes the second half more bearable. The way this season's going, I might be joining him next week.
Bill's going to come in with a black circle around his mouth. I was huffing paint all weekend, man. Oh, man. I had to show my ID to get that Krylon. And we come back to Krylon.
Rust-Oleum.
I know you're a Rust-Oleum gal.
Yep.
Either one of them, though, I think in a pinch, you want to get that black circle around your mouth. It'll work.
For sure.
But then again, you get your choice of colors.
That's true.
You might want something a little bit more jaunty.
Or
I'm still going to go orange and brown.
Orange and brown ring around your mouth. Bill, what did you do? Is that a game time goatee? No, I've been huffing spray paint, bro. I'm on cloud 9. All right, I'm gonna have Browns tickets for you when we return Thursday night. The Jets will be in town. It's an 8:20 kick. I'll be hosting the first Cox Out party of the year. We're going to be at Buffalo Wild Wings over in Fairview Park for the watch party Thursday night. But if you want to go to the game itself, a couple of tickets here coming back. 35192, you want to text. You can watch at AlanCoxShow.com or listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
All right.
Just went back and forth with Chris over the weekend about whose rap beef diss was better.
Oh, MGK or
Eminem, yeah.
I can't get past Eminem's Just for Men beard.
It's kind of weird.
The guy's been bleach blonde his entire career, and now he's got like this thick chia pet brown beard.
Yeah,
I don't know what's going on there. I got a text from Chris Tyler. We were leaving a dinner party at about 1 a.m, and my phone goes bing. I'm like, who is blowing me up at 1 o'clock? We're like just getting in the car, and he sends me the Donnie photo.
Oh, he sent that to you? Oh my God.
Donnie's new, and now mind you, and so we're going back and forth about half an hour, and I go, oh, Donnie's been, he goes, you should have him on. I go, oh, Donnie's been calling in.
Yeah.
Yeah, our friend Donnie, who, again, I got a lot of mail on Donnie over the over the break too, because we used to do, where in the world is Donnie San Diego, right? The funny thing, our old intern, Corey, who we lovingly refer to as Donnie. And it was fun when he'd call because he'd always have some fakakta story about, he ran a truck off the road, he lost another gig, whatever.
Yeah.
It was all relatively harmless. It was kind of a travel journal of a guy who just can't keep it together.
Yeah.
And then he starts letting us know that he's like a porn recruiter. I don't know. Again, I feel a little bit, we talked to him a little bit about it, but he told most of his stories in their entirety on the Rover Show.
Right.
And so I was kind of left to put it together. And so I was hearing from all these listeners who had listened to him on the podcast. And the consensus was that Donnie now just makes them angry. Like before, it was fun because he was just kind of an F-up. But they're like, now I don't want to hear him anymore. It used to be fun because there was kind of an innocence about him. He'd just be goofy. But now he gets defensive when you go, well, what does this mean? And this is what you're saying or whatever.
And he doesn't answer the questions anymore.
Yeah. And so, of course, Tyler sends me, because I don't really follow Donnie. Or maybe I do. I don't know. But I didn't see it, right? Mm-hmm. He's intern Donnie on Twitter. And he mentioned that when he finally gets his golden ticket to Los Angeles and becomes a porn recruiter extraordinaire, that the way he's going to rope these gals in is he's just going to walk up and down the beach shirtless with all of his tattoos, and that's what's going to lure these women in. I'm paraphrasing, of course. Nothing I say can do justice to how Donnie puts it. But he did tweet out over the weekend, new tattoo number 26. Now, if you're familiar at all, you literature students, you're Dante's Divine Comedy, right? Dante's Inferno, the sign over hell. Everybody knows what that is?
What is it, Poundcake?
Dante's Inferno!
No, not the sign over hell in Dante's Inferno.
Dante's Inferno!
Right. Is abandon hope, all ye who enter here.
Right.
Okay? Great line.
Yep.
That's where it's from. Donnie got a tattoo of this on his right forearm.
Yeah.
Yep, fresh tattoo. Tweeted it out. There's, again, it's, first of all, it's mangled the phrase. You should print it up, type it out, give it to the tattoo artist and go, this is what I want.
Google it, double check it 100 times.
Because this is going on your body.
Anytime you get words, you double check it like a million times.
Of course. Double and triple check.
Yeah. I got this
a million checks. That's how many. Like it's
That's
not a double
right.
check. It's a million.
You don't want to end up with no regrets.
I got "Let me entertain you," the text written or tattooed on me at a convention, and I can't tell you how many times I Googled how to spell entertain. It's TAIN. I just wanted to make sure 1,000 times before I had him write it on me. That was in the middle of a convention.
But
I'm
you knew how
to look it up.
You knew how to spell entertain.
Of course I did. But anytime you get a tattoo on your body of any words, you triple check.
And why wouldn't the tattoo artist triple check?
Right. Of course.
Okay, so Donnie's tattoo says, abandon all hope, ye all who enter here. So one too many alls mangles the phrase, and abandon has a final E on it. So it says, abandon all hope, ye all who enter here. Now let's break this down, and I hope he'll call in later on.
If you'd like to see it, I posted it on my Instagram at Bill Squire.
The tattoos he has is, I'm sure they all mean something to him, but it is the weirdest collection of crap you've ever seen in your life.
It's hodgepodge.
It's hodgepodge. So A, misspelled. Well, no, A, phrase is mangled. B, misspelled. C, one too many. That's part of the mangling.
Right.
But finally, why would you get that on your arm? Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. No, I get that.
Is he saying he's Satan?
No, I'm sure that he feels the allure of something that sounds dangerous. But he clearly doesn't know what it is, where it's from.
Right.
Abandon has an E on it.
I think at a certain point.
Abandon. And now this is on you.
But I think
forever.
But after a certain point, after you have so many tattoos, there's like it's just another tattoo. It's this feeling of, whatever. I already have so many. Like, what's one more? So
but I don't want any that are spelled wrong.
But you also don't have 26. Like, I know there's some people that take so much pride in their tattoos, and it's art. but I know some people that have some dumb ass
I have
tattoos.
6.
But not
his,
26.
But his all look like they're script. I don't know that he has any pictures. His are all script. They all look like jailhouse tats.
I don't know.
I mean, you do you.
None
It's
of
your
them
body.
are like big pieces. They're all like little collections.
Right. So next time he calls, I'd love to know. I don't need a blow-by-blow description, but I would love to know.
You're not going to get one anyway.
At least the ones that are visible in the photo, what those particular
And who's
ones
the
mean to him.
tattooer? Is it a friend?
Probably
Did he
a
pay, did he
friend.
pay for
has
that?
to be a friend.
Cheaper.
I want my money back.
For what? Like,
For the
well,
misspelling.
it looks like-
and he
It's
says
the,
no.
It's the ultimate responsibility of the tattoo
No,
artist
it's
to make
not.
sure it's spelled right.
Now, if you go to some
yes,
trash
it
artist-
is.
Poundcake. I'm sure tattoo artists get a non-stop parade of morons who want some dopey thing on their body. They would, I think, anyone worth their salt and their reputation would go, hey, bro, that's not spelled correctly.
No, I'm talking about a friend. I understand an actual tattoo artist, but like that's just like if you get your hair cut by like a friend of yours and not an actual barber, you can't sue the guy that cut your hair if he messed it up. Like,
I mean,
you didn't go to an actual barber.
There's a
And
tattoo.
also, hair grows back.
There's a tattoo he has on his chest. I think it says fear in the least fearful script there is. It's very
bubble
flowery.
And what's the
Comic Sans.
it's like an X thing and then a backwards N.
Yeah, it looks like it's Greek. I don't know. Again, I would love to know what these mean to him. He's got something ratty across his stomach. I don't know what the...
And a feather.
But the abandon all hope ye who enter here is a mess.
Yeah, that's bad.
And I think that there are teardrops tattooed under it.
Looks
See, I didn't know what the actual quote was, so I didn't know that the quote was mangled too.
Yes, it's not
I just
all,
saw the E at the end of abandon.
You've already got all in it. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here. Pretty simple. Not abandon all hope, ye all who enter here. I'm surprised he didn't put Y''ALL. Y'all who enter. So anyway, next time we talk to him, but I was getting this photo at 1 a.m. from Chris Tyler. He's
Does
like,
he know it's spelled wrong?
Oh, his description of it, he misspelled it. He spelled it Abaddon.
Abaddon.
Here's my new tattoo, Abaddon, all hope. So it's a
really
cavalcade of people not paying attention.
I didn't believe it. I thought
no
I thought
proofreading whatsoever.
I thought it
That's
was
amazing.
Photoshop, but like that.
And he probably got it because I told him he didn't have that many tattoos the other day on the phone. Now I feel responsible.
That's coverable, right?
But he already knows no matter what you say, he knows he has 25.
Yeah,
now
it's just
26.
that they're not, I don't know. They just don't cover a large area. He has a lot of tattoos. There's just
But they
not.
are ratty jailhouse
They're
tats.
small.
And I don't know what he thinks. Oh, I'm gonna walk across the beach with my shirt off, and all the girls are gonna come to me because I have tattoos. I know a lot of ugly, busted dudes that have tattoos, and
Right. It's
no
not
one's
like he's
gonna
got
come
like
running.
amazing
and it's not
sleeves
just
to go.
tattoos. It's the quality of the work.
Yeah.
My husband's got a full sleeve tattoo, and he went to some really good dudes.
Yeah, it
and
looks good.
He has very.
I will be hosting the Cox Out Watch Party, Buffalo Wild Wings out of Westgate, Fairview Park, on Thursday night. But if that doesn't scratch you where you itch, we'll put you at the game, okay? Thursday night, Browns, Jets, and you and a pal. Good luck. Caller 20. Those tickets are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
We now return to something barely worth your time. Already in progress.
This literally means nothing to me.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I know that you came to party, baby. Look like we're gonna lead this party with somebody else's lady.
I like how they asked Too Short what he thought of the whole Eminem MGK beef. He goes,
yeah?
It's great for white rap. Friday night, we were in Denver. We stayed with friends of ours who we know from LA, but everyone we know now has moved to Denver. So we stayed with them on Friday night, and we were all just kicking it in the backyard because it was so nice out and blah, 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 and whatever. We're having some pizza and some beers and some drinks. And I hadn't heard the whole MGK track,
I like it.
the diss track.
Yeah.
What's it called?
Rap Devil.
Rap Devil. We played a little snippet of it, but I couldn't really. And so we were sitting there and we were playing that, and I think Kill Shot had just dropped, which was the Eminem response to that, whatever.
Yeah.
First off, that Rap Devil is really good.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not a big MGK guy. I like him a lot, but his music doesn't necessarily resonate with me, but it's great.
I think it's the best track he's released, honestly.
Unfortunately, like this Eminem thing is kind of why people are paying attention to him.
Yeah.
If they're not already fans.
And MGK doesn't care. He's like, fine, if that's how people find me, I'll take it, you know?
Yeah, it's a good time for people
It's
to
good
discover him
promotion for
because
MGK, yeah.
it's a pretty strong track.
Kind of makes me feel like this was planned.
G-Eazy, by the way, has made it very clear that he is Team Eminem.
Oh, screw
For
that
those
guy.
of you who were...
That's because he hates MGK. They have like,
Because they probably both porked Halsey, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
MGK wears a Kill Shot shirt the other night. You know, he's on that Fall Out Boy tour. And he was in St. Louis or something. I don't know. But they're going back and forth. And he's got MGK's got a new EP that's coming out. And so we listen to Rap Devil in its entirety. And I go, man, that's good. It's funny.
Yeah.
And then we listen to Kill Shot.
Also very good.
I like him. No, it's not.
You don't think so?
I thought it was very good.
I thought it was weak.
Oh, I like Eminem.
No, I like Eminem a lot. I'm just saying, like, that... First of all, you're just, like, if your whole song is, like, a line-for-line response...
Yeah.
Basically, Kill Shot is about how he's rich and famous, and MGK isn't.
Right.
Like, I'm a big believer in punching up, not punching down.
Well, if
MGK's
someone's
punching up.
But who can Eminem punch up to?
I know, you got to respond. I just thought it was a weak response.
I thought it was a good
Rap
response.
Devil's way better than Kill Shot.
I thought it was a good response.
One of the guys is Eminem, and the other one is opening for Fall Out Boy.
Understood.
Like,
but
different worlds.
But when a youngin' comes up and gets you one between the eyes, you better prove to everyone why
I
you're
thought
the
he did.
greatest in the game. You think so?
I thought it was a good response.
Huh.
I think the only thing that makes it not a good response is how long it took him to put it out. Because MGK's was like, bam, it's out. And then Eminem
Took
was
Eminem
like,
a couple weeks in an interview.
I think I might do a response. And then it came almost 2 weeks later.
It was like Dennis Miller after Michelle Wolf at the Correspondence'
on
dinner.
Wednesday, you're going to get it.
Tell you what, though, Rap Devil is charting. I mean, the new one from Eminem, I don't know what that's doing, but it's been #1.
Well, listen, it is great news for white guys.
Yeah. I do like that Rap Devil track, though.
Poundcake's so disgusted by
That's funny.
The thing, though, he doesn't have a man bun anymore.
But that's a funny line.
He had it for a movie.
He did have one, though.
Yeah. We watched that.
If you've had a man bun, you always have a man bun.
Once you go man bun, you never go back.
Maybe it was because I listened to them in succession and I hadn't heard Rap Devil in its entirety.
Yeah.
I was like, it's pretty
It's a good
tight.
track.
Yeah.
Fire track. And I'm proud of MGK. Like, years ago, Eminem wouldn't even write a diss track back to him because he didn't consider him even worthy. And now
I don't know that
they're
it's
going
worthy.
toe-to-toe.
I don't think that's worthy. I think if anybody... there's probably never been anybody who wrote an Eminem diss track and
Because they
didn't
were
get a response.
afraid.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, even if you did, of course you're going to get a response. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. I didn't think Eminem was going to come with it because it's been weeks now since Rap Devil. And MGK put that out the day after he dropped that song.
He's got a couple of things to take care of. I
With a
guess.
video, no less, where he looks kind of hot.
Oh, I didn't even see the video.
I'm not, like,
Didn't know there was a
attracted to
video.
him, but he looks pretty hot in that video.
I always thought MGK was attractive. But I like that. I like the tatted boys. So.
Alan, who do you think's more attractive, Eminem or MGK?
Well, I would say MGK.
I didn't ask you. I asked
We know what you
Alan.
think.
I pick all of them over G.
Will you
We're
shut
still
your
not
mouth?
asking you. We're asking
I
Alan.
just want to get my word
No, I'm just gonna let Poundcake answer for me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't
All right,
need to.
Poundcake, who does Alan find more attractive, MGK or Eminem?
No, he doesn't know who I find more attractive. He wants to tell you who he finds more
Right.
attractive. Yeah. Just let him continue to tell you who he finds more attractive. So, yeah, MGK at Orlando's Amway Center rocking a Kill Shot t-shirt. There you go.
Well.
Listen, it's a generational thing, right? Eminem's my age.
Yeah.
Like, if you were into him coming up, you know, you're old by now.
The only thing I will say that I don't like about Eminem. big
MGK
fan-
is young and hip and with it.
Yes. I've been a fan of Eminem for a long time, but he had some homophobic stuff on his new album, and it's like,
Grow up.
yeah. It's like, have you not evolved at all?
He has though, but like I
No,
think,
he hasn't, because he put that on his new album.
But he did a song with like Elton John, so like
Right, so it doesn't make any sense for him to do that.
It doesn't make any sense, but I know he's
And
not a
he
homophobe.
since apologized for it.
It doesn't bother me because I know he's not a homophobe.
But it should bother you, is the point. It should
But I know
bother
he's
you.
not a homophobe.
And MGK has never made any reference to S and a D.
I'm not
or-
talking about MGK. I am talking strictly about Eminem. I couldn't tell you if MGK has made a homophobic slur
It doesn't
or not.
bother me. It doesn't bother me.
But I know for a fact that Eminem has some stuff on his new album, and it's just unnecessary.
If Poundcake's not bothered, I'm not bothered.
I'm just saying, like a friend that I know is not homophobic and calls me like the F word. Like I'm not gonna be like you're a homophobe because you called me.
I understand that, but
here's-
people who don't like homosexual people will use that as an anthem.
But
you know
also,
what I'm saying?
but my thing is, you can never control what dopes are going to say. But why would a friend of yours call you a fag?
Well,
even if they knew it didn't bother you, why would a friend call you that?
I don't know.
If that's a friend, I mean, I wouldn't do that.
But
as
that's
a
just
friend.
like me calling you bitch. Like
No, it's
no,
not.
it's not.
No.
No, it's not.
I mean, listen, if it doesn't bother you,
I'm just saying friend to friend. I think that. I think some people like if they get like if you're a white kid whose black friends gave him the card to say the N-word. Yeah, like you think it's like I still wouldn't say it. I mean,
but that's what I'm saying. Maybe I come from a different standpoint because I've been called everything in the book, so nothing literally bothers me. But I don't care. If I know in his heart he's not homophobic and he has been around gay people, he has invited gay people to do collaborations with him, write on his music. Him saying it as an expression. Really
wait, this is a friend who's a rapper?
No, he's talking about Eminem.
I'm talking about Eminem.
Oh, I see.
I just think that if you want to be on, if you're Eminem and you've been gone for a while or whatever, and you want to prove you still got it, why wouldn't you be with the times? I don't. It just seems old timey to me.
You said the same thing about Dave Chappelle when he was talking about what was it, Caitlyn Jenner or something like that. He was mentioning.
Yeah, I was uncomfortable with that.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm not. I'll say this. I'm not getting offended for somebody else. I'm offended because I just don't think that it helps society. I don't think that kind of rhetoric helps people.
Okay.
If somebody tells me, hey, if you told me, hey, Erica, I don't like when you call me this, I would stop doing it, and it would be no big deal because you're my friend and I care about you and I don't want you to feel bad.
But if he doesn't tell his friends that, and they figure they've got the go-ahead, there's nothing to stop them from doing it. If they go,
For sure.
he doesn't care.
I just think when it's in rap culture, because like everybody knows that black culture, they're specifically worried about looking gay or acting gay. That's just like a thing. And rap is in that culture, and if you remove it from that, I think it's just a good look.
But I just don't think it. Okay.
They also wear a lot of jewelry, so I'm getting mixed messages
I
here.
can't figure it out. And the goofy buzz cuts. And no, I'm just saying, if it doesn't bother Poundcake, then I don't care.
But I
mean,
have trained myself
You
not
can't
to care.
control what other people say, but
I have trained myself not to care.
you can only control what you say to people. And
What's
some
that
people are
training
uncomfortable
like?
with that.
Do you go to like a hate
It's like
trainer?
it's a boot camp.
and
It's
they
a booty camp.
They just scream slurs at you until you're like, it doesn't bother me anymore.
No, it's getting like
It's aversion therapy.
It's getting roasted on the bus every day when you're going to school, being called a fag all the time. I'm just like, and?
Yeah, went through that same thing too. I'm just not gay.
Yeah.
I'm black and I'm gay.
Matter of fact, like me coming out as gay was like
Yay!
the best comeback ever.
Yeah, it just takes the power away from them. Like, yeah, I am. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, so like I said, I train myself not to care, and I encourage everyone else not to care either, because that way we're not going to care what
Then
society
the words
thinks
lose their power.
Exactly.
It's one of our many gay categories. We have our bears, our queens, our daddies, our sugar caddies, our maple smoked sausage patties, our Belgian waffles, and of course our six tops. Fun fact, those last four are just things that are in this room. But you believed me because you are stupid.
Wow, and what, pray tell, are you?
I'm a soft butch.
Very soft.
Also, in more bad news for white people, that IKEA in Garfield Heights is not going to happen.
Jesus.
I know people had... I'm sorry, IKEA, for you natives of Sweden who may listen to the show. They've been laying out the red carpet for Garfield Heights for 2 years now, just trying to breadcrumb IKEA to come out there and build something. They were just grabbing ankle and bending over to give them everything they wanted for... They give them tax abatements and all this crap they want to give big companies. You know, come to Cleveland and you won't have to pay taxes for the next 200 years, that kind of crap. And it's not going to happen. IKEA has declined to pursue a location in Garfield Heights.
That's kind of a weird spot anyway. No?
But I think that's also an area that could really use some economic development.
Yeah, could use a bump.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, sorry.
That's a bummer. Still got to drive
people.
2 hours. So annoying.
Yeah, but in either direction. We're equidistant from
I know.
take your pick.
I would like one closer.
Really?
Yeah.
Who cares?
I love IKEA.
Yeah, but it's worth the drive if you really like it.
I want the poop meatballs.
You don't go for the meatballs.
No.
You go for the fliegen nightstands.
I like the Flurgenflagen.
Yeah. Hey, what's that lamp? It's a... Oh, is it? Oh, cool. I like that.
I like furniture that takes me 10 years to put together.
I feel like people at this point have IKEA down to a science, though. Back in the day, they were like, oh, my God. It was like kind of a hacky bit that, you know.
Face,
yeah, look at all these pieces.
I was supposed to do all this with an Allen wrench?
But now you lay it all out and you follow the directions.
But it's just pictures.
That's all what people need. People can't read.
Ian and I tried to put a dresser together. It took us forever.
But
it's not recently.
I'm just saying, I think by this time, people have put so much IKEA furniture together that you know what it should look like and where everything goes. You go, here are the sides, here's the top, here's the thing for the drawer pull. Like, you know.
I guess.
Is it that hard anymore to put
it comes with like 300 screws.
Right, but if you, like when I have something that needs to be put together, I separate all the pieces and I lay them out.
Yes, Alan, we do that too.
Right, so what's so hard about that? I don't have a hard time with it.
Put them in separate rooms.
I'm going to put you to the test.
Feels like, oh God, I need that screw. I think it's in the kitchen. Oh, damn it. It took me 9 hours to put it together.
I just don't want anything to get mixed up.
But I got all my steps in. Oh, boy.
I definitely got all my steps in yesterday. All that hill walking. I walked up that hill like 4 times because I had to wrangle the drunks.
Wrangle the drunks.
Yeah.
Also playing Agora this weekend.
Wrangling the drunks?
Wrangle the drunks.
Wrangle the drunks! ! That
is a good band name.
Alan, the song is literally called Kill Shot. Rap has never really been concerned with its image or the message it sends.
No, it's very concerned. It just doesn't care what people think of it. It's a very aggressive message most times.
Same logic in the MGK diss. I'm tall, you're short, you're ugly, you're old. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, it's kind of how, that's kind of how you diss people. You know what I mean? Appearance and...
Yeah, it's just roast battles.
Tertiary stuff, because they don't really know each other.
God, imagine if every area of life had diss tracks. You know, like Marge in Accounts Payable sent you a diss track because she didn't like the way that you did your, you know.
With the note of text with 48 hours to respond.
I think I should write a diss track for you guys.
Do it.
You're
Please
not
do.
even a notary.
And you can respond.
Your spreadsheets are whack, yo.
Yeah, that's right.
That's about as all I can say about accounts payable or whatever. I don't know.
Maybe
that world.
Fat E is
You gonna write a diss track about us?
Diss. I don't know.
Well, if you write one, you know that there's gonna be one coming back at you too.
Yeah, prepared.
Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready when you are.
Alan, my wife absolutely hates the word bitch, and she won't let anybody call her a bitch.
But I'm saying,
It's a bitchy thing to do.
Also, I know straight guys, like, they call their friends, like, oh, you're such a fag, or something like that. And if they say that in front of me, they're like, oh, sorry, Cody. I'm like, man, don't apologize. Like, whatever. Like, you're my friend, and you just call your friends. Talk
Well,
to
you know what? They are lucky to have a friend like you who's
Who
gay
doesn't care.
and doesn't care.
But like, if I'm offended, believe me, I'll let you know. I'll cuss you out with my finger in your face.
I just remove that word though. Like I just don't. It just doesn't come up.
Best believe that. Hey, John.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you, John?
Good. So I was just
You're cutting out.
Sweet diss track, bro.
gay slurs. So I'm a straight guy, but I've got probably 3 or 4 really good friends that are all gay.
Oh, good for you.
And
how do you know they're gay?
Like Poundcake said, just like how you insult your friends and call them a bitch. I mean, it's really pretty much the same thing. I call a lot of them a fag, and I don't mean it in a bad way. I mean, if they told me, oh yeah, like it offends me, then I wouldn't call them.
Right,
that.
but do you call your straight friends that?
No, I call my gay friends that.
Right, that's my point. So you're not throwing. You're like, I don't say it because of that, but that's precisely why you say
But that's
it.
just
You're
like
not
saying something that's gay.
I understand where he's coming from. I'm just saying that you can't say that you just throw it out irrespective of sexual orientation if you're only calling your gay friends that. You're calling them that for a very specific reason. If you call anybody fag, I mean, I still think it's gross, but that would be more of a case for like, oh, I call everybody. I call my mom fag. You know, it's like,
my mom.
Mom, you're such a fag.
I don't know.
I think what you're saying is offensive. They may not be offended by it or take offense to it because they love you and care about you. But, like, if you were to use that in your language and somebody else overhears it, that, yes, a gay guy that maybe doesn't know you, they might be offended by that and hurt by that. I don't know. And me personally, if somebody says...
I use it in a close circle. I wouldn't use it in front of like a lot of people. It's usually just when I'm...
You're not willy-nilly about it.
They get real tight and then he whispers it to them. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're doing it that way, you might have some different idea of what's going on.
Right.
My friends think it's hilarious. Like, my straight friends think it's hilarious when I say, like, that's gay. And they just crack up because they think it's the funniest thing in the world that a gay man is calling
Which
something
straight
gay.
friends? Because I'm one of your straight friends.
I'm going to need you guys to get in a
a
circle, and I'm going to need all of you to face out when I say this, all right? All right, thank you, John. Hey, Rick.
Hey, Mr. Allen.
How are you, Rick?
I'm doing okay, Mr. Allen. How about yourself?
Oh, you know, so far so good.
Okay, I haven't heard Bill. Is Bill there? Hey, Bill.
Yeah, I'm here. I was saying funny things a couple seconds ago, I think. Really laugh. Would you like to sniff my testicles?
Okay, I turned on the radio just a little bit too late. Are you Miss Erica?
Hello, Rick.
Now, Alan, I'm going to try to keep calm about this. What is wrong with Jeffrey LaRoque? What is wrong?
Well, can you be more specific?
Okay, I'll go in detail because I have no problem going into details. Now, listen here. Now, he know this girl or this woman from a crack house, okay?
Oh, I thought you were talking about, I don't know anything about what happened on the show in the morning.
Okay,
I thought you were talking about the show last night at Blossom.
Okay, well, let me tell you this, dear. This crackhead woman came over to Jeffrey's house one
Right, Rick, I'm not going to be able to help you out with this. I don't know the story.
Okay, well, I'll go to something else then.
Yeah.
Okay, but...
I'm just saying I'm not going to be able to, I'm not going to...
Oh, no, I'm not asking you to comment on nothing.
Oh, okay. What was your question?
I'm not asking. You don't have to comment.
It's more of a statement.
Okay, give me your statement.
Okay. He got this crackhead woman coming on with his wife around his kids. His wife going to the hospital with ambulance, and instead of going to the hospital with his wife, he let this crackhead in the house with his kids with 2 cats. Okay?
It sounds like Jeffrey's just a very good guy that wants to help the poor and downtrodden.
He's got a lot of love to share, Rick. I suspect. Right.
It's just a nice Christian thing to do.
I didn't have any conversations with him last night at the show. We
bought
had
him
a very brief exchange, and that was it.
I don't even think we even said hi.
I bought him a beer because he was just kind of standing around the beer area just waiting. He was just kind of like he picked one up and like looked at it and was like, "These free?" And I'm like, "I'll buy it for you, buddy."
Here's the problem though, Alan. You don't have to comment. This is my statement. Now he can't get to. He's supposed to stay there for one night Thursday and supposed to leave Friday. Now he can't get her out of his house.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what happens with crackheads. They don't want to leave once they're there.
I know that.
They want crack and a roof over their head.
But does that increase the likelihood that there's going to be a leprechaun in the neighborhood?
I know that. but he don't know that. Evidently, and now he can't get her out of his house. She having things mailed to his address.
What?
Yes, sir. Yes, yep.
I know nothing of this.
Yeah,
but
I don't know either.
He is having things mailed to his address.
Could be a crackhead.
Wait, well, how is a crackhead getting mail?
Publishers Clearinghouse don't care if you're on crack.
Wait a minute. Hear me out.
Right.
That's the whole thing. She's telling him that, but he won't look into it. Look, he's sitting there about to walk through around his family, number one. That's my statement. All he got to do is tell her to go, she don't go call her, have her escort her ass out of there around his kids.
Right.
She brought 2 cats with her.
Right.
I'm talking about, I'm talking about animals.
I understand.
And then, wait a minute, one more.
No, Rick, I'm up against a break here, buddy. I've got to go, but I appreciate the call.
All
right. We covered a lot of morning show ground. I don't know what the hell he's talking about, but all right. Thank you, Rick. I appreciate it.
Crackhead. The way he says crackhead just gets
crackhead's getting mail at someone's house. All right, good. Hey, the Pottery Barn catalog came for you, crackhead. Here it is. It's in your name. All right, I'm going to have tickets to see Young Bill Squire and some other very funny people on Friday night. The Great Lakes Brewing Company Comedy Night is going to go down Friday night, so we get you some tickets for that. If you're on hold, to get you on the way back, 35192 if you want to text.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMM.
You know what helped with all the armed forces?
Clones.
I want to be sure you know
for
how
everything
to
now.
use a condom, rubber, a raincoat, a boner bucket, party hat, squirt skirt, love sock.
Quit trying to make clones happen, Bill.
Stop trying to make love sock happen, dude,
Yeah.
explaining condoms.
True.
It's going to happen.
Bill, I don't know if you realize like the consequences of having a clone. Like, what if your clone is actually like cooler than you, and people like hang out with your
Well,
clone?
first of all, that's impossible.
Impossible.
But go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, what if he does everything right? Decisions are his thing. He's like that.
Then he's gonna be
He's
boring.
a paperwork guy.
He's a paperwork guy. He does commitment well.
Good, then he can do all that stuff for me.
Sounds like a
'Cause
boring
he's my
clone to me,
Yeah,
Bill.
he's boring.
Ugh.
He's getting all the stuff. He's basically a great assistant at
And
that
his
point.
penis is like 10 times bigger than yours.
Well, then if
Again,
that's gonna be
impossible.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big problem for him.
He has a larger collection of leather jackets.
Oh.
Well, that wouldn't be hard to do, though. Yeah.
You'd be like, yes, I do, babe.
He doesn't have a sty ever in his eye.
I had a sty.
I don't know. I'm just trying to come up with things that
all you can think of?
would be better than your clone.
He doesn't
your
live with a
clone.
friend's grandparent.
Yeah, he's got his own place. That
Yeah.
clone.
Listen, I could get my own place anytime I want. I like
But could
living
you
with
get your
grandma.
own Jimmy Buffett Margaritaville margarita
course.
making
Yeah.
machine? All right.
Yeah, his critic score is good.
Loves
Man.
Poldark,
Well, then he has to go.
which by the way,
Erica-
I love it.
But the paperwork,
Erica's
the
watching.
paperwork loving clone is not sweetening the deal. Let's. How are you and your
But
clone
he's my
different?
clone,
He's
so
real
I can
good.
force him to do whatever I want. He's,
things he
he's my
doesn't wanna
slave.
do.
He can think.
Is that how it
created.
works? Though
He
they're
can think
not
for
In
himself.
my world, yeah.
But they're not robots. They're human beings. They have
they're
their own
created.
intelligence.
Your clone would finally get around to getting divorced.
All right.
And he would get his own HBO special or Netflix
What?
special.
How is he already? He doesn't have any experiences. He's not good
Yeah.
at comedy.
He just comes out in the know.
He doesn't pop out being good at comedy.
He could.
Yeah.
How?
Same reason why Bill thinks he can make him his slave.
I love how we're trying to rationalize how the the clone would be that hasn't happened yet.
My clone being my slave makes a lot more sense than him being more successful than me.
I'm just saying,
Right.
They're like, wow, you're such a nice guy. Like
People say that already about me.
But I'm just saying, he's a paperwork guy. He's a team player. So they're like, all right, you know,
What am I not a team
he's
player?
networking. You know, I don't know.
I think Poundcake is projecting right now.
Do I not network?
Maybe he just does it better. I don't know. These are all just thoughts. I'm just asking the
Yeah,
question.
again, I don't know anything about clones or cloning other than that stupid sheep. So,
I feel like
and
they would have
what
their
I've
own
seen in
mind.
movies. But
It's got his own mind, but
Your clone could afford the expensive bananas. That doesn't even make sense at all, but go with it.
I think that I think these are still. Well, I was going to say these are important questions to be asking. There are important questions to be asking about cloning. Not sure any of these qualify.
But if cloning was a thing, it would come out as a baby. So then you would essentially be raising your clone like
I want a grown
son.
adult clone. I want like an instant clone.
Yeah, I'm going to do the cloning.
I don't want to raise my clone.
You're going to have the technology to make the clones grow at an accelerated rate.
Yeah.
And then you're going to keep them in like a tube until you're ready to use them forever what you want to use them for.
But it's going to have to learn
Keep them in
everything
a
for the first
tube. You got to
time.
keep them in formaldehyde or not formaldehyde. You got to keep them in some kind of fluid until they grow full size.
It's like a life.
freeze them.
It's like an embryonic. What is that word?
Embryonic fluid?
Yeah, there we go. That'll
Okay.
work. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to raise my clone.
Shut up, clone.
Especially because it's going to be coming out and learning everything for the first time. So it knows nothing about school. It knows nothing about sex. It's just going to be like animal instincts.
Yeah, you don't want to teach your clone about sex.
Well, the main idea behind the clone...
Because I sure as hell don't know.
Yeah.
Dad, how does this work?
Tell me
First of all, I'm
this
not your dad. I'm you. And I don't know how it works. I was 17 until I got a knee. Don't ask me.
You have the clone primarily to keep your body healthy. It's spare parts.
But it has feelings. Then you see, you can't do it.
No,
without
if you're
getting
keeping
attached.
it in a tube,
it's gonna have feelings because if you
it's lived its life in a tube. It's not. There's no. It has no experience.
That's cruel.
It's
I don't think it should have to live its
It's
life
sleeping.
in a tube.
If you pinch it, it's gonna be like, ow. Like I can't do that. If it looks like me,
Clone
it sounds
lives
like
matter.
Me. Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. It's different than artificial intelligence. Clones, as I understand them, are exact replicas of us.
Right.
So it would have our thoughts. It would have our emotions.
But it only has those things as...
It would have our urge to kill.
It's going to have it's going to have all the different... it's going to have very different experiences, too. If you're just, like, letting a clone out into the wild... Like, if you're raising a clone like a child,
The
that's
wild?
different.
Where are you living?
I've got my house is all white, and then there's a tube with a clone in it. What do you guys not understand about the future?
Oh, so you're living in a refurbished bank. I see.
Yes.
And we all have like life uniforms we have to wear, like in The Giver. You know?
Yeah, that'll work. Yeah.
That's what I picture, The Giver.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
No, there's one guy that like knows all the things and teaches all the clones the things.
Ooh, maybe I could be that guy.
That's The Giver.
Oh, I'll give.
Give.
Now, some people texting me are bringing up some good points. Even though my interest in this has long waned. I'll go along. I don't wonder whether buzzkill hat. What if your clone makes a clone?
Oh, snap.
We all saw Multiplicity. Well,
Now,
like 8 people saw Multiplicity.
I was going to say, I did not.
I own it, sadly.
Oh, God. Just one copy?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's
You don't
like
wanna-
making a copy of a copy.
You don't want to be ganged up on by yourself. Maybe
And
Poundcake would, but...
Will the clone's clone be a lesser you? Like, will it start to look like inbred or something, you know?
I mean, it's still just a genetic copy, so
Well,
I
it's
think
not-
it'll be the same.
It's not a videotape.
But you're diluting
no,
the
there's
DNA.
No, there's no degradation. I mean...
You're diluting, though, because it's
If
a
you
clone
make-
of you.
if it's
and
an
then
exact
it's
clone of
half
me-
of that.
No, it's
it's a
not.
full-
It's a full clone. It's still the same DNA.
I don't like that because that seems like math, and I'm not a fan.
100% is too hard to understand.
Not a fan.
Hey, Stacy,
Yes, Alan.
how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, just talking replicating ourselves.
I know, and you know what came to mind was the movie Multiplicity, and
Yeah.
that didn't work out too well for Michael Keaton. One of the clones had sex with his wife. Actually, more than one of the clones did, and then one of the clones that made a copy of himself, and that one was a little, interesting of a character.
Again, I'm
Yeah,
flying
but
blind here. I've never seen that movie. I love
it's very
Michael
good.
Keaton, but the premise alone made me walk the other way. So, but okay, so there in the film there is a steady degradation of the genetic material to where
Yes.
you get like a dopey one at the end, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
That's the comedic premise of that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Who's the Andy McDowell's the wife in that?
I think so.
Exactly.
She is.
Okay.
She is.
Two of the clones of Michael Keaton end up having sex with Michael Keaton's wife in the movie.
At the same
Great.
time?
At the same time?
That would be
No,
convenient,
no.
though, for women, because, like, if I'm tired, I could have my clone have sex with my husband.
No, you would be
He
so
won't
jealous.
know.
You would be so jealous with the quickness.
Jealous?
Yeah, you would be jealous.
I don't think
No.
Erica would be jealous. She'd be like, hey, clone, get over there and take care of Ian.
Yeah.
You can do butt stuff.
Yes, I would make my clone do the butt stuff.
Oh my.
She'd come back. She's like,
Oh my.
Erica's clone would come back. Go, I'm getting my own place.
Did Michael Keaton's clone do the butt stuff?
But what if
I
Ian
don't
wanted
remember that movie that well.
What if Ian wanted a threesome with you and your clone?
I mean, yeah, share the labor. I don't know.
The
No,
labor.
but one of the clones actually did spice it up in the room way better than Michael Keaton's character did. Because she even said,
Yeah.
what got into you?
I would be a little jealous if my clone was able to spice it up a little bit more.
She's throwing it back like a frisbee, and you're just laying there like, wow.
Right.
Throwing it back like a frisbee.
Hey, share the labor is what Erica said. So good to know.
Damn.
Sex with my husband's quite a chore, so I'd really like to lessen on the bill too. Tickets are on sale. GreatLakesBrewing.com/events. That's good to know.
Yes. That just makes it easier. You can get there from the other website.
/events.
And your ticket comes with your first drink. So like you'll get a beer or a cocktail, whatever you want.
Man.
So,
all right, beautiful.
Good show.
Caller 13, this pair of tickets is yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
From the Final Touch Construction Studios, this is the 50th anniversary of WMMS
Buzzard Radio,
an iHeart radio station. Ask Alexa to play WMMS on iHeartRadio.
Now back to the Alan Cox Show.
Got some photo galleries at WMMS.com from last night's show. Ozzy and the great Zach Wilde and Stone Sour. And
It's a really good time.
it was a lot of fun. That's right. Out at Blossom, celebrating Ozzy's 50 years on the road and 50 years of the Buzzard, and the 50th anniversary of Blossom itself, with the final show of the season out there. So, got a lot of photos for you. If you missed the show or if you were there and just want to look at some pictures, WMMS.com. Hey, James.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Hey, guys. Just wanted to say, first of all, congratulations on 50 years of the Buzzard. That's amazing.
Boom.
Nice achievement.
They couldn't have done it without us.
And I just wanted to kind of tell one of my favorite stories, what you guys were talking about before the break, about that F word, that you can't say it unless you are one. But when I was back in New York, I was a bartender, and two of our favorite customers were a gay couple. And to say that they were the opposite spectrums of the gay spectrum was an understatement.
Right.
My buddy John, he was just like the typical bear, like just never shaved. And his boyfriend at the time had better hair than Erica does, and it was like always
That's
this funny
insulting.
running joke. I mean, not until you see Romeo's hair. It was glorious. But so we're at the bar and we're hanging out, and there's a Yankees game on, and Romeo had a couple of his friends there, and they were all like talking. He's definitely more of the effeminate variety of gay, and he's just, oh my God, I love the uniforms. Like they look so tight, blah 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 blah. And they were going off and just like talking back and forth about like, oh my God, A-Rod and J-Lo, and they're having all this like these discussions. And John just looks at me and he looks right in the eyes and he goes, God, I hate it when fags talk sports. And like I look at him myself, I'm like, oh, you can't say that. Like that's
yes, you
no
can.
way you can say that. And I was like, oh wait, yeah, you can. But it was just like an internal moment of like, oh, John, you can't say that word. Oh wait, you are. And it was just probably one of the funniest moments I've ever had in my life. Was like, then them being immediately corrected. So I thought that was
So many words, so many feelings, so many people.
Did you feel bad for laughing at it afterwards?
No, I didn't feel bad at all because he was laughing, which means okay, which means I can laugh.
Fair
right?
game.
Fair game.
Fair game. You're laughing, I'm laughing. But
Right.
It was just probably one of the greatest. I don't know. One of my favorite parts.
Great moments in gay history.
But do you think
Right.
if the couple heard, would they be offended, you think?
No, they did. The one guy was gay, but he was so butch that he forgot he was gay.
No, I'm sorry.
He forgot he was gay. Oh, that's right. I like dudes. Oh, my
No,
gosh.
he didn't forget.
I can't tell you how many times I have forgotten.
No, the
You're
couple,
straight.
the guy,
Forget
the
it.
guy who was gay, he was married to the other guy.
Gotcha.
He's the one that called his boyfriend a fag, and I was just like,
Right.
You can't say that. You can't say that. But then he was like, yeah, I can. I'm like, oh, that's right, because you're gay. I forgot.
See, gay or straight, bickering couples all the way around. Right.
Everywhere.
All right, thank you, James.
All right, guys.
All right, man.
Yeah, I've been with gays that don't even like to go to gay bars because they were like,
it's too gay.
They don't like gay culture.
They're like, gays are sluts. I'm like, you're a gay. Are you a slut? He's like, why do you think I don't go to the gay bar? I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense.
And again, I'm getting a lot of texts from people that I'm wrong and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, look, you should say whatever your friends are cool with you saying. I don't know your friends. I don't know you. That's fine. I'm just saying I don't know why you'd want to say that to your friends if they're gay or they're black or whatever. I
don't really feel the need to test the waters.
It's beyond me why you'd want, but you go live your bliss. You know,
if your friends are fine with it, then
that's right.
No harm, no foul, I guess.
I'm not co-opting anyone else's pain. I mean, you do whatever you want to do.
I am co-opting other people's pain.
Go ahead.
I am.
You know, yeah.
So sue me.
Do you have to do a shift at the co-op when you do that?
That's right. Yeah, we do take turns. I have the night shift usually because I have this day job. So
that's crazy.
Alan, I stopped for gas and I got back into the truck just in time to hear Erica excitedly say 300 screws. I have no idea what you were actually talking about, but there it is.
Putting together IKEA furniture. Context saves me every time.
Yeah, I know.
But does it really save you every
does
time?
It really?
Well, I try to have it save me every time, but you know.
Well, the Me Too movement has found itself rearing its ugly head right here in Cleveland, Ohio.
Uh-oh.
Fewer than 2 months after allegations of sexual misconduct against Cleveland Orchestra concertmaster William Prusel made national news. They've also suspended their principal trombone player, Massimo.
I'm sure that's correct.
La Rosa.
We all saw this coming. Like, the writing was on the wall. He plays the trombone, very sexual. Like he's a lot of thrusting, which I don't think you need to do when you're playing trombone, but he was very prominently putting it out there.
Ladies, when you go to a performance, don't look him in the eyes.
Mm-hmm.
He's very, he'll get your loins all aflame.
Do you find something funny about the word tromboner?
Right. I guess he's a trombonist. So,
yeah, he is.
Yeah.
More ways than one.
Man.
He also serves as faculty member at the Cleveland Institute of Music. All right, well, so there you go. He's being suspended. I don't know what that means. A report was filed against him in 2011 at the University of Iowa. See, this is the thing, man. You better hope this Brett Kavanaugh, this guy that they're trying to rush onto the Supreme Court, despite all evidence that says that's a good idea, some woman comes forward and says that he raped her in high school or something, you know? And, of course, they're all trying to play it off like she's full of crap. And she's anonymous, and why won't she come forward? And then she goes, okay, I'll come forward.
And pass a lie
puts her
detector
name
test.
out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course, because
Who'd want that, though? Like, you probably have death threats and whatever.
Well,
I can understand why she didn't come forward initially
it makes
with
you
her name.
so rich, Erica, if you go and accuse
okay.
someone of rape. It just, the accolades that you get, people just give you so much money, endorsements, and it makes your life so great.
But if you're looking at some douchebag from high school who might get a lifetime appointment to the Supreme Court, you go, I think I should say something. I never thought this jag-off would get this far, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll say something. So I don't know.
And how long is that term? Isn't it life or isn't it long?
It's a lifetime appointment.
Yeah.
That's why they're trying
That's
to keep
why it's so serious.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg in an iron lung.
Yeah.
You know? So anyway, yeah. But boy, I mean, you figure, I don't know. You got to go through your own brain and go, Jesus, did I ever? Now, again, I think of it in terms of I didn't drink till I was 26. So there were no incidences of me in high school or college. That's right. And first of all, not only that, I barely had anybody around to consent.
Sorry for your loss.
2 consenting adults. I was often 1 consenting adult.
It takes 2 to make a thing go right.
Thank you, Robert. I would have killed for someone to consent in high school. But very few people were up to the challenge of consenting to have sexual relations with me.
I think every guy probably goes back to their mind to think, did I do anything weird? Is there anything sketchy? about what I've done in the past.
Yeah, and everything that I come up with
guys are thinking that.
Yeah.
Women aren't thinking that. No. Women aren't getting Me Too.
I think about instances where I could say something. I certainly have multiple instances where I could out some people.
But I paid you and you signed the forms.
Yeah, that's right.
So if you know what's good for you.
No, there's definitely situations that could get a couple people in mind in actual trouble, but too afraid. I am too afraid. I'll never say it. Never will.
People that are still walking around and doing
People
things?
out in the world still walking.
Yeah.
Yep. And I don't want that. I don't want the death threats. I don't want the backlash. I don't want to be dragged. No, thank you.
Right. Well, that's what
I'll
stops.
let them hang themselves with something else.
Yeah.
But that's the reality. Like, women are afraid to come forward.
If someone else were to come out against these people, would you join in? If they need more support?
You'd still get the death threats.
If a woman said, I need support in this, and said, hey, I need someone to validate this story, then potentially I would.
What if you
Maybe
coming forward
anonymously.
stops them from doing it to someone again, though?
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that. But at the same time, I don't want to be that. I can
get
think
it,
of
I
a
get it,
couple
yeah.
specific people, and I don't want that. I don't want that crap on me. I don't. And that's the reality of the situation. I can think of two specific people, a few very clear instances where I was not drunk. I remember correctly.
Boobs. Siegfried and Roy are the two that are coming to my mind. Are those the two? Am I warm?
No.
Oh.
Chuck E. Cheese?
He's
a real rat, and
Charles Cheese. Him and I did not have a good experience together.
Alan, you pussy. Why do you idiots praise these women who come out 30 years later with a sketchy accusation? Why is it okay for them to grope but not a male?
Who's groping?
Well, exactly.
I don't grope dudes.
Some dope here completely missing the point. And by the way, why is the presumption of guilt always on the female? Because it was 30 years ago. Maybe, like Erica just said, she didn't want to come out until this guy was a pubic hair away from being rushed to the highest court in the land, despite numerous problems with doing so.
And he's going to get confirmed. So
and I'm telling you right now, I have instances, 1,000%, where I could out somebody for doing something very untoward. And I'm not going to. I am genuinely too afraid to do it.
It rises to the level of untoward?
It's past untoward.
Oh,
it's disgusting.
It's salacious?
Salacious,
Is
for
it
sure.
Provocative?
Very.
Oh.
Controversial.
But we've gone past controversial.
It's bad. I mean, I could ruin a couple lives.
In Cleveland?
Ooh, the power.
Or
I won't
past?
even say. I'm telling you right now, there's no way I'll give any information because I am genuinely terrified that something would happen to me. Blowback, whatever. I don't want it. I don't want it. And that I'm just trying to say this so that people understand that that's the reason why these women wait so long or don't come forward at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not ever going to come forward with it until maybe I'm old. I don't know. And the person's dead or something.
Years
or
ago,
these people.
Years ago, when I was working for PBS, I was having a conversation with Fred Rogers, and he put his hand on my shoulder, and I said, I'm very uncomfortable with this. But I kept my mouth shut because I did not want to besmirch the image of Mr. Rogers.
Yeah.
I will go to my grave with that information that I just told everyone.
Well, you kind of blew it.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
It's out there now, Alan.
He was a lovely, lovely man.
When I go back and try to think of things like, did I do anything there? It's all just real bad. Me getting friend zone stories, like things like that. It's never anything like, oh, I tried to hook up with the... Because I never got that far. It'd be like, all right, I finally worked up the courage to tell a girl that I liked them, and they go, oh, but Bill, you're like my little brother. And you're like, oh.
Oh, darn.
How do you feel about incest?
Yeah, you're going for...
That's the only response you can have to keep the ball moving forward.
That's all you got.
That's all you got.
Well, I didn't try that one.
Well, now you know better, Bill. The more you know. Hey, Woody.
Alan.
Yes, sir.
How's your day, brother?
So far, so good.
Hello, Bill. Hello, Erica.
Hello.
Hello.
We're talking about things that,
make you go,
the words that people are affronted by, for lack of a better word.
Sure.
But But, I'm a construction worker. I've been one my entire life, going on 29 years now. But we say things about, it's just always good fun about your sister or your mom. It's like, just for lack of a better example, like, my back hurts so bad I can't bend over anymore. And then I say, oh, that's what your sister said last night. And they all
Right,
laugh.
yeah, I know.
So does that call for human resources to come in and say, all right, that's unacceptable?
Well, it depends on if the person you said it to is upset by it. I mean, I assume you're saying it to like a guy, another roofer or something.
That's my case in point exactly. So if I'm saying words to somebody that I'm comfortable with the words that I'm saying, then they're not. If they don't feel hurt by them, then why are they damaging words? That's what I'm going with.
That's rooftop talk. No
You
big deal.
Crazy roofers, you get your nail guns or your putty or however you put shingles on a roof. Listen, I assume that's how it's done.
It's like an envelope. You just lick it and stick it.
You gotta lick it before you stick it on the roof.
That's what it's about.
But it's a legitimate question, right? It's like
no.
If I'm saying offensive words to people that are not offended by them, are they offensive?
It's an illegitimate question, just like all your sister's kids.
Hi-yo!
Call HR.
All right. Thank you, Woody. I appreciate it, buddy. Wash that putty off your hands, whatever you guys use. All right, we got to go. What do you got, William?
This Friday, I got a couple things going on. 8 o'clock, I'm doing a show at Great Lakes Brewery. You can go to greatlakesbrewing.com/events to get tickets for that. Your first drink comes with the ticket. And then from 10:30 to 12:30, I'll be at Christie's downtown in the Flats doing their back-to-school party. Hanging out with all the beautiful ladies down there.
Erica Lauren?
You can follow me on Instagram at Erica Lauren Loves or at Peony and Honey, and have a good night.
Poundcake?
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram.
All righty. Thursday night, I'm going to be out. The Cox Out Party is going to hit the B-Dubs out in Fairview Park at the Westgate Mall. The Browns-Jets game kickoff at 8:20. I will be your host during the game. We'll have prizes and fun and all that. And then Friday, we're doing this show live from Progressive Field Friday afternoon, starting at 2 o'clock. So once the gates open for the game, come by and say hi. We'll have some guests coming by and fun and frivolity and all that. And that's it. Otherwise, you can find me out there at Alan Cox Show. Today's show is available on demand. Find the iHeartRadio app, and you can listen to this and past shows. Look for the Alan Cox Show 24/7 channel. And we always archive our live video stream, too, at alancoxshow.com. And that's it. We will reconvene with you tomorrow at 2. The last 10 is next. If you're not able to join us at the top of the show, play something you might have missed. And the Corey Roddick Experience up next at 6:30. So that's it. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, and I will see you in hell.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio